Chapter 1. The Village Fair Arrives. The hammer fell with decisive force, driving the wooden peg into the soft earth of Downton village green. Men bustled about, erecting canvas tents for stalls, their voices carrying through the crisp spring air. In the background, a helter-skelter was being assembled, its spiral structure promising excitement to come, while a steam-powered pianola filled the green with jaunty, if somewhat discordant, music. It was a modest affair by London standards, barely more than a collection of simple amusements and local vendors. Yet in this quiet Yorkshire village, the annual fair brought a welcome ripple of excitement. 3 figures from the great house stood watching the preparations. Anna Smith, tall and fair-haired with intelligent eyes, John Bates, Lord Grantham's valet, leaning slightly on his cane, and Gwen Dawson, whose ginger hair caught the afternoon sunlight. "When does it open?" Gwen asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. Bates shifted his weight, easing the pressure on his bad leg. "Tomorrow afternoon." "Let's get up a party for the evening if Mrs. Hughes lets us," Gwen suggested, practically bouncing on her toes. "After we've had our dinner, of course." Anna nodded, a smile warming her features. "You're right. It doesn't come often, and it doesn't stay long." "And what about you, Mr. Bates?" Gwen turned to the valet, including him in their plans. Bates's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners. "I don't see why not." Anna's attention suddenly drifted to the edge of the green, where an elegant figure in a tailored walking dress stood watching the activity. Lady Mary Crawley, the Earl of Grantham's eldest daughter, lingered apart from the villagers, her posture perfect, her expression unreadable. "You go on ahead," Anna told her companions. "I'll see you back at the house." As Bates and Gwen continued on, Anna made her way toward Lady Mary, careful to maintain a respectful distance until she was acknowledged. Mary stood motionless, lost in thought, her dark eyes fixed on the activities yet seemingly seeing something else entirely. Only when Anna approached did she stir from her reverie. "Is everything all right, milady?" Anna asked gently. Mary blinked, pulled suddenly back to the present. "What? Oh, yes." Her voice regained its customary composure. "I was collecting something from Dr. Clarkson for Mama, and I stopped to see how they were getting on." They began to walk together, maintaining the careful balance they had developed over years of service, a relationship that was not quite friendship, yet transcended the typical boundaries between servant and mistress. "Has she recovered from—" Anna left the question delicately incomplete, lifting her eyebrows slightly. Mary's lips curved into a bitter smile. "If you think she'll ever recover from carrying the body of Mr. Pamuk from one side of the house to the other, then you don't know her at all." "Well, I didn't mean recover exactly," Anna amended carefully. "Just get past it." "She won't do that either." Mary's voice lowered, infused with a sharp edge. "When she dies, they'll cut her open and find it engraved on her heart." Anna hesitated before asking the more pertinent question. "What about you? What about your heart?" "Haven't you heard?" Mary replied with practiced lightness. "I don't have a heart. Everyone knows that." There was no self-pity in her voice, merely a statement of the role she had chosen, or perhaps had been forced, to play. But Anna knew better. "Not me, milady," she said firmly. "Still, at least you were lucky with, you know." Mary's hand drifted instinctively to her stomach, a gesture so fleeting that anyone else might have missed it. "Oh yes, I was lucky there." Her voice dripped with sardonic humor. "That's me, lucky as a lark." As they continued across the green, they spotted Mrs. Crawley and Mr. Matthew, the distant cousin and unexpected heir to the Crawley estate, also observing the fair preparations. They exchanged waves of greeting, a small civility that would have been impossible just months earlier. "I'm glad you think better of Mr. Crawley these days," Anna observed. "Who says I do?" Mary countered, but the slight smile tugging at her lips betrayed her. In the silence that followed, Anna reflected on the transformation she had witnessed in her mistress. The carefully constructed ice queen of before had changed after the Pamuk affair, not broken exactly, but reshaped. There was a new vulnerability to Lady Mary Crawley, a dimension of humanity that had been carefully concealed before that night. Whether this change would lead to happiness or heartbreak remained to be seen, but Anna could only hope that someday her lady would find peace. They walked on together in companionable silence, away from the bustle of the fair, back toward the great house that stood at the center of all their lives. Chapter 2. New Arrivals at Downton. The library at Downton Abbey stood as a testament to generations of careful curation. Mahogany shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, laden with leather-bound volumes that caught the afternoon light streaming through tall windows. Lord Grantham sat at his desk, his Labrador Pharaoh sprawled contentedly at his feet. The Earl's pen moved methodically across the estate ledger before him, pausing only when Carson's discreet knock broke his concentration. "You wanted to see the new chauffeur, my lord," Carson announced, his deep voice resonating in the book-lined room. Robert Crawley looked up from his work, setting down his pen. "Yes, indeed. Please bring him in." Carson nodded and withdrew, returning moments later with a young man in his 30s. Tom Branson stood at the threshold, his chauffeur's uniform crisp and immaculate. He carried himself with a quiet confidence that caught Robert's attention immediately. This was not a man easily intimidated by grandeur. As Carson departed, closing the door with practiced silence, Robert gestured for the new employee to approach. Come in. Good to see you again." Robert paused, searching his memory. "Branson, isn't it?" "That's right, your lordship." The Irish lilt in Branson's voice was unmistakable, but not overpowering. "I hope they've shown you where everything is?" Robert inquired, studying the man before him. "And we've delivered whatever we promised at the interview?" "Certainly, my lord." Branson's response was polite, but not servile. "Good." Robert nodded, finding himself unexpectedly intrigued by his new chauffeur. There was something about the way Branson held himself, a certain alertness in his gaze that suggested a mind more engaged than one might expect in a servant. "How did you first come to be a chauffeur?" Robert asked, deviating from his usual perfunctory welcome. Branson stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture relaxed, yet respectful. "My father was a tenant of Mrs. Delderfield's, and I was apprenticed to the chauffeur there, but he'd been a coachman, and he didn't have much feeling for cars." A slight smile crossed his face. "In the end, the mistress asked me to take over." "Won't you miss Ireland?" Robert leaned back in his chair, genuinely curious. "Ireland, yes, but not the job." Branson's answer came without hesitation. "She was a nice lady, but she only had one car, and she wouldn't let me drive it over 20 miles an hour. So it was a bit..." He searched for a diplomatic phrasing. Well, boring, so to speak. The candid assessment drew a chuckle from Robert. As he laughed, he noticed Branson's gaze drifting to the shelves of books surrounding them. The chauffeur's interest was evident in the way his eyes traveled across the spines of the volumes, a subtle longing in his expression. "You've got a wonderful library," Branson observed, then seemed to catch himself, uncertain if he'd overstepped. The remark didn't offend Robert. Quite the opposite. It surprised him. Most servants barely noticed the books, viewing them as just another element of the decor to be dusted. "Are you interested in books?" Robert inquired, his curiosity further piqued. Branson hesitated, weighing his words. "Not in books, as such, so much as what's in them." A reading chauffeur. How unusual, Robert thought. The notion gave him pause. After a moment's consideration, he made a decision. "You're very welcome to borrow books, if you wish." Branson's expression transformed, genuine astonishment mingling with delight. "Really, my lord?" Robert nodded, gesturing toward a leather-bound ledger on a nearby table. "There's a ledger over there that I make everyone use, even my daughters. Carson can tell you when the room's empty." "Do all the servants enjoy the same privilege?" Branson asked, his question revealing both gratitude and a probing mind. "I suppose they could, although I doubt they'd avail themselves of it," Robert replied. "Carson and Mrs. Hughes sometimes take a novel or two. What are your interests?" "History and politics, mainly." "Heavens." Robert's eyebrows rose, but before he could respond further, Carson materialized at the door once more, as if summoned by the mention of his name. "Branson's going to borrow some books. He has my permission," Robert informed his butler. "Very good, my lord." Carson's tone was neutral, his expression carefully composed, but Robert didn't miss the flicker of disapproval in the butler's eyes as he glanced at Branson. The chauffeur seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. "Is that all, my lord?" "It is. Off you go, and good luck." As Branson departed, Robert caught the subtle exchange of looks between servant and butler. Once the door closed, he turned to Carson with a wry smile. "Well, an Irishman with an interest in politics. Are we mad?" Carson's face remained impassive, though a hint of humor glinted in his eyes. "I could always bring in fire drill for the staff." "Thank you, Carson," Robert replied, appreciating the understated jest. They shared a moment of mutual understanding, the unspoken acknowledgement that they had perhaps introduced an unexpected element into Downton's carefully ordered world. "He seems quite a bright spark after poor old Taylor," Robert observed, stroking Pharaoh's ear as the dog stirred at his feet. Carson maintained his diplomatic silence, unwilling to volunteer an opinion just yet. "I always thought he was happy. Why did he want to leave?" Robert mused. "I believe it was Mrs. Taylor, my lord," Carson explained. "She felt cut off. She wanted to live in a town." "But running a tea shop?" Robert shook his head, bemused. "I cannot feel that'll make for a very restful retirement, can you?" "I would rather be put to death, my lord," Carson intoned with such grave sincerity that Robert couldn't help but smile. "Quite so. Thank you, Carson." With a nod to his butler, Robert returned to his correspondence, yet his thoughts lingered on the new chauffeur. Branson was clearly more than he appeared, educated, articulate, with interests reaching far beyond automobiles. Such a man might bring fresh ideas to Downton, but whether those ideas would be welcome remained to be seen. Robert glanced down at Pharaoh, who gazed back with canine devotion. "Well, old boy," he murmured, "I suppose we shall find out soon enough." Chapter 3: Schemes and Strategies. The gardens of Downton Abbey unfurled in carefully manicured splendor, a patchwork of vibrant spring blooms and verdant lawns. Beneath the spreading branches of an ancient oak, Cora Crawley, Countess of Grantham, sat with her mother-in-law, the formidable Violet Crawley, Dowager Countess. A silver tea service gleamed on the table between them, the delicate china cups a stark contrast to the tension that often accompanied their encounters. Violet adjusted her hat, a confection of dark silk and feathers, and peered at her daughter-in-law with shrewd eyes. Though approaching 70, age had done little to diminish her sharp mind, or her even sharper tongue. "What about some house parties?" she suggested, stirring her tea with practiced precision. Her tone made it clear this was less a question than an opening gambit in their perpetual chess match over family matters. Cora maintained her composed American smile, the one that had served her well through 2 decades of English aristocratic life. "She's been asked to one next month by Lady Anne McNair." Violet's response was immediate and dismissive. "A terrible idea. She doesn't know anyone under 100. She tapped her spoon against the edge of her cup. "Find her a house with an unmarried son." "The Tenbys?" Cora offered, accepting this redirection. "The eldest boy's taken," Violet countered. "It was announced last week." Her sigh carried the weight of aristocratic disappointment. "Of course, most of the good ones are." Cora's gaze drifted across the gardens, toward the distant silhouette of Downton Village. "I might send her over to my aunt. She could get to know New York." "I don't think things are quite that desperate." Violet's tone suggested crossing the Atlantic was roughly equivalent to exile to the colonies. She paused, her expression softening slightly. "Poor Mary. She's been very down in the mouth lately." "She was very upset by the death of poor Mr. Pamuk," Cora said carefully, watching her mother-in-law's reaction. Violet's eyebrows arched in genuine puzzlement. "Why? It's been 3 months." Then, seemingly remembering her social obligations, she added, "It was sad, but she didn't know him, and one can't go to pieces at the death of every foreigner. We'd all be in a state of collapse whenever we opened a newspaper." She straightened in her chair, her walking stick tapping lightly against the manicured lawn. "Of course, Mary's main difficulty is that her situation is unresolved." Cora merely looked at her, unwilling to venture into the dangerous territory of the entail, the legal arrangement that would pass the Downton estate to Matthew Crawley, a distant cousin, rather than to Mary. Violet, undeterred by Cora's silence, pressed on. "I mean, is she an heiress or isn't she? If only it could be resolved." "Maybe it is resolved," Cora replied, her voice taking on an edge of resignation. "How many times have you written to lawyers only to get the same answer? The entail's unbreakable. Mary cannot inherit." She adjusted the folds of her dress. To be fair to Mr. Murray, he said it from the start. "The truth is, no London lawyer wants to challenge him," Violet insisted, her eyes narrowing as she strategized. "They feel they need Murray's permission." She tapped her fingers against the arm of her chair, her mind clearly working through possibilities. "What we need is a lawyer who is decent and honor-bound to look into it, whatever Murray might say." A small, triumphant smile played at her lips. "And I think perhaps I know just the man." Cora hesitated, torn between hope for her daughter and loyalty to her husband. I'd hate to go behind Robert's back. Violet gave her a look of undisguised scorn. That's a scruple no successful wife can afford. The silence that followed was filled with unspoken understanding. Both women were united in their desire to secure Mary's future, yet divided by their approach. Cora's American directness chafed against Violet's old-world machinations, a fundamental difference that had defined their relationship from the beginning. As they continued their tea, Cora found herself wondering, not for the first time, about the wisdom of challenging the entail. If their efforts succeeded, Matthew would lose his inheritance, a fact that would surely create irreparable damage to the family's relationship with their newfound heir. Yet if they failed, Mary might never forgive them for not trying hard enough. The spring breeze carried the distant sounds of the village, the church bells, the rumble of carts, the ordinary rhythm of life continuing beyond the grand estate's boundaries. Within these grounds, however, the elaborate dance of aristocratic survival played out in cups of tea and carefully chosen words, in plans made and unmade, all beneath the watchful gaze of Downton Abbey itself. Violet's parasol cast dappled shadows across the lawn as she leaned forward, lowering her voice as if the very flowers might report her words to Robert. "Leave it to me, my dear. I believe our Mr. Crawley may be just the man we need, though he doesn't know it yet." Cora merely nodded, recognizing that in this, as in so many matters, the Dowager Countess would proceed exactly as she wished, regardless of anyone else's concerns. The wheels were already in motion. One could only wait to see where they would lead. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Ailment. The drawing room at Crawley House possessed a modest elegance that reflected its mistress, practical, comfortable, and without pretension. Isabel Crawley sat by the window, the afternoon light illuminating her work as she reviewed correspondence from the hospital committee. Her son Matthew occupied an armchair nearby, newspaper in hand, the companionable silence between them occasionally broken by the rustle of turning pages. Molesley entered with quiet efficiency, carrying a tea tray. His movements were careful, precise, yet something in his manner seemed strained, as if each gesture required additional concentration. "Thank you, Molesley," Isabel said, setting aside her papers. Matthew looked up from his newspaper. "Are you going to the fair while it's here?" "I shouldn't think so, sir," Molesley replied, arranging the tea things with practiced care. A slight tremor in his hands belied his composed expression. "But I don't mind it. I like the music." Isabel, ever observant, noticed the redness spreading across Molesley's hands. The skin appeared irritated, almost raw in places. Her medical instincts immediately engaged. "Goodness, what's happened to your hands?" she asked, her tone shifting from casual to professional in an instant. Molesley tucked his hands behind his back, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. "It's nothing, ma'am." "But it looks very painful," Isabel persisted, leaning forward to get a better look. "Oh no, ma'am. Irritating more than painful." His voice carried forced lightness, but the way he held his hands revealed the discomfort he was trying to conceal. "Are you using anything new? To polish the silver? Or the shoes?" Isabel inquired, mentally cataloging potential irritants. "No." Molesley's response was quick, betraying his growing discomfort under scrutiny. "May I?" Without waiting for permission, Isabel rose and took his hand, examining it with the practiced eye of a nurse. The skin was inflamed, with small raised bumps spreading across his palms and between his fingers. "Mother, leave him alone," Matthew interjected, recognizing Molesley's embarrassment. Isabel paid no attention to her son's protest, fully absorbed in her diagnosis. "It looks like erysipelas. You must have cut yourself." "Not that I'm aware of," Molesley said, his discomfort growing more evident as he stood awkwardly, unable to withdraw his hand from Mrs. Crawley's inspection. "We'll walk round to the hospital tomorrow," she announced, her tone brooking no argument. "Really, ma'am?" Molesley began to protest. "I insist," Isabel declared with finality. Matthew and Molesley exchanged a resigned glance, both recognizing the futility of resistance. When Isabel Crawley decided someone needed medical attention, that attention would be provided, willing patient or not. Once Molesley had departed, Matthew turned to his mother with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "You know, Mother, not everyone appreciates your medical enthusiasm." "Nonsense," Isabel replied briskly. "That man clearly has a developing infection. Would you have me ignore it and let it worsen? I would have you perhaps ask, before diagnosing the entire household," Matthew suggested mildly, turning back to his newspaper. Isabel merely smiled, secure in the knowledge that her intervention was both necessary and right. After all, who at Downton, besides herself, had proper medical training? It was practically her duty to bring modern health care to those in need, whether they recognized that need or not. The evening air carried a chill as Bates emerged into the servants' courtyard at Downton. The day's duties complete, the upper servants were granted this brief respite before dinner preparations would begin again. He spotted William lingering in the shadows, the young footman's normally cheerful countenance replaced by uncharacteristic melancholy. "A penny for your thoughts," Bates offered, his voice gentle. William looked up, startled from his reverie. "You'd be wasting your money." "It's mine to waste," Bates countered with a small smile, leaning on his cane as he joined the younger man in his secluded corner. William sighed, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the courtyard walls. "I was just wondering why we get so drawn to people who have no interest in us. What's nature playing at?" The question carried a weight beyond its simple phrasing, revealing the depth of the young man's turmoil. Bates recognized the particular pain of unrequited affection, that peculiar blend of hope and despair that twisted the heart. "If you find the answer to that, lad, you'll put the poets out of business." The comment drew a fleeting smile from William, though it did little to dispel the sadness in his eyes. "But you can't make someone love you, can you?" "No," Bates agreed, his voice softening with the wisdom of hard-earned experience. "And you can't make them not love you either, which can be just as hard." William glanced up at him, curiosity momentarily overtaking his own troubles. "I wouldn't know about that." "Not yet, maybe," Bates replied, his eyes reflecting old memories. "But you will." They stood in companionable silence then, two men separated by years and experience, yet united in that universal human experience of longing for what remained just beyond reach. The quiet of the courtyard enveloped them, a brief sanctuary from the constant bustle of life at Downton. Bates watched the young footman, sympathy etched in his features. William's infatuation with Daisy was obvious to everyone, except perhaps the kitchen maid herself. More troubling was Thomas's apparent awareness of the situation. The footman's calculating nature made him particularly dangerous to someone as open-hearted as William. "Come on," Bates finally said, breaking the silence. "They'll be ringing for the dressing gong soon, and Mr. Carson will have us both polishing silver until midnight if we're late." William nodded, straightening his posture as he prepared to don once more the impeccable facade expected of a footman at Downton Abbey. His personal feelings, like those of all servants, must be carefully tucked away, hidden beneath starched collars and practiced smiles. Yet as they walked back toward the servants' entrance, Bates noticed the lingering shadow in William's eyes and wondered which would prove more dangerous to the young man's heart, his unrequited love for Daisy, or Thomas's evident determination to exploit it. Either way, there would be lessons learned, and Bates could only hope they wouldn't come at too dear a cost. Chapter 5. Anna Falls Ill. The kitchen at Dowton Abbey pulsed with its usual morning rhythm, pots bubbling, pans sizzling, and Mrs. Patmore orchestrating it all with the precision of a symphony conductor. The air hung heavy with the aromas of baking bread and simmering stock, the foundation of the day's meals for both family and staff. Anna stood by the earthenware water filter, pouring herself a glass with one hand while fishing for a handkerchief with the other. The sneeze, when it came, was impossible to suppress. Mrs. Patmore whirled around from the stove, wooden spoon raised like a conductor's baton. "You've got a cold," she declared, eyeing Anna with suspicion. "I want you out of here." "Blimey," Anna dabbed at her nose. "I'm beginning to feel like the Ancient Mariner." Mrs. Hughes appeared at the doorway, her bunch of keys jangling softly at her waist as she entered. Her gaze immediately settled on Anna, who was still sniffling. "Anna, there you are. You know I'm out tonight." Mrs. Hughes raised an eyebrow, "because I don't want to come home to any surprises." "That'll be the day," Mrs. Patmore muttered, returning her attention to her saucepan. Anna attempted a reassuring smile. "We thought we might go to the fair later. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Daisy?" The kitchen maid looked up from her work, her face brightening momentarily before a shadow passed over her features. Mrs. Patmore noticed the shift. "You ought to go," the cook encouraged. "She's been that down in the mouth since the death of poor Mr. Pamuk." "Don't say that," Daisy interrupted, her voice sharp with uncharacteristic intensity. Mrs. Patmore blinked in surprise. "Well, she has." Anna, trying to smooth over the awkward moment, continued. "We could all walk down after the servants' dinner." Her words dissolved into another sneeze, followed by another, the force of them making her eyes water. Mrs. Patmore pointed her spoon at Anna like a weapon. "You won't be walking anywhere." She glanced toward Mrs. Hughes, who was watching the exchange with growing concern. "She's got minutes to live by the sound of it." "It's just a bit of a cold, but—" Anna began, only to be cut off by another fit of sneezing. Mrs. Hughes's expression softened with concern, but her tone remained firm. "Go to bed at once. We can't have you spraying everyone with germs." She moved toward the door. "I'll bring up a Beecham's powder." "Yes, Mrs. Hughes," Anna conceded, recognizing the futility of protest. As Anna departed, Mrs. Hughes turned her attention to Mrs. Patmore. "Right. If there's anything you want to ask me, it'll have to be before I go." The cook snorted, aggressively stirring her pot. What would I want to ask you? I am preparing a meal for Lord and Lady Grantham and the girls. No one is visiting. No one is staying. What do I need to ask? Mrs. Hughes, not looking for a confrontation, simply nodded. Well, that's settled then. She withdrew, leaving Mrs. Patmore to her domain. The cook immediately turned her attention to Daisy, who had been trying to make herself inconspicuous since her outburst. What is it? Daisy nervously twisted her apron. Only, I'd rather you didn't mention Mr. Pamuk, not by name. She placed a pot on the draining board, keeping her eyes down. Mrs. Patmore studied her for a long moment, baffled by this peculiar sensitivity. You're an odd one, and no mistake. Her gaze shifted to the pot. And that pot is not clean. I can tell it from here. Do it again. Daisy stared at the pot, which appeared perfectly clean to her eyes, but knew better than to argue. She took it back to the sink, her movements mechanical as her mind drifted elsewhere. The kitchen maid's unusual reaction had not gone unnoticed. Mrs. Hughes lingered in the corridor, her brow furrowed in thought. Something about Daisy's behavior troubled her, a strange nervousness that had manifested ever since the night of the Turkish diplomat's death. It was as if the girl carried a secret too heavy for her slight shoulders, though what knowledge a kitchen maid could possibly have of events that transpired upstairs remained a mystery. Anna's still not well enough, Mrs. Hughes announced later that morning, standing in the servants' hall where O'Brien sat mending Lady Grantham's evening gloves. You'll have to dress the girls again this morning. O'Brien didn't attempt to hide her dismay, her needle pausing mid-stitch as she looked up with thinly veiled contempt. What? All three of them? I'm not an octopus. Why can't Gwen do it? Because she is not a lady's maid, Mrs. Hughes replied, her tone making it clear the matter was not open for debate. And I am not a slave. O'Brien shot back, her lips thinning into a hard line. Mrs. Hughes's patience, already strained by the morning's disruptions, finally snapped. Just do it, Miss O'Brien, she commanded, her voice rising sharply. Just do it. The unexpected force of the housekeeper's anger propelled O'Brien to her feet. She gathered her sewing and stalked away, muttering under her breath. Left alone, Mrs. Hughes pressed her fingers to her temples, trying to ease the tension building there. One housemaid with a cold shouldn't throw the entire household into disarray. Yet here they were. She took a deep breath, straightening her spine. There was no time for weakness or doubt, not with her evening plans still to be managed. The thought of the evening ahead brought a different sort of tension, one mixed with a peculiar anticipation she hadn't felt in years. Joe Burns's letter had arrived unexpectedly, a ghost from a past she'd long since filed away. Yet his words had stirred something she'd thought dormant, memories of a simpler life, of choices made and paths not taken. A distant bell rang, summoning her back to the present. Whatever personal matters awaited her that evening, the household demanded her attention now. With practiced efficiency, she locked away her private thoughts and strode purposefully toward the green baize door that separated the servants' realm from the world above stairs. The machine that was Downton Abbey required all its parts to function perfectly, regardless of personal distractions. And Elsie Hughes, whatever her private contemplations, would never be the one to let that machine falter. Chapter 6. A Legal Challenge. Matthew Crawley's office in Ripon bore little resemblance to the grand spaces of Downton Abbey, Modest in size and practical in furnishing, it reflected its occupants' middle-class sensibilities, comfortable without ostentation, efficient without austerity. Neat stacks of legal documents lined his desk, each awaiting his attention as he worked through the morning's correspondence. The unexpected knock at his door came just before noon. His clerk, a thin man with ink-stained fingers, appeared in the doorway with an expression of mild bewilderment. "Someone to see you, Mr. Crawley," he announced. Matthew glanced at his diary, open on the desk before him. "There's nothing in my diary." "It's Lady Grantham." Matthew immediately rose, smoothing his waistcoat. "Well, in that case, show her in at once." He moved around his desk, preparing to greet Cousin Cora with appropriate courtesy. "Cousin Cora, to what do I owe?" The words died on his lips as Violet Crawley, Dowager Countess of Grantham, swept into his office with imperious grace. Her presence seemed to transform the modest room into something smaller, as if the very walls retreated in deference to her arrival. "I hope I am not a disappointment," she declared, the glint in her eye suggesting she knew precisely the effect her unexpected appearance had created. Matthew quickly recovered his composure. "Not at all, Cousin Violet. Please, do sit down." He gestured to the chair across from his desk, then returned to his own seat, his mind racing to imagine what possible business could have brought the formidable dowager to his workplace. Violet settled herself with deliberate care, adjusting her gloves and fixing Matthew with a penetrating stare that had intimidated generations of Downton staff and family alike. "I shall come directly to the point, Cousin Matthew," she began, wasting no time on pleasantries. "The matter of the entail continues to trouble us deeply, particularly its effect on Mary's prospects." Matthew suppressed a sigh. The entail, that legal arrangement binding Downton Abbey, its lands, and Cora's fortune to the male line, had been a source of tension since his arrival. As the male heir, he stood to inherit everything, while Lady Mary, despite being the eldest child, would receive nothing. "I understand your concern," he said carefully, "but I'm not sure what you expect me to do about it." "I expect you to investigate it," Violet replied without hesitation. "As a lawyer, surely you have the skills to examine whether this entail can be broken." Matthew leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "Murray has already advised Lord Grantham that the entail is unbreakable." "Murray works for Robert." Violet dismissed this with a wave of her hand. "His interest lies in maintaining the status quo. You, on the other hand, have a different perspective." "But surely you're willing to try," she pressed, her gaze unwavering. Matthew considered his response carefully. His position was undeniably awkward, asked to investigate the very legal arrangement that would make him heir to Downton Abbey. "Of course, but I doubt I'll find anything Murray has missed." "I will pay you the compliment that I do not believe you wish to inherit just because nobody's investigated properly," Violet stated, her tone making it clear this was both observation and challenge. "No, but," Matthew began. "Nor can Murray accuse you of making trouble when you are the one to suffer most from a discovery," she continued, cutting him off. Her strategy was clever, Matthew had to admit. By appealing to his sense of honor, she had maneuvered him into a position where refusal would seem self-serving. "You're right that I don't wish to benefit, at Mary's expense, from an ignorance of the law," he conceded, recognizing the truth in this statement, even as he spoke it. Satisfaction flickered across Violet's features. "Thank you. I knew you'd say that." She shifted in her seat, her whole body turning as she adjusted her position. "Putting it bluntly, do you think Robert has thrown in the towel prematurely?" The movement of her chair caused her to suddenly grip the armrests. "Good heavens, what am I sitting on?" "A swivel chair," Matthew explained, unable to suppress a smile at her alarm. "Oh, another modern brainwave?" Her tone dripped with suspicion. "Not very modern. They were invented by Thomas Jefferson." Violet's eyebrows rose dramatically. Why does every day involve a fight with an American? "I'll fetch a different one," Matthew offered, half rising. "No, no, no, no," Violet insisted, settling herself once more. "I'm a good sailor." Her moment of discomfort passed. She returned to her purpose with renewed focus. "It will depend on the exact terms of the entail and of the deed of gift when Cousin Cora's money was transferred to the estate." "That is all I ask," she continued, her gaze boring into him. "To understand the exact terms." Matthew nodded slowly, already mentally reviewing the legal complexities involved. The entail was not a simple matter. It involved generations of legal precedent, intertwined with the marriage settlement that had brought Cora's American fortune into the Grantham estate. Unpicking such a knot would be challenging, to say the least. Moreover, he found himself in the peculiar position of being asked to potentially argue against his own inheritance. Yet there was something in Violet's approach that resonated with his own sense of justice. If the entail could legally be broken, shouldn't it be? Even if it meant he would lose Downton? "I'll need to see all the relevant documents," he said finally. "The original entail, the marriage contract, any subsequent additions or amendments." "Robert will provide them," Violet assured him with a confidence that suggested she had already arranged this, or would shortly do so. As Matthew escorted the Dowager Countess to the door, he couldn't help but wonder at the complexities of the family he had unexpectedly joined. Their world operated by rules both spoken and unspoken, with alliances forming and reforming like pieces on a chessboard, and now he found himself a central piece in their game, maneuvered by a master player. "I'll begin my investigation immediately," he promised as they reached the outer office. Violet nodded, satisfied with the morning's work. "I knew I could rely on you, Cousin Matthew. Your sense of fairness does you credit, even when it works against your own interests." With that parting observation, equal parts compliment and subtle manipulation, she departed, leaving Matthew to ponder the tangled web of loyalty, duty, and inheritance that now defined his life. Back at his desk, he pulled a fresh sheet of paper toward him and began making notes. Whatever the outcome of his investigation, he was determined it would be thorough and honest. If Mary had a legal claim to Downton, then justice demanded it be recognized, regardless of how it might affect his own future. The question that troubled him, however, was not legal, but personal. How would this affect his increasingly complex relationship with the Crawley family, and with Mary herself, whose cool demeanor had only recently begun to thaw in his presence? Legal documents, at least, were straightforward in their complexity. Human hearts, he reflected wryly, were anything but. Chapter 7. Evening Encounters. The evening sky stretched in watercolor shades of purple and amber above Downton Village as Elsie Hughes made her way toward the green. She had taken unusual care with her appearance tonight, her best dress freshly pressed, her hair arranged with particular attention, even a touch of her rarely used lavender water. The veil on her hat, a small extravagance she'd added that afternoon, felt slightly awkward, and she adjusted it nervously as she approached the fairground. The whirl of activity surrounded her, the mechanical pianola grinding out popular tunes, children darting between stalls with sticky fingers and excited shrieks, village folk mingling and laughing in the gentle glow of lanterns. To the casual observer, Mrs. Hughes appeared distinctly out of place, a solitary, dignified figure amid the swirling gaiety of the fair. Elsie? She turned at the sound of her given name, so rarely used these days, to find a man in his 50s watching her with evident apprehension. His suit, slightly too tight around the middle, suggested it had been purchased for a special occasion. This occasion, she realized with a flutter of recognition. Joe Burns stood before her, hat in hand, his weather-beaten face creased with a hesitant smile. "It is Elsie, isn't it?" he asked, though they both knew the question was mere formality. "It is," she replied, finding herself unexpectedly affected by his presence. "Though there's very few left to call me that, Joe Burns." He took her hand, his touch gentle, his eyes searching her face for traces of the farm girl he had once known. "I'm flattered that I'm one of them." There was a moment of awkward silence as decades of separate lives stretched between them. Elsie was acutely aware of how much had changed and how much remained the same. Joe's eyes were exactly as she remembered, kind and direct, though now framed by deeper creases. His hands, still calloused from farm work, still held hers with the same careful tenderness. "Shall we walk?" he suggested, offering his arm. As they strolled through the fair, Elsie found herself warming to his company. There was an easy rhythm to their conversation, punctuated by reminiscences that brought unexpected laughter. "It must have been so hard for you when Ivy died," she said as they paused by a ring-toss game. Joe's expression grew solemn. "Took some getting used to. A farming life can be lonely." "What about your son? Do you see much of him?" That's it." Joe sighed, a depth of disappointment in those few words. "I would have given Peter a share in the farm if he wanted it, but he's joined the army." "Well, I never," Elsie murmured, surprised. Farm sons typically followed their father's footsteps. "Oh, he seems happy," Joe conceded, with the resignation of a parent whose child had chosen a different path. "That's the main thing." "I suppose it is," he agreed, "but it's left me on my own." His words hung in the air between them, the implication clear. Elsie felt a flutter of something she hadn't experienced in years. Anticipation, possibility, the sense of standing at a crossroads. "So how's life treated you?" Joe asked, his tone deliberately light. "Oh, I can't complain," she replied, matching his casualness. "I haven't traveled, but I've seen a bit of life, and no mistake." Her lips curved into a small smile. Then again, "Nothing's joy galore, is it?" "I notice you call yourself Mrs. Housekeepers and cooks are always Mrs., she explained. "You know better than anyone I haven't changed my name." "Well, I know you wouldn't change it to Burns when you had the chance," he replied, his smile taking any sting from the words. Their eyes met, an acknowledgement of the path not taken, the life they might have shared had she accepted his proposal all those years ago. Now, decades later, he was offering her that same choice again. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. Before she could formulate a response, Joe guided her toward a stall. "Come on, let me win you something, for old time's sake." As he paid the stall holder and took aim with the rings, Elsie found herself studying him with newfound clarity. Life had been kind enough to Joe Burns. He had known love, fatherhood, the satisfaction of working his own land. Now he was offering to share what remained of that life with her. The question was whether she, Elsie Hughes, after nearly 2 decades as housekeeper at Downton Abbey, could still be the farmer's wife he remembered, or if that young woman had disappeared entirely, replaced by someone who found meaning in silver inventories, staff schedules, and the quiet authority of her position. It was a question she could not answer standing in the midst of a country fair, but as Joe proudly presented her with the scarecrow doll he'd won, his face alight with boyish pride, she found herself wondering if perhaps the time had come to find out. The evening had drawn a veil of purples and deep blues across the sky as Mary Crawley made her way from the village telegraph office, her errand complete. The fair, now in full swing, cast pools of golden light across the village green, the music and laughter creating a backdrop to her thoughts. She paused at the edge of the activity, observing without participating, a position she often found herself in these days. The villagers moved with an easy camaraderie, their enjoyment unencumbered by the weight of expectations and propriety that shaped her every moment. "I thought I'd have a go before I went home. How about you?" The voice startled her from her reverie. Matthew stood beside a coconut shy, his bicycle parked nearby. In the soft evening light, with his jacket discarded and shirt sleeves rolled up, he looked younger, less formal, and disarmingly approachable. "I'm only here to send a telegram," she replied, gesturing vaguely toward the post office. "And I haven't any money." "Let me," he offered, already handing a penny to the stall keeper. Mary accepted the wooden ball he offered, weighing it in her hand before taking aim. The satisfying crack as it connected with a coconut brought an involuntary smile to her lips. "Well done," Matthew lauded, his admiration genuine. "You've shown me up." He retrieved his bicycle, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "Do you know if your father's doing anything this evening?" "He's not coming to the fair," Mary replied, deliberately misunderstanding. "Seriously?" Matthew pressed, not diverted by her evasion. "Having dinner with his family. Could I look in afterwards?" His tone suggested the matter was of some importance. Mary's curiosity was piqued. "May I ask why?" "Your grandmother paid me a visit this afternoon, and I—" He hesitated, then continued. "Well, never mind, but I would like to see him." "Granny came to see you?" Mary's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Is it all part of the great matter? The term had become their private shorthand for the entail situation. Matthew's smile acknowledged the shared joke, though he offered no direct answer. They began walking together, the fair's activities swirling around them. "So are you enjoying yourself yet? In your new life?" Mary inquired, her tone softer than usual. Matthew considered the question. "Yes, I think so." He glanced at her, uncertain if she was mocking him. "I know my work seems trivial to you." "Not necessarily," she interrupted, surprising them both with her candor. "Sometimes I rather envy you, having somewhere to go every morning." "I thought that made me very middle class." "You should learn to forget what I say. Mary advised, her laugh carrying a note of self-deprecation. I know I do. Something had shifted between them, Matthew realized. The barbed defenses Mary typically maintained had lowered, revealing glimpses of a woman far more complex and vulnerable than her polished exterior suggested. How about you? He asked. Is your life proving satisfactory? Apart from the great matter, of course. Mary's gaze drifted across the fairground, watching families and couples enjoying simple pleasures that seemed worlds away from her own experience. Women like me don't have a life. We choose clothes and pay calls and work for charity and do the season. Her voice took on an edge of bitterness, but we're stuck in a waiting room until we marry. Couldn't you find an occupation? Matthew suggested. How? The question held genuine frustration. What do I know? My education was little more than etiquette, prejudice, and dance steps. You could help at the hospital. Like your mother? Mary shook her head. Not really. She has knowledge and training. All I could do is read to patients who weren't listening. I've made you angry, Matthew observed, concerned. Mary's expression softened. My life makes me angry. Not you. They continued walking, their pace unhurried. Matthew found himself studying her profile in the fading light, the proud tilt of her chin, the elegance that seemed bred into every movement. For all her privilege, Mary Crawley was trapped in a gilded cage, her wings clipped by convention and circumstance. The realization stirred an unexpected protective instinct in him. What neither acknowledged, as they moved through the fair side by side, was how naturally they had fallen into step together, how easily conversation flowed between them now. The antagonism that had marked their early encounters had transformed into something far more complex and potentially far more dangerous to them both. Chapter 8. Downstairs Machinations. The servants' hall at Downton Abbey offered rare moments of respite in the otherwise relentless rhythm of service. As afternoon tea concluded, most of the staff had dispersed to their various duties, leaving William alone with Bates at the long wooden table. The young footman's usually cheerful countenance was clouded with uncertainty as he gathered his courage. Is Daisy going to the fair tonight? With the others? William asked, his attempt at casualness belied by the nervous tapping of his fingers against the tablecloth. Bates looked up from his newspaper, his eyes kind. He had observed the footman's infatuation with the kitchen maid for months now, an innocent, awkward affection that reminded him of simpler times in his own life. Why don't you ask her? Bates suggested gently. She needs taking out of herself. As he spoke, Bates noticed Thomas lingering just beyond the doorway, listening with poorly disguised interest. The valet's expression hardened. What's it to you? Nothing, Thomas replied with calculated indifference, sauntering into the room as if he'd only just arrived. At that moment, Daisy appeared with a teapot, her slight figure momentarily framed in the doorway as she entered. William straightened, smoothing his livery jacket with a quick, nervous gesture. Daisy, I was hoping, he began, his voice catching. Would you like to come to the fair with me, Daisy? Thomas interjected smoothly, his handsome features arranged in a charming smile. There's a few of us going later on. The transformation in Daisy's demeanor was immediate and complete. Her eyes widened, a flush spreading across her cheeks as she clutched the teapot to her chest. Do you mean it? From the kitchen, Mrs. Patmore's voice shattered the moment. Daisy, don't let it get cold. With a last, glowing look at Thomas, Daisy hurried away, her steps lighter than they had been in weeks. William's face fell, the light in his eyes extinguished, as suddenly as if someone had drawn a curtain. He dropped heavily into the chair by the piano and began to play a melancholy tune, his fingers finding solace in the familiar melody. Bates leaned toward Thomas, his voice barely above a whisper, but laden with contempt. "You bastard." Thomas merely smirked, sharing a conspiratorial glance with O'Brien, who had witnessed the exchange from her usual corner. "Can I help it if I'm irresistible?" he asked, the gleam in his eyes revealing his satisfaction at William's misery. The cruelty of the act was so deliberate, so unnecessary, that Bates felt a surge of genuine anger. Thomas's behavior was more than the usual jockeying for position that characterized life below stairs. This was calculated malice, the casual infliction of pain simply because he could. William continued to play, the mournful notes of the piano a stark counterpoint to Thomas's self-satisfied smirk. Bates watched the young man with concern. William's open nature and earnest manner made him particularly vulnerable in the piranha pool that the servants' hall could sometimes become. Thomas and O'Brien, with their alliance of shared cynicism, were dangerous opponents for someone as straightforward as William. Later that evening, as the servants prepared for their rare night of freedom, the excitement was coursing throughout the servants' quarters. Gwen had spent precious minutes arranging her hair just so, while Thomas had applied a discreet dab of brilliantine, the scent of it trailing him as he moved through the corridor. The small party, Thomas, William, Gwen, and Daisy, set out toward the village as dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold. Daisy clung to Thomas's arm, her face alight with excitement and disbelief at her good fortune. William walked slightly apart, his hands thrust deep in his pockets, his shoulders hunched against more than just the evening chill. "An evening of mystery," Thomas announced with theatrical flair as they walked the path to the village. Mrs. Hughes out on the tiles, all dolled up like a dog's dinner. Then Mr. Crawley hurries into the library with his lordship. "What are you suggesting?" Gwen challenged, her practical nature bristling at Thomas's insinuations. "Who knows?" Thomas replied with exaggerated innocence. "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio." William frowned, momentarily distracted from his misery. "Who's Horatio?" Thomas's laugh was sharp and mocking as he exchanged a glance with Daisy, who giggled reflexively, eager to be included in his amusement. The sound of her laughter at William's expense felt like salt in an open wound. They had reached the helter-skelter, its painted wooden structure spiraling toward the darkening sky. Children's shrieks of excitement mingled with the mechanical music of the fairground. "Come on, Daisy," Thomas urged, suddenly grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the steps. She followed willingly, her face flushed with pleasure at being singled out. Gwen hung back with William, her expression softening with sympathy as she watched his forlorn gaze follow Daisy. "Cheer up. It may never happen." "It already has," William replied bleakly. He turned to Gwen, genuine confusion in his eyes. "Who is Horatio?" Gwen had no answer for him. Together they watched as Thomas and Daisy spiraled down the helter-skelter, their laughter carried on the evening breeze. In that moment, William felt the vast gulf between himself and Daisy widen beyond all crossing. Thomas, for his part, felt the warm glow of victory as they descended, the adoration in Daisy's eyes as she looked up at him, the same adoration always absent in the eyes he most wished would look at him that way, provided a hollow substitute for genuine connection. But it was a game he played well, and the wounded expression on William's face was its own reward. For Thomas Barrow, raised in the shadow of his father's disgust and society's condemnation, power had become a worthy substitute for acceptance. If he could not be loved for who he was, he could at least be feared for what he could do. And in the carefully stratified world of service, information and manipulation were currencies as valuable as pounds and shillings. Daisy, breathless with excitement, clung to his arm as they rejoined the others. That was wonderful. Can we go again? Anything for you, Thomas replied with practiced charm, avoiding William's gaze. The kitchen maid practically glowed under his attention, oblivious to its insincerity and to the quiet devastation it caused the footman who truly cared for her. The fairground lights twinkled against the deepening night sky as they moved through the crowds. In the distance, Mrs. Hughes could be seen walking with a stranger, a middle-aged man whose attentive manner suggested more than casual acquaintance. Thomas noted this with interest, filing away the information for future use. In his experience, everyone had secrets, and secrets were the most valuable currency of all in the world below stairs. Chapter 9. Unexpected Confidences. The servants' quarters at Downton Abbey occupied the highest floor of the great house, tucked beneath the sloping eaves where the summer heat lingered well into the evening. The narrow corridor, illuminated by a single gas lamp, stretched in austere functionality, a stark contrast to the opulence of the rooms below. Here, privacy was a luxury as rare as leisure, with thin walls and shared spaces marking the reality of service life. John Bates stood before Anna's door, balancing a tray with one hand while the other gripped his cane. He had taken unusual care with the meal's presentation, a covered dish of Mrs. Patmore's chicken soup, freshly baked bread, a small dish of custard, and most telling of all, a single daisy in a slender vase. He hesitated, suddenly conscious of the impropriety of his position. Men were forbidden in the women's corridor after hours, a rule enforced with particular vigor by Mrs. Hughes. Yet the housekeeper was absent tonight, and the other maids had gone to the fair. Anna, confined to her sickbed, and likely forgotten in the evening's excitement, would have no dinner unless he brought it. At least, that was the justification he offered himself. With a soft knock, he called through the closed door, "Anna, are you there?" Inside her room, Anna started at the unexpected voice. She had been reading, propped against her pillows, her hair loose around her shoulders in a golden cascade rarely seen by anyone at Downton. Quickly setting aside her book, she reached for her dressing gown and hastened to the door. "Mr. Bates?" Disbelief colored her voice as she pressed close to the wooden panel. "Can you open the door?" His tone carried an unusual urgency. Anna hesitated, acutely aware of her state of undress and the rules governing their positions. "I daren't. No one can open that door, except Mrs. Hughes." "Just for a moment," he persisted. "I've brought you something." The concern in his voice overcame her hesitation. Cautiously, she turned the key and opened the door, just enough to see him standing there, tray in hand. The corridor's dim light cast shadows across his face, but couldn't hide the warmth in his eyes as they met hers. I don't know what she'd say, Anna murmured, glancing nervously down the empty hallway. I do, Bates replied with a rueful smile, but she's out for the evening and the others are down at the fair. Anna's grip on the door loosened slightly. You should have gone with them. I was worried you'd be hungry. The simple statement carried a weight of meaning beyond its words. Anna's gaze dropped to the tray, taking in the carefully arranged meal, the pristine napkin, and the delicate flower in its vase. I thought I'd been forgotten. You'd never be forgotten by me. The words hung in the air between them, spoken with such quiet certainty that they seemed to alter the very atmosphere of the narrow corridor. In that moment, the careful boundaries they had maintained, the professional distance, the polite formality, wavered and thinned. Something unspoken yet profound passed between them, acknowledged in the softening of Anna's expression and the intensity of Bates's gaze. Anna reached for the tray, her fingers briefly brushing against his in the exchange. It's so pretty. An eye for detail. That's what I'm known for, he replied, his attempt at lightness belied by the emotion evident in his voice. A moment of charged silence followed, filled with possibilities neither dared articulate. Would he step closer? Would she invite him to? The air seemed to vibrate with unspoken words and ungiven touches. Then, a noise on the stairs. Anna started, the spell broken by the sudden reminder of where they stood and what rules they risked breaking. You'd better go, she whispered urgently, but thank you. Thank you, Bates replied, though the words made little sense as a response. Yet they both understood, gratitude not for the meal, but for the moment they had shared, for the connection that had deepened despite all the barriers placed between them. As Anna closed and locked the door, Bates remained motionless for a heartbeat longer, his hand raised as if to knock again. Then, with a quiet sigh, he turned and made his way back toward the stairs, his uneven gait echoing in the empty corridor. Inside her room, Anna set the tray carefully on her bedside table, her fingers lingering on the stem of the single flower. Such a small gesture, yet laden with meaning. In the butler's pantry, Carson might be cataloging the household silver, and in the drawing room, the family might be engaged in after-dinner conversation. But here, in this small, spare room beneath the eaves, a simple daisy held more value than all the treasures of Downton combined. She returned to her bed, the warmth of her illness now mingled with a different kind of heat, the flush of recognition that what she felt for John Bates was no longer the simple fondness of a colleague, nor even the admiration of a friend. It had deepened, transformed into something both wonderful and terrifying. A lady's maid could not love a valet. The complications were too numerous, the obstacles too great. Yet as she sipped the now cooling soup, Anna Smith knew with quiet certainty that her heart had already decided, heedless of the practical considerations that governed every other aspect of her life. Below stairs, the kitchen had fallen into rare quietude. Mrs. Patmore sat alone at the scrubbed wooden table, nursing a cup of tea and enjoying the blessed silence of an empty kitchen. No Daisy to scold, no hall boys underfoot, no endless parade of serving dishes to orchestrate. The subtle tap of Bates's cane announced his arrival before he appeared in the doorway. His expression, unusually contemplative, suggested his thoughts were elsewhere. "All on your own?" he inquired, moving to the kettle. "And isn't it a blessed relief?" Mrs. Patmore replied with feeling, stretching her feet beneath the table. After a day spent standing at the stove, even these few moments of respite were precious. Bates poured himself a cup of tea, his movements deliberate. "I was just wondering if anyone had taken Anna up some supper." Mrs. Patmore snorted, not fooled for a moment by his casual tone. "Well, if they haven't, she'll have to starve. I cannot put any more weight on these sad and aching feet tonight." Bates nodded, accepting this expected answer with equanimity. He had, after all, already solved the problem himself, though Mrs. Patmore's sharp eyes noted his recent absence and drew their own conclusions. "She's a good girl, Anna," the cook observed, testing the waters. "Sensible. Not one for flights of fancy or silly notions." "She is," Bates agreed, his voice carefully neutral. "The house runs smoother when she's well." Mrs. Patmore studied him over the rim of her cup, taking in the careful composure, the disciplined posture, and the telling softness around his eyes whenever Anna's name was mentioned. Servants weren't supposed to have private lives or personal feelings. The house and its inhabitants claimed their full devotion, yet human hearts seldom followed such prescribed rules. "Best she gets better soon, then," was all she said, keeping her observations to herself. In the confined world below stairs, privacy was a rare and precious commodity, one Mrs. Patmore chose in this instance to respect. Bates finished his tea in thoughtful silence, then bid the cook good night. As he made his way back to his small room in the men's quarters, he found himself wondering about the exact nature of Mrs. Hughes's evening engagement. Had she too seized a rare opportunity for personal happiness? And if so, what courage that must have taken after so many years of putting duty before all else. The thought brought him back to Anna and the moment they had shared, brief, proper by any outward measure, yet transformative in its emotional significance. In a house governed by rigid rules and roles, they had connected as simply John and Anna, a man and a woman, acknowledging a growing affection that transcended their positions. Whether anything could come of such feelings remained uncertain. But for tonight, in the quiet of his room, John Bates allowed himself to hope. Perhaps the most daring act of all, for a man who had learned how swiftly life's fortunes could change. Chapter 10. Family Confrontations. The library at Downton Abbey served multiple purposes: a sanctuary for Robert, a repository of generations of knowledge, and, on this particular evening, the battlefield for a family confrontation that had been brewing since Matthew's arrival. The warm glow of the lamps cast long shadows across the room where Robert and Matthew sat in leather armchairs, glasses of whiskey in hand, the loyal Pharaoh stretched contentedly before the fire. "So, what did you say to Mama?" Robert asked, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. Matthew had arrived unexpectedly after dinner, requesting a private word. His visit, coming so soon after Violet's trip to Ripon, left little doubt as to its purpose. "I haven't spoken to her since the visit," Matthew replied, "but I have looked through every source, and I can't find one reason to base a challenge." "I could have told you that." Robert's relief was evident in the relaxation of his shoulders, the slight softening around his eyes. Matthew leaned forward, his expression troubled. "I'm not quite sure how to phrase it when I tell her." "She shouldn't have put you on the spot like that," Robert said, genuine sympathy in his voice. "It was unkind. I'm afraid she'll think I've failed because I don't want to succeed." She will think that, Robert acknowledged, but I don't, and nor will Cora. Matthew stared into his drink, his next words coming with evident difficulty. But of course it's impossible for Mary. She must resent me so bitterly, and I don't blame her. To Matthew's surprise, Robert appeared to find this declaration encouraging rather than distressing. Before he could respond, however, a familiar voice cut through the room like a blade. Really? Well, if you can, you must have learned to very recently. Violet stood in the doorway, her imperious figure silhouetted against the light from the hall. Mary entered behind her, her expression a careful mask of neutrality that revealed nothing of her thoughts. Robert rose immediately, his momentary annoyance quickly concealed behind practiced civility. Mother, we weren't expecting you. Evidently, Violet replied, advancing into the room with regal purpose. Yet here I am, and seemingly just in time to hear the results of Cousin Matthew's investigation. She fixed her penetrating gaze on Matthew. Well? Matthew stood, acutely aware of Mary's presence. To discuss her inheritance, or lack thereof, in front of her felt uncomfortably like debating a patient's prognosis at their bedside. I've conducted a thorough review of the entail and the marriage settlement, he began carefully, and I must concur with Murray's assessment. The entail is binding, and I can find no legal grounds for challenging it. Violet's lips thinned in disappointment. You hardly seem to have tried. Mother, Robert interjected, Matthew has done exactly what you asked. If there were a way to break the entail, don't you think I would have found it years ago? I think you accepted defeat rather easily, Violet retorted, her tone sharp with accusation, as did Murray. Neither of you had a personal interest in proving it unbreakable. And Matthew does? Mary spoke for the first time, her voice cool and controlled. Surely his interest lies in the opposite direction. All eyes turned to her, standing poised and elegant in the doorway, her evening dress a deep burgundy that caught the firelight like liquid garnets. The challenge in her voice was unmistakable, yet there was something else beneath it, a certain weary resignation, as if she had expected this outcome all along. Precisely my point, Violet declared. If even Matthew, who stands to lose everything if the entail is broken, cannot find a legal challenge, then we must accept that it truly is unbreakable. So we are back where we started, Mary observed, her composure perfect save for the slight tightening of her hands against the folds of her dress. How refreshing to have wasted everyone's time so thoroughly. Robert moved toward his daughter, genuine concern in his expression. Mary, no one wishes more than I that the law allowed you to inherit. Don't you? Her gaze was direct, unflinching. Sometimes I wonder. A tense silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire and Pharaoh's contented sigh as he shifted in his sleep. The family tableau, frozen in their respective positions of power, privilege, and disappointment, captured the essence of their dilemma. Tradition, embodied in Violet's rigid posture. Progress, in Matthew's uncomfortable awareness of his position. Authority, in Robert's caught-in-the-middle stance, and the cost of it all, written in the careful dignity of Mary's expression. Cossin's discreet appearance at the door provided a welcome interruption. You rang for the car, my lady. Is that the time? Violet glanced at the mantel clock with exaggerated surprise. Where's Robert? He can't have been drinking port since we left, or he'll be under the table by now." "His lordship's in the library," Carson replied. "All alone? Oh, how sad." Violet's tone dripped with sarcasm. "No, he's—" Carson began, only to be interrupted by Mary. "We can say goodbye to Papa for you, Granny," she interjected smoothly, her gaze fixed meaningfully on the butler. Violet's eyes narrowed. "He's what?" Carson, caught between loyalty to his employer and his constitutional inability to mislead the Dowager Countess, capitulated. "He's with Mr. Crawley, milady." "Cousin Matthew is here?" Violet's gaze swept from Carson to Mary. "Did you know about this?" "No, but—" Cora began, having just entered from the drawing room. "Please tell Branson I shall be ready to leave in 10 minutes," Violet announced, already moving toward the library door. She paused, looking back at Mary with a pointed glance. "But not before." With that, she swept from the room, leaving the others to follow in her formidable wake. In the library, Robert looked up as his mother entered, his expression a mixture of resignation and exasperation. "Mamma, I thought you'd gone home." "And miss this clandestine meeting." Violet settled herself in an armchair, fixing Matthew with a penetrating stare. "Well, Cousin Matthew, it seems your investigation has been as thorough as it has been disappointing. I assure you, I've examined every legal precedent." Matthew replied, discomfort evident in his posture. "The entail is binding." "What I cannot understand in all this is you." Violet turned her formidable attention to her son. "You seem positively glad to see Mary disinherited." "You speak as if we had a choice," Robert began, his patience clearly wearing thin. "Thank you, Branson," Violet declared abruptly, effectively cutting off further discussion as the chauffeur appeared at the door. Robert recognized the strategic retreat for what it was, his mother's refusal to concede defeat while lacking any further ammunition. As Branson closed the door behind them, Robert turned back to Matthew and Mary, who remained in the library. "I'm worn out," he announced, the evening's tensions evident in the slump of his shoulders. "Tell Lady Mary and Mr. Crawley I've gone to bed," he instructed Carson. "Shall I tell them now, my lord?" the butler inquired. Robert paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "No, wait until they ring." With that cryptic instruction, he departed, leaving Mary and Matthew alone in the library's warm glow. Mary moved to the bell pull, her fingers resting on the cord without pulling it. To break the entail, we'd need a private bill in Parliament. The question held a note of incredulity. Even then, it would only be passed if the estate was in danger, which it's not, Matthew explained, watching her with careful attention. "And I mean nothing in all this." The statement held no self-pity, merely a flat acknowledgement of fact. "On the contrary, you mean a great deal," Matthew countered, his voice lowering. "A very great deal." The sincerity in his tone caused Mary to turn, truly meeting his gaze for the first time that evening. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement, perhaps, of the impossible situation they both found themselves in. Neither had asked for the entail to define their relationship, yet it stood between them like an invisible wall. The moment lengthened, charged with words unspoken, until Mary finally tugged the bell pull. Carson appeared with practiced promptness. "You rang, milady?" "Yes, Carson." "Mr. Crawley was just leaving," Mary replied, her composure restored. "After that, you can lock up. Do you know where his lordship is?" Gone to bed, milady? He felt tired after he put Lady Grantham into the car. A ghost of a smile touched Mary's lips. I bet he did. Thank you, Carson. As the butler withdrew to fetch Matthew's coat, an awkward silence descended. Matthew searched for some words of comfort, some expression that might ease the tension between them. Sorry, I wish I could think of something to say that would help, he offered finally. There's nothing, Mary assured him, her voice softer than before. But you mustn't let it trouble you. It does trouble me, Matthew admitted, the intensity of his gaze conveying far more than his words. It troubles me very much. Then that will be my consolation prize, Mary replied, a hint of her usual sardonic humor returning. Good night, Cousin Matthew. She extended her hand, a formal gesture to signal the evening's end. Matthew took it, but instead of the brief touch custom dictated, he held it firmly, his thumb unconsciously brushing across her knuckles. The unexpected intimacy made Mary's breath catch almost imperceptibly. Good night, Matthew said finally, releasing her hand with evident reluctance. Mary withdrew a step, disconcerted by the intensity of his gaze, and more troublingly, by her own response to it. As Carson returned with Matthew's coat, she turned away, moving to the window where the night pressed dark against the glass. This complicated man, this unwanted heir who stood to take everything that should have been hers, should inspire nothing but resentment. Yet as the sound of his departing footsteps faded down the hall, Lady Mary Crawley found herself experiencing emotions far more complex and potentially far more dangerous than simple animosity. Chapter 11. Mrs. Hughes's Decision. The Grantham Arms, though modest by metropolitan standards, stood as the pinnacle of fine dining in Downton Village. Framed prints of pastoral scenes adorned walls of polished wainscoting, while crisp white tablecloths and gleaming silverware spoke to the establishment's aspirations. For Elsie Hughes, accustomed to overseeing far grander dining arrangements at the Abbey, the setting struck a comfortable balance, respectable without being intimidating. Joe Burns sat across from her, his weathered hands occasionally fidgeting with his napkin. They had finished their meal, a simple but well-prepared roast with vegetables, and now lingered over cups of tea. The conversation had flowed more easily than Elsie had anticipated, years falling away as they rediscovered the rhythms of their former connection. It must have been so hard for you when Ivy died, she said, studying his face for signs of lingering grief. Joe nodded, his expression somber. Took some getting used to. A farming life can be lonely. What about your son? Do you see much of him? Elsie asked, remembering the baby she had once held, now grown to manhood. Number, that's it. Disappointment shadowed his features. I would have given Peter a share in the farm if he wanted it, but he's joined the army. Well, I never, Elsie murmured, surprised by this departure from rural tradition. Oh, he seems happy, Joe conceded with a father's resigned acceptance. That's the main thing. I suppose it is, he agreed, his tone suggesting this was a conclusion reached after much private struggle. But it's left me on my own. The statement hung between them, its implications clear. Joe's eyes, direct and honest as always, held a question he had yet to voice. So how's life treated you? He asked instead, clearly making an effort at casual conversation. Elsie considered her answer carefully. Oh, I can't complain. I haven't traveled, but I've seen a bit of life and no mistake. A small smile curved her lips. Then again, nothing's joy galore, is it? I notice you call yourself Mrs., Joe observed. Housekeepers and cooks are always Mrs., she explained, though she knew he likely remembered this convention. You know better than anyone I haven't changed my name. Well, I know you wouldn't change it to Burns when you had the chance, he replied, his smile taking any sting from the words. Their eyes met across the table, history flowing between them like a current. The young farm girl she'd been, the hopeful farmer he was, and the proposal she had declined in favor of advancement at Downton. Life had carried them along separate rivers since then, yet here they sat, streams converging once more. Joe reached across the table, briefly covering her hand with his. Come on, they'll be lighting the fare properly by now. As they stepped out into the cool evening air, the fairground beckoned with its kaleidoscope of lights and sounds. Joe offered his arm with old-fashioned courtesy, and Elsie accepted it, conscious of curious glances from villagers who knew her only as the austere Mrs. Hughes, housekeeper of Downton Abbey. I ought to start back, she said, suddenly aware of how far she had strayed from her usual routines. This is very late for me. Ah, not yet, Joe countered with gentle persuasion. It's a long time since I had a girl to show off for, at a fair. He guided her toward a ring-toss game, paying the attendant and taking aim with determined concentration. As he threw, Elsie found herself studying him with new clarity. Joe Burns had aged well, his face creased by weather and work rather than bitterness, his manner still carrying that earnest decency she had admired in their youth. So, I take it you never get lonely? He asked, his attention ostensibly on the game. Well, that's working in a big house, Elsie replied with practiced lightness. There are times when you yearn for a bit of solitude. Joe's final toss hit its mark, and the stallholder presented him with a small prize, a scarecrow doll with button eyes and a stitched smile. He offered it to Elsie with a courtly bow. Well, something to remind you of me. I don't need help to remember you, she replied, accepting the doll with a warmth she hadn't intended to reveal. They continued through the fair, the conversation flowing naturally between reminiscence and observation. Yet beneath the easy exchanges, Elsie sensed the question building, the real purpose behind Joe's visit and this evening's outing. But what happens when you retire? He finally asked, his tone carefully casual. I should think I'll stay here, she answered. They'll look after me. Suppose they sell the estate. Suppose there's a tidal wave, Elsie countered with sudden vigor. Suppose we all die of the plague. Suppose there's a war. Her unexpected vehemence made them both laugh, breaking the tension of the moment. Yet the question remained, hovering unspoken between them, a future together, a second chance at a path not taken. From behind a nearby tent, unseen by Elsie, several Downton servants watched with undisguised curiosity. Thomas's smirk and whispered comments to Daisy, William's pained expression, Gwen's attempts at discretion, all part of the complex ecosystem of below-stairs life, where privacy was a rare commodity and interest in others' affairs, a natural pastime. But Elsie remained oblivious to their observation, her attention focused entirely on Joe and the life-altering question she sensed approaching. I must go, she said finally, as the fair began to quiet. But it's been lovely to see you again, Joe. Really. And you know what I'm asking? He replied, his gaze direct and unwavering. You haven't asked anything yet. But you know what it is, when I do. The truth was, she undoubtedly did. The proposal hung between them, clear as if he had spoken it aloud. Joe's expression held both hope and apprehension, a man putting his heart at risk for the second time with the same woman. I'm going to stop here at the pub till I hear from you, he continued, his voice gentle. Oh, and take your time. I'd rather wait a week for the right answer than get a wrong one in a hurry. Think about it carefully. I will, Elsie promised. I promise you that. As she made her way back to Downton, the scarecrow doll tucked carefully in her pocket, Elsie Hughes found herself facing a crossroads she had never expected to encounter again. 20 years ago, she had chosen career over marriage, ambition over domesticity. That choice had shaped her life, bringing her to a position of responsibility and respect at one of England's great houses. Now, decades later, Joe Burns offered her a different path, a farmhouse instead of servants' quarters, a husband instead of employers, a private life instead of a professional one. The farm girl she had once been stirred somewhere deep inside the housekeeper she had become, raising questions long since settled. Was she still Elsie underneath the mantle of Mrs. Hughes? And if so, what did Elsie truly want from the remaining years of her life? With these thoughts circling in her mind, she climbed the servants' staircase to her room, passing Thomas and O'Brien on her way. Their curious glances suggested gossip had already begun to spread. But for once, Mrs. Hughes found herself indifferent to the whispers of the servants' hall. Tonight, she had more personal matters to contemplate. In her sitting room, she carefully placed the scarecrow doll on her desk, its whimsical simplicity incongruous against the ledgers and household accounts that represented her life's work. It stood as a tangible reminder of a choice she had made once before, and now had the chance to make differently. As the great house settled around her, Elsie Hughes allowed herself a rare moment of purely personal contemplation, not as the keeper of Downton's domestic order, but as a woman facing the unexpected gift of a second chance at love. Chapter 12. Diagnoses and Humiliations. Morning sunlight filtered through Downton Village's winding streets as Isabel Crawley and a clearly uncomfortable Molesley made their way toward the cottage hospital. The fair, now quiet in the morning hours, presented a strangely abandoned appearance. Canvas stalls limp, rides motionless, devoid of the previous evening's excitement and crowd. Molesley walked slightly behind Isabel, his hands held awkwardly away from his body. The skin had worsened overnight, angry red inflammation now spreading from his hands up his forearms. Despite his attempts to conceal his discomfort, each step betrayed his misery. "How is the tincture working?" Isabel inquired, her brisk pace forcing Molesley to quicken his steps. "Not making much difference, I'm afraid, ma'am," he replied, trying to mask his distress with stoic politeness. Isabel's brow furrowed in professional concern. "The symptoms do seem to be progressing rather than improving. Erysipelas can be quite persistent, but I'm confident Dr. Clarkson will confirm my diagnosis and perhaps suggest an additional treatment." Molesley nodded, too uncomfortable to argue. The truth was, he cared less about the specific diagnosis than finding relief from the constant burning sensation. His duties as Matthew's valet required dexterity and precision. qualities significantly hampered by hands that felt as though they'd been thrust into nettles. They arrived at the hospital, a modest stone building that stood as testament to the Grantham family's local philanthropy for generations. Inside, the familiar antiseptic smell greeted them, along with the hushed tones of a medical establishment. Isabel led the way to Dr. Clarkson's office with the confidence of someone thoroughly at home, not bothering to wait for a nurse's announcement. Her position as chairman of the hospital board had, in her mind, erased the usual formalities required of visitors. The door swung open to reveal an unexpected scene. Dr. Clarkson seated at his desk, and across from him, Violet Crawley, Dowager Countess of Grantham, engaged in what appeared to be a pleasant conversation. Both looked up at the intrusion, Dr. Clarkson rising immediately, while Violet remained seated, her eyebrows arched in mild surprise. "Mrs. Crawley, how nice," Dr. Clarkson greeted, his tone suggesting it was anything but. The tension between the hospital's traditional management and Isabel's reforming zeal was an open secret in the village. Isabel hesitated momentarily, thrown by Violet's presence in what she considered her domain. "You're busy. We can come back." But Violet's sharp eyes had already spotted Molesley hovering behind Isabel, his raw, inflamed hands impossible to miss. "Molesley, what are you doing here? Are you ill?" "Poor Mr. Molesley," Dr. Clarkson interjected, clearly recognizing the man's condition. "How's it going?" "The solution doesn't seem to make it any better," Isabel replied, professional pride overcoming her initial discomfort at Violet's presence. "My imagination is running riot," Violet declared, making no move to depart and clearly settling in for whatever medical drama was about to unfold. Molesley shifted uncomfortably under her scrutiny. "I've got erysipelas, milady." "Oh, I am sorry," Violet replied, though her tone suggested more curiosity than sympathy. Dr. Clarkson turned to Isabel with professional courtesy. "Mrs. Crawley tells me she's recommended nitrate of silver and tincture of steel." "Is she making a suit of armor?" Violet inquired, the barb delivered with such perfect dryness that even Molesley had to suppress a smile. "It is the treatment I would have recommended myself, Doctor," Clarkson acknowledged diplomatically. "But I take it there's no improvement?" "Not really," Molesley confirmed, unconsciously turning his hands back and forth as he examined the worsening rash. Violet's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Molesley's hands. "And you're sure it's erysipelas?" "That is Mrs. Crawley's diagnosis," Dr. Clarkson replied, carefully neutral. "What it is to have medical knowledge," Violet observed, her tone suggesting precisely the opposite. "It has its uses," Isabel countered, bristling at the implied criticism. Violet rose from her chair, approaching Molesley with unexpected interest. I see your father has been making changes at home." The abrupt change of subject momentarily confused everyone in the room. Molesley blinked in surprise. "He has. He's got no use for the herb garden now me mother's gone, so he's putting it to grass." "And you have been helping him?" Violet pressed, her eyes never leaving his hands. "I have," Molesley confirmed, increasingly puzzled by this line of questioning. "Grubbing out the old rue hedge?" Molesley's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know that?" A satisfied smile spread across Violet's features, the expression of a chess player declaring checkmate. "Because this is not erysipelas. This is a rue allergy. If Molesley wears gardening gloves, it'll be gone in a week. She turned to Isabel, delivering her coup de grace with precision. You weren't to blame. I know you are unfamiliar with the country and its ways. Isabel stood frozen, the color rising in her cheeks as the implications of Violet's diagnosis sank in. All her medical knowledge, her professional confidence, upended by a dowager countess with no formal training. I stand corrected, Dr. Clarkson murmured, examining Molesley's hands with renewed understanding. Please don't think we're ungrateful for your enthusiasm, Mrs. Crawley. Violet continued, her victory complete. But there comes a time when things are best left to the professionals. But Isabel began, searching for some defense. I may have no training, Violet interrupted smoothly, but I'm a great believer in common sense. And now I really must go. Good day. With that, she swept from the room, leaving behind a stunned silence broken only by Molesley's heartfelt, "Thank you, your ladyship." Isabel remained motionless, her carefully constructed identity as Downton's medical authority crumbling around her. The humiliation was complete, administered not in private, but before Dr. Clarkson and a servant, ensuring the story would spread throughout both the hospital and the great house by nightfall. Well, Dr. Clarkson said finally, clearing his throat. It seems we have our answer, Mr. Molesley. Simple gardening gloves should resolve the issue quickly. Thank you, Doctor, Molesley replied, relief evident in his voice. He turned to Isabel, genuine gratitude in his expression despite the misdiagnosis. And thank you, Mrs. Crawley, for your concern. I do appreciate it. His kindness only deepened Isabel's mortification. To be pitied by a servant after such a public correction was perhaps the bitterest aspect of the entire episode. Yes, well, she managed, gathering the tattered remains of her dignity. One must always be willing to learn, even from unexpected sources. As they departed the hospital, walking back through the village in uncomfortable silence, Isabel Crawley engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The rational part of her acknowledged that Violet's diagnosis was correct. The evidence was undeniable. Yet her pride rebelled against the manner of the correction, delivered with such deliberate satisfaction by a woman who seemed to view their every interaction as combat. Molesley, sensing her distress, attempted conversation about the weather, the fair, anything to diffuse the tension. Isabel responded with distracted monosyllables, her mind already constructing defenses against the inevitable gossip. By the time they reached Crawley House, Isabel had achieved a fragile equilibrium. Yes, she had been wrong, a professional embarrassment certainly, but in the greater scheme of medical errors, diagnosing a rue allergy as erysipelas hardly constituted a grave injustice. Molesley would recover quickly, and lessons had been learned on all sides. Thank you for accompanying me, Molesley, she said as they reached the gate. Please do wear gloves as recommended, and let me know if there's any change in your condition. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, he replied, relief evident in every line of his posture. Watching him walk away, Isabel squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. One humiliation, however public, would not deter her from her purpose at Downton. She had faced far worse challenges during her nursing career, weathered far more significant professional storms. Violet Crawley might have won this particular skirmish, but Isabel Crawley had no intention of conceding the larger war. Next time, she promised herself, entering her home with renewed determination, she would be better prepared. Next time, The victory would be hers. Chapter 13. Changing Perspectives. The morning air carried the crisp scent of newly turned earth and fresh timber as Robert and Matthew inspected the row of cottages under renovation. Pharaoh trotted contentedly alongside them, occasionally pausing to investigate interesting scents in the hedgerows. In the distance, Downton Abbey stood against the horizon, its golden stone glowing in the morning light, a silent reminder of the estate's permanence amid the changing seasons of human endeavor. Robert observed the workmen with evident satisfaction. Carpenters replaced rotted beams, masons repointed crumbling mortar, and laborers cleared decades of neglect from gardens that would soon flourish again. The project, initially Matthew's suggestion, had evolved into a shared vision, one that connected present stewardship to both past obligations and future responsibilities. "They're doing a good job," Matthew remarked, running an appreciative hand over newly installed window frames. "I think so," Robert agreed, pleased by his heir's enthusiasm. "They'll see me out, and with any luck, you." A comfortable silence settled between them as they continued their inspection. The awkwardness that had characterized their early interactions had gradually transformed into a genuine rapport, still occasionally strained by their different backgrounds, but increasingly marked by mutual respect. "I hope Cousin Violet has recovered from last night," Matthew ventured, referring to the Dowager's dramatic exit following their discussion of the entail. Robert chuckled, the sound echoing against the cottage walls. "Whatever she says, my mother is as strong as an ox, and it's high time she let go of her scheme for upsetting everything." He glanced at Matthew with rare candor. "Time we all did." "I can't deny I'm pleased to hear you say it," Matthew admitted, relief evident in his expression. Robert paused, studying his heir with thoughtful consideration. "Are you beginning to see a future here, then?" The question hung between them, simple words that encompassed complex implications. Matthew's answer would reveal far more than his practical plans. It would indicate his emotional investment in Downton itself. "In a way, this latest business has forced me to recognize that I do want Downton to be my future," Matthew confessed, his gaze traveling across the estate lands spread before them. "I'm glad," Robert replied, the simple statement containing volumes of unspoken approval. Matthew's lips curved in a self-deprecating smile. "You must have thought me an awful prig when I first arrived." "Not a prig," Robert corrected gently. "Just a man thrust into something he never wanted or envisaged, clinging for dear life to his old certainties." Matthew laughed, recognizing the accuracy of the assessment. "I could only see the absurdity of the whole thing." He broke off, suddenly conscious of potential offense. "I'm sorry." "Well, there are absurdities involved, as I know well enough," Robert acknowledged with surprising candor. In that moment, standing amid the renovated cottages that symbolized both tradition and progress, the Earl and his unexpected heir found common ground in their shared responsibility to Downton, a responsibility neither had sought, yet both now embraced. "I was determined not to let it change me," Matthew continued, warming to the theme. "It was absurd. If you don't change, you die." "Do you think so?" Robert's question held genuine curiosity. "I'm not sure. Sometimes I think I hate change." The admission revealed more of Robert's inner thoughts than he typically allowed, a glimpse of the private man beneath the Earl's composed exterior. Matthew recognized the rare gift of such honesty and responded in kind. "At least we can comfort ourselves. This will still be here," he said, slapping the freshly restored cottage wall with gentle affection. "Because we saved it." Together, they surveyed the countryside surrounding them, the fields and forests, the village nestled in the valley, the great house standing sentinel over it all. The estate existed on a timescale beyond individual lives, yet remained entirely dependent on human care and foresight. "Old Cripps wasn't keen on the expense," Robert remarked as they continued their tour, referring to his estate manager's initial objections to the renovation project. "Some would argue it's not economically viable," Matthew acknowledged. "But surely the estate's responsibility extends beyond mere profit and loss." Robert nodded, pleased by this understanding. Precisely. These cottages represent generations of commitment, the Crawley family's pledge to those who work this land. "A pledge worth honoring," Matthew agreed. As they turned back toward the house, Robert found himself studying his heir with newfound appreciation. When Matthew had first arrived at Downton, his middle-class values and professional ambitions had seemed almost foreign, at odds with the aristocratic traditions the estate embodied. Yet over time, Matthew had revealed a depth of character and principle that aligned remarkably well with the true spirit of noblesse oblige. Perhaps, Robert reflected, Downton needed precisely this blend of perspectives, the weight of tradition tempered by fresh eyes, ancestral obligation energized by modern efficiency. Perhaps Matthew Crawley, initially an unwelcome necessity, might prove the very steward Downton required for the challenges of a new century. The thought brought unexpected comfort as they crested the rise that offered the finest view of the estate. Below them, Dowton Abbey stood in sunlit splendor, its windows catching the morning light like facets of a jewel. Home, legacy, responsibility. The great house represented different things to each man walking the path toward it, yet increasingly it united them in common purpose. "You know," Robert said, breaking the companionable silence, "you remind me occasionally of my father." Matthew looked startled, clearly uncertain whether this constituted compliment or criticism. "He had an excellent head for business," Robert continued, "combined with an unwavering sense of duty to the estate. Not always the easiest combination, but ultimately the right one." "I'm honored by the comparison," Matthew replied sincerely. Pharaoh, tiring of the slow human pace, bounded ahead toward home, his enthusiasm drawing a smile from both men. They followed at a more measured pace, the conversation turning to practical matters of estate management, crop rotations, tenant leases, drainage improvements. Yet beneath these mundane topics flowed a deeper current of shared understanding. For Robert, it was the gradual acknowledgement that Downton's future might be secure in hands different from, yet not inferior to, his own. For Matthew, it was the growing recognition that inheriting Downton meant accepting not only its privileges, but its profound responsibilities to the land, to its people, and to the generations yet to come. As the great house drew nearer with each step, both men, in their different ways, felt the weight and wonder of their shared stewardship. Downton had stood for centuries, and would stand for centuries more, changed, adapted, yet fundamentally the same. and in that permanence amid change lay a profound comfort neither had anticipated when their paths first intersected. Chapter 14. Lady Sybil's Statement. The drawing room at Downton Abbey presented its usual evening tableau. The family gathered before dinner, Carson standing sentinel by the drinks tray, the soft glow of lamps creating pools of warmth against the darkening April evening. Lord and Lady Grantham, elegantly attired, made polite conversation with Matthew and Isabel Crawley, while Mary and Edith maintained their customary armed neutrality, separated by strategic placement of furniture. "Whatever is holding Sybil up?" Cora inquired, glancing at the mantel clock with mild concern. Mary lifted one shoulder in an elegant shrug. She was banging on about her new frock. "We'd better go in without her," Robert suggested, "or it's not fair on Mrs. Patmore." Violet, seated regally in her customary chair, arched an eyebrow. "Is her cooking so precisely timed? You couldn't tell." The barb, aimed at the household management rather than the cook herself, visibly irritated Cora. Before she could respond, Isabel leapt to the defense of the absent Mrs. Patmore. "I think her food is delicious." "Naturally," Violet replied, the single word conveying volumes about the perceived simplicity of middle-class tastes. "Here she comes," Matthew announced, his gaze drawn to the doorway. All heads turned as the door opened to reveal Lady Sybil Crawley. The collective intake of breath was audible in the sudden silence that fell across the drawing room. Instead of the expected evening gown, Sybil stood before them, wearing flowing emerald green silk trousers, paired with a coordinating tunic that extended to mid-thigh. The outfit, clearly inspired by the oriental designs of Léon Bakst for the Ballets Russes, was both elegant and utterly shocking in the context of Downton Abbey. "Good evening, everyone." Sybil greeted them cheerfully, apparently oblivious to the bombshell effect of her entrance. The stunned silence continued, broken only by the soft tick of the mantel clock. Robert's face had frozen in an expression of horrified disbelief, while Cora's mouth formed a perfect O of astonishment. Violet gripped the arms of her chair, as if physically bracing against this assault on tradition. Edith's eyes widened with a mixture of shock and reluctant admiration, while Mary's lips curved in the faintest hint of amusement. Only Matthew managed a smile, equal parts surprise and appreciation for Sybil's daring. "My dear girl," Robert finally managed, his voice strained. "What on earth are you wearing?" "Do you like it?" Sybil turned gracefully, allowing the silk to flow around her. "It's a harem pant ensemble, inspired by Poiret and the Ballets Russes. Madame Swann was terribly excited to make something so modern." "I should think she was," Violet muttered, finding her voice at last. "No doubt it will be her last commission in Yorkshire." "Sybil, darling," Cora intervened, struggling to maintain her composure. "While it's certainly striking, perhaps it's not quite appropriate for dinner." "Why not?" Sybil challenged, her expression shifting from excitement to defiance. "Men wear trousers to dinner. Why shouldn't women be comfortable too?" "Because tradition," Robert began, only to be interrupted by his youngest daughter. "Tradition changes, Papa. 20 years ago, women were still wearing bustles. And at least then one could tell which way they were facing," Violet observed dryly. Sybil's chin lifted, a gesture reminiscent of Mary at her most stubborn. "I think it's elegant and practical. The designer Paul Poiret says women should be able to move freely, not be bound up in corsets and petticoats like prisoners. I hardly think comparing centuries of feminine attire to prison garb is helpful, Sybil, Robert replied, his initial shock hardening into displeasure. An uncomfortable silence fell. The family tableau had transformed from its usual ordered harmony into something more resembling a theatrical standoff, tradition and modernity facing each other across an unbridgeable divide. Well, Cora said finally, her tone deliberately light. Shall we go in to dinner? Mrs. Patmore's efforts shouldn't go to waste, whatever we're wearing. The conciliatory gesture, though gracious, did little to diffuse the tension. As the family filed toward the dining room, the rigid set of Robert's shoulders and Violet's compressed lips suggested the matter was far from settled. Outside in the gathering darkness, Tom Branson lingered near the drawing-room windows, his figure concealed by shadows. The chauffeur's duties for the evening were complete, the Dowager Countess safely delivered, the car polished and garaged, yet still he remained. Drawn by an impulse he knew was both foolish and dangerous. Through the illuminated windows, he had witnessed Lady Sybil's dramatic entrance and the family's shocked reaction. A smile of genuine admiration curved his lips as he observed her defiant stance. Such courage, such willful challenge to convention, qualities rare in any class, but particularly unexpected in the sheltered youngest daughter of an earl. Their conversation during the drive to Ripon had revealed more than just her interest in women's rights. There was a genuine curiosity in her questions about Ireland, about politics, about his own background. Unlike her father or grandmother, she had listened not with polite condescension, but with real engagement. "Mr. Branson!" The stern voice startled him from his reverie. Mrs. Hughes stood at the corner of the house by the service courtyard, her expression a mixture of concern and disapproval. Branson stepped quickly back from the window, heat rising in his face at being caught in such an inappropriate position. Spying on the family, for that was how it would be interpreted, constituted grounds for immediate dismissal. "Don't play with fire, Mr. Branson," Mrs. Hughes warned, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her emotion, "or you'll get burned." Her words contained more insight than he had expected. The housekeeper had evidently observed enough to understand that his interest extended beyond mere curiosity about the family's reaction to Lady Sybil's outfit. The knowledge was unsettling. "Yes, Mrs. Hughes," he replied, careful to keep his tone neutral. "I was just checking that all the curtains were drawn properly." They both knew it was a lie, transparent and futile. Mrs. Hughes studied him for a long moment, her expression softening slightly. "You seem a decent young man," she said finally, "with prospects beyond service, if you're sensible. Don't throw away your future on impossible dreams." The gentle warning, delivered without condescension, touched Branson more deeply than a harsh reprimand would have. Mrs. Hughes understood the rigid boundaries of their world, boundaries that separated not just servants from masters, but Irish from English, Catholic from Protestant, radical from conservative. "I understand, Mrs. Hughes," he acknowledged, his gaze dropping to avoid her perceptive eyes. "See that you do." With that, she turned and walked toward the servants' entrance, leaving Branson alone with the weight of her warning. He cast one last glance toward the drawing-room windows, now distant and unreachable. Inside, Lady Sybil Crawley dined with her family, her green silk trousers a declaration of independence that resonated with his own deeply held beliefs. Outside, Tom Branson stood in darkness, separated from her world by barriers far more substantial than glass and stone. Yet as he turned toward his cottage, Branson found himself unable to dismiss the connection he had felt during their conversation about politics and women's rights. Lady Sybil possessed a rare quality, the willingness to question the very foundations of the world she inhabited. In that questioning lay the seed of something Branson had not expected to find at Downton Abbey: possibility. Mrs. Hughes was right, of course. Playing with fire led to burns, sometimes devastating ones. But as he walked through the cool spring night, Tom Branson couldn't help wondering if some fires, however dangerous, might be worth the risk. Chapter 1. Conversations in the Corridors. The morning light streamed through the heavy curtains of Lady Mary's bedroom as Anna and Gwen worked diligently on opposite sides of the large four-poster bed. Their practiced hands moved in perfect synchronization, smoothing the crisp linens and tucking the corners with precision. The room was quiet, save for the soft rustle of bedclothes and the occasional creak of floorboards beneath their feet. Near the hearth, Daisy knelt with coal-smudged fingers, arranging kindling for the morning fire. Her movements were uncharacteristically clumsy, her mind clearly elsewhere. The fire irons slipped from her grasp, clattering loudly against the stone hearth. The sudden noise shattered the morning quiet. Anna gasped, her hand flying to her chest before dissolving into a light laugh at her own jumpiness. "You made me jump," she said, resuming her work on the counterpane. Daisy's face flushed with embarrassment as she scrambled to recover. In her haste, she knocked over the coal scuttle, sending lumps of coal tumbling across the polished floor. Each piece seemed to roll in a different direction, black stones scattering like beetles. "Daisy, what is the matter with you?" Gwen scolded, looking up from her side of the bed. "You're all thumbs today." "Sorry," Daisy mumbled, dropping to her knees to retrieve the scattered coal. Her eyes darted nervously around the room as she worked, her discomfort obvious. After a moment of tense silence, she paused, coal dust smearing her apron as she sat back on her heels. "I hate this room," she declared suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. Gwen stopped her work, exchanging a puzzled glance with Anna across the bed. "Why? What's the matter with it?" Daisy didn't answer immediately. Her mind transported her back to that fateful night, the darkness of the corridor, the flicker of candlelight, and the shocking sight that had been burned into her memory. In her mind's eye, she saw it again. Lady Mary's face, illuminated briefly in the darkness as she helped carry the dead body around the corner. Though Daisy couldn't make out who else had been involved, Lady Mary's face had been unmistakable, caught clearly in that single shaft of candlelight. The memory released her as suddenly as it had seized her. She blinked back to the present to find Anna watching her closely, a question in her eyes. Daisy quickly looked away, gathering the last pieces of coal with trembling hands. Downstairs in the dining room, Lord Grantham sat finishing his breakfast with his 3 daughters, arranged around the table. The morning light caught the silver and crystal, casting dancing reflections across the white tablecloth. Pharaoh, his faithful Labrador, lay contentedly at his feet. Robert unfolded a letter, his brow furrowing slightly as he read its contents. Mary observed her father's expression with keen interest. Who's that from, Papa? You seem very absorbed. Robert looked up, folding the letter slightly to obscure its contents. Your Aunt Rosamond? Anything interesting? Edith inquired, setting down her teacup with practiced grace. There was indeed something of interest in the letter, but Robert had no intention of discussing it at the breakfast table. Nothing to trouble you with, he replied dismissively. Sybil, ever compassionate, sighed softly. Poor Aunt Rosamond, all alone in that big house. I feel so sorry for her. Mary rolled her eyes, cutting a delicate slice from the toast on her plate. I don't. All alone, with plenty of money, in a house in Eaton Square. I can't imagine anything better. Really, Mary, I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Robert admonished, though his tone held more weariness than anger. There will come a day when someone thinks you mean what you say. Mary's lips curved into a sardonic smile. It can't come soon enough for me. Robert rose from his seat, straightening his morning jacket. He turned to Carson, who stood vigilant by the sideboard, the very picture of dignified service. Carson, I'll be in the library. Will you let me know when her ladyship is downstairs? Certainly, my lord, Carson replied with a slight bow of his head. As Robert gathered his correspondence, he noticed one envelope he'd overlooked. Sybil, darling, this is for you. Sybil took the letter, her fingers deftly breaking the seal. As she scanned its contents, her expression brightened considerably, though she kept her composure, merely tucking the letter into her pocket with a secret smile playing at the corners of her mouth. A short while later, Sybil walked briskly along the bedroom passage, the letter clasped behind her back. Her steps were light, almost buoyant with excitement. When she spotted Gwen approaching with an armful of linens, she could barely contain herself. What is it, milady? Gwen asked, noticing the unusual brightness in Lady Sybil's eyes. Look, Sybil replied, extending the letter toward the housemaid. Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, despite the empty corridor. Gwen balanced her linens in one arm, accepting the letter with her free hand. Her eyes widened as she read. I saw another opening for a secretary, and I applied, Sybil explained, her cheeks flushed with excitement. For me? But you never said. Gwen's voice wavered between shock and gratitude. I didn't want you to be disappointed. I thought you'd given up, Gwen admitted, her fingers tightening around the paper. Sybil's eyes shone with determination. I'll never give up, and nor will you. Things are changing for women, Gwen. Not just the vote, but our lives. She leaned closer, her voice intense with conviction. We're going to have real lives. As Gwen continued reading, her expression shifted from surprise to alarm. But it's tomorrow, at 10 o'clock. How can it be? She shook her head in disbelief. Last time we waited for weeks and weeks, and this one's tomorrow. Then we must be ready by tomorrow, mustn't we? Sybil replied, her matter-of-fact tone belying the audacity of what she was proposing. Gwen stood breathless with excitement, the enormity of the opportunity, and the risk washing over her. The stack of linens in her arms was momentarily forgotten as possibilities unfurled before her like a map to a new world. What neither woman noticed was the shadow that passed briefly at the far end of the corridor, a witness to their whispered conspiracy, gone as quickly as it had appeared. Chapter 2, Family Correspondences. The morning light caught the graceful lines of Crawley House as it stood serenely against the backdrop of the village. Inside, the atmosphere was one of quiet efficiency as the day's routines began to unfold. Isabel Crawley descended the staircase to find her son Matthew shrugging into his coat in the entrance hall. His movements were brisk, purposeful, the actions of a man with places to be and obligations to fulfill. "You're very late this morning," she observed, adjusting her cuffs as she reached the bottom step. Matthew checked his watch, a slight frown creasing his brow. "I'm not going into the office. I'm taking a will to be signed in Easingwold at 11. I thought I'd write to Edith to settle our promised church visit," Isabel said, watching as her son assessed his appearance in the hallway mirror. Matthew's hand stilled momentarily. "If you want." His tone was neutral, but Isabel wasn't deceived. She knew her son too well to miss the careful composure in his voice, the deliberate casualness with which he straightened his tie. "We can't just throw her over when she made such an effort to arrange the last one," she pressed, giving him a pointed look that demanded acknowledgement. Matthew met her gaze in the mirror, his expression caught between exasperation and amusement. "It's all in your head." "I don't think so," she countered, her voice gentle but firm. "Then she's barking up the wrong tree." His words were clipped, determined to end the conversation. Isabel's expression softened with something like pity. "Poor Edith. I do hope there's a right tree for her, somewhere." Their exchange was interrupted as Molesley entered the hall. The butler approached with the deferential manner that defined his service, yet there was a hesitancy in his step. "Ma'am, I was wondering if I might take some time this afternoon to help in the village hall," he requested politely. Matthew looked up, his attention drawn away from his reflection. "Why? What's happening?" "It's the flower show, sir, next Saturday," Molesley explained. "I'll give my father a hand with his stall, if I may." "Of course you must go," Isabel replied warmly. "And so, I'm afraid, must I," Matthew added, reaching for his hat. He placed it carefully on his head, kissed his mother's hand with swift affection, and was gone, the front door closing behind him with a decisive click. Isabel remained in the hall for a moment, her thoughts turning over their brief conversation. Her son might deny it, but she hadn't imagined the spark of interest that had passed between him and Lady Edith during their church visit. Whether that spark would ignite into anything more substantial remained to be seen. Either way, she was determined not to interfere, at least, not too obviously. "Is something wrong, Carson?" Robert asked, adjusting his cufflinks in the mirror. "It's your snuff-box, my lord," Carson replied cautiously. "It seems to have gone missing." Robert turned from the mirror, puzzled. "Missing? Are you certain?" "Quite certain, my lord," Carson confirmed, eyes scanning the room once more. "It was definitely here yesterday." Robert gave an exasperated sigh, more annoyed than worried. It's bound to turn up, perhaps misplaced when dusting. Still, best ask around, discreetly. In Carson's pantry at Downton Abbey, a more clandestine scene was unfolding. A hand carefully replaced an ancient key on its designated hook. Thomas quickly concealed a bottle of wine behind his back as footsteps approached from the corridor. His posture stiffened, a mask of innocence sliding into place over his features. Bates appeared in the doorway, his cane preceding him with a soft tap against the threshold. "Oh, is Mr. Carson about?" "I don't think so," Thomas replied smoothly. I was just looking for him, myself. He remained motionless, hoping the valet would move on. Bates's gaze lingered on him for a moment too long, assessing before he gave a brisk nod and continued on his way. Thomas exhaled slowly once he was alone, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. If Bates suspected him of pilfering wine, it could cause complications. He'd need to be more careful in the future, or find a way to divert any suspicion that might come his way. In her sitting room, Lady Grantham sat at her desk, papers spread before her, as she attended to the details of the upcoming flower show. The morning light illuminated her elegant profile, casting soft shadows across the room's tasteful furnishings. The door opened and Robert entered, his expression warm as he caught sight of his wife. Busy? He inquired, approaching her desk. Cora looked up, her pen pausing above the paper. I'm just trying to sort out the wretched flower show, but come in. Robert hesitated, the letter from his sister weighing in his hand. I've had a letter from Rosamond. Don't tell me, Cora said with a knowing smile. She wants a saddle of lamb and all the fruit and vegetables we can muster. She enjoys a taste of her old home. She enjoys not paying for food, Cora countered dryly, though without malice. Robert smiled indulgently. Carson will organize a hamper, then one of the girls can go down and cable which train it'll be on. His expression sobered slightly. But there's something else. Apparently, the word's going round London that Evelyn Napier has given up any thought of Mary, that he's going to marry one of the Semphil girls. Cora looked up sharply, studying her husband's face before carefully considering her response. So what? We knew it wouldn't work after he stayed for the hunt. She writes as if, somehow, it reflects badly on Mary, Robert continued, his discomfort evident in the stiffness of his posture. Your dear sister is always such a harbinger of joy, Cora remarked, setting down her pen. No, as if Mary had somehow been found wanting in her character. Cora gazed at him intently, searching his face for any sign that he knew more than he was letting on. Finding none, she relaxed slightly. I don't believe Mr. Napier would have said that. She turned her attention back to her letter, her pen resuming its careful script across the paper. Neither do I, really, but, Robert began, only to be interrupted. She ought to be married, Cora stated firmly, not looking up from her writing. When I was her age, I was a mother. Talk to her. Robert sighed, running a hand along the edge of her desk. She never listens to me. If she did, she'd marry Matthew. What about Anthony Strachan? Cora suggested, setting her pen down once more. What about him? Robert's tone was skeptical. Well, Maud's been dead for 2 years, so he must be over it by now, and he has to marry again. Why? He's got no children. He needs an heir. Robert's brows rose slightly. How alluring you make him sound. Well, Cora pressed, waiting for a more substantial response. Anthony Strachan is at least my age, and as dull as paint, Robert replied, his dismissal evident. I doubt she'd want to sit next to him at dinner, let alone marry him. She has to marry someone, Robert, Cora insisted, her voice taking on an uncommon intensity. And if this is what's being said in London, she has to marry soon. The definitive nature of her statement caught Robert by surprise. He studied his wife's face, noting the determination in her eyes, the slight tension in her jaw. There was something more to this conversation than he fully understood, a current of urgency beneath her words that left him slightly bewildered. The Earl and Countess of Grantham stood regarding each other across the desk, two people joined by decades of marriage yet separated in this moment by unspoken knowledge. Their lives, for all their privilege and certainty, were not as uncomplicated as one might think. Chapter 3. Sybil's Secret Mission. The servants' hall hummed with the quiet energy of midday activities. Bates sat near the window, meticulously sewing buttons onto one of Lord Grantham's shirts. Across from him, Anna bent over her work, nimble fingers mending the hem of a skirt with tiny, even stitches. O'Brien occupied a chair in the corner, unpicking a delicate lace collar with surgical precision, while Daisy cracked walnuts at the far end of the table, the sharp sounds punctuating the room's quiet rhythm. Thomas lounged with a newspaper, his posture deliberately casual, while William polished silver candlesticks with careful attention. "You shouldn't do that in here," O'Brien remarked, glancing up at William with narrowed eyes. William continued his work, unbothered by her disapproval. "I don't like being in the pantry all alone, and Mr. Carson won't mind. He's gone into the village." "He'll mind if I tell him," Thomas said, not looking up from his newspaper. Anna glanced at the lace in O'Brien's hands, offering a small olive branch in the tense atmosphere. "That's pretty." O'Brien assessed the piece with critical eyes. "Do you think so? She wants it put onto a new shirt, but it's a bit old-fashioned, to my taste." "Oh no, it's lovely," Daisy chimed in, eager to be included. O'Brien pointedly ignored the kitchen maid's contribution. Anna, noticing the slight, tried to redirect the conversation. "Have you recovered?" she asked gently, looking at Daisy. Bates looked up from his sewing. "What from?" "Daisy had a bit of a turn when we were in Lady Mary's room," Anna explained. "Didn't you?" Daisy's fingers stilled on a walnut. "I'm fine, thank you." Her tone made it clear she wished to drop the subject. Thomas folded his newspaper, suddenly interested. "What sort of turn? Did you see a ghost? Will you leave her alone, if she doesn't want to talk about it?" William interjected, his protective instinct flaring. Thomas leaned forward, a smile playing at his lips. "I've often wondered if this place is haunted. It ought to be. By the spirits of the maids and footmen who died in slavery," O'Brien added with sardonic precision. Bates raised an eyebrow, but not in Thomas's case, from overwork. "Come on, Daisy," Anna urged gently. "What was it?" Finding herself the center of attention, Daisy shifted uncomfortably in her chair. "I don't know. I was thinking, first we had the Titanic." "Don't keep harping back to that," O'Brien interrupted sharply. "I know it's a while ago, but we knew them," Daisy persisted, a shadow crossing her face. "I think of how I laid the fires for Mr. Patrick, but he drowned in that icy water." "For God's sake," O'Brien muttered, rolling her eyes. "Then there was the Turkish gentleman." Daisy's voice grew quieter. "It just seems there's been too much death in the house." William studied her face, confusion evident in his expression. "But what's that got to do with Lady Mary's bedroom?" "Nothing." "Nothing at all," Daisy replied hastily, her eyes darting away. O'Brien's interest was piqued by the girl's nervousness. She exchanged a glance with Thomas, both of them sensing that the kitchen maid was hiding something potentially useful. Just then, Carson entered the servants' hall, his presence immediately commanding attention. "His lordship's snuff-box is missing," he announced gravely, his eyes moving slowly around the room. "If any of you have seen it or moved it accidentally, speak up now. No blame will attach." A brief silence followed, servants exchanging curious glances. Thomas lowered his newspaper slowly, catching O'Brien's eyes. A flicker of understanding passed silently between them. "No one?" Carson continued. "Very well, but be aware that I will be making further inquiries. It would be best if the matter resolved itself swiftly." In Downton Village, Isabel Crawley walked with purpose toward the village hall. All around her, villagers busied themselves with preparations for the upcoming flower show, hanging bunting and arranging tables with careful precision. Inside the hall, activity buzzed as the space transformed. Molesley spotted Isabel as she approached the stage area and hurried over to greet her. "Afternoon, ma'am," he said with a respectful nod. They turned toward what was clearly going to be a display table, still empty but awaiting its glory. "When do you put that magnificent display of prizes on show?" Isabel inquired, surveying the preparations with interest. "Not till the day itself," Molesley explained, pride evident in his voice. "I remember a superb cup from last year." "The Grantham Cup," Molesley informed her. "It was donated by the late Lord Grantham for the best bloom in the village." Isabel's eyes sparked with curiosity. And who won it last year? The question was answered not by Molesley, but by the Dowager Countess herself, who had materialized nearby with impeccable timing. She stood resplendent in lavender, her posture as straight as a royal standard. "Well done," Isabel remarked, her tone perfectly balanced between admiration and challenge. "And the year before?" Molesley shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Her ladyship won that one too." Isabel looked at Violet, who acknowledged this with a gracious nod and telling silence. "Heavens, how thrilling," Isabel continued, her voice honeyed. "And before that?" Molesley changed the subject abruptly, turning to an older man who was carefully arranging a cloth over a nearby table. Isabel understood immediately. "You've met my father," Molesley said, gesturing toward the older man. "Good afternoon, Mr. Molesley," Isabel greeted him warmly. "What are you showing this year?" "Oh, this and that," Bill Molesley replied modestly. "Only the finest roses in the village," his son added, his chest swelling with quiet pride. "Really? What an achievement," Isabel remarked, genuinely impressed. She turned to invite Violet's opinion, her expression open yet challenging. "It's a wonderful area for roses," Violet replied smoothly. "We're very lucky. We'll see some beautiful examples right across the show. Won't we, Mr. Molesley?" "If you say so, your ladyship," Bill Molesley responded, deference woven into every syllable. The defeat in the old gardener's voice was unmistakable. Violet, satisfied, moved away to join Cora, with Isabel following close behind. "How are you getting on?" Isabel inquired of Cora. "My main job is referee," Cora replied with a sigh. "What with defending the categories and protecting the judges, I'm completely worn out by the end." "It's so lovely for me," Violet inserted, "just to sit back and watch you do the work after so many years of having to run it. Well, I must get back. Goodbye, dear." With a cool smile, she glided away, leaving Cora and Isabel alone. Cora lowered her voice conspiratorially. "She can't stand not being president anymore," she confided. "Every year she haunts the tent like the ghost of Christmas yet to come." "I was talking to Molesley about the Grantham Cup," Isabel ventured. "I gather she always wins it." "That was the price of peace," Cora admitted with a weary smile. "But suppose she hasn't grown the best bloom," Isabel pressed. "What happens then? Doesn't it annoy the village?" "Not really. They see it as a charming, old-world tradition, and to be honest, I simply cannot face another fight." "I don't blame you," Isabel conceded. But there was revolution in her eyes, a gleam of determination that suggested the status quo might not remain unchallenged for much longer. In the afternoon sunshine, Sybil held the reins of the governess cart as it traveled briskly through Downton's expansive park. The rhythm of the horse's hooves against the gravel path matched the excited beating of her heart. This was rebellion, however small, a defiance of convention that thrilled her to her core. As she approached the gate, she slowed the horse and looked carefully around to ensure they were unobserved. After a moment, there was movement behind a nearby bush, and Gwen emerged, neatly dressed in the suit Sybil had given her. The transformation was remarkable. Gone was the housemaid in her black uniform, replaced by a young woman who might easily pass for a lady's companion or a respectable secretary. Gwen climbed into the cart, and Sybil urged the horse forward again. She glanced approvingly at her companion, taking in the altered silhouette of her borrowed clothes. "I've had to let your skirt down a little, but I can put it back," Gwen offered, smoothing the fabric over her knees. "No, it's yours," Sybil insisted. A thought occurred to her, bringing with it a flicker of concern. "What happens if a maid finds your room is empty?" "It'd only be Anna, and she wouldn't give me away," Gwen replied with confidence. "She's like a sister. She'd never betray me." Sybil's lips quirked into a wry smile. "Then she's not like my sisters." She turned her attention back to the horse. "Walk on." The two young women shared a laugh as they sped away, co-conspirators in an adventure that might change Gwen's life forever. The wind caught at their hair and clothing, carrying with it the promise of freedom, however fleeting, however conditional, and the intoxicating possibility of change. Chapter 4. The Flower Show Politics. The dower house stood in serene dignity, basking in the gentle caress of morning light. Within its elegant walls, Violet Crawley ruled her domain with the assurance of long practice. Today she received Isabel for what appeared to be a social call, though both women understood that beneath the veneer of politeness, a more complex negotiation was taking place. "The flower show?" Violet remarked, settling more comfortably in her chair. "I thought I was in for another telling off about the hospital." She offered a pleasant smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "No, this time it's the flower show," Isabel confirmed. "I've been to see old Mr. Molesley's garden. His roses are the most beautiful I've ever laid eyes on." Violet's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly as she began to understand the direction of this conversation. "Go on," she prompted, her tone carefully measured. "You may not know it, but I believe the committee feels obliged to give you the cup for best bloom as a kind of local tradition," Isabel continued, her directness bordering on impertinence. No, no, Violet countered, her back straightening. I do not know that. I thought I usually won the prize for the best bloom in the village, because my gardener had grown the best bloom in the village. She sat back, pleasantly expectant, waiting for Isabel's next tactical move in this verbal chess match. Yes, but you don't usually win, do you? Isabel pressed. You always win. I have been very fortunate in that regard, Violet replied, her voice a masterpiece of dignified understatement. Surely when Mr. Molesley's garden is so remarkable and he is so very proud of his— You talk of Mr. Molesley's pride, Violet interrupted. What of my gardener's pride? Is he to be sacrificed on the altar of Molesley's ambition? Isabel leaned forward slightly, undeterred. All I'm asking is that you release them from any obligation to let you win. Why not just tell them to choose whichever flower is best? But that is precisely what they already know, and do, Violet replied, each word crisp as autumn frost. The two women regarded each other across the divide of their different worlds. Isabel, the champion of merit and modernization. Violet, the guardian of tradition and established order. Neither would yield easily, both convinced of the righteousness of their position. In a spotless office building in Malton, Gwen sat rigid on a straight-backed chair, hands clasped tightly in her lap to prevent them from fidgeting. The wall clock showed 5 minutes to 10, each tick seeming impossibly loud in the quiet reception area. A door opened and a woman emerged. Gwen leaned forward expectantly, hope brightening her features, but nothing happened. The secretary continued with her tasks, as if Gwen were invisible. Outside in the street, Sybil waited in the governess cart, checking her watch with growing impatience. The morning wore on, the sun climbing higher in the sky as she alternated between pacing beside the cart and sitting on its hard seat. Her concern grew with each passing hour, but she remained steadfast, determined to see this adventure through to its conclusion. When Gwen finally emerged at nearly 1 o'clock, her face was flushed with a mixture of excitement and strain. She hurried to the cart and climbed up, breathless from her rush. I'm so sorry, milady, but I didn't get in there until nearly 12, she explained, settling beside Sybil. We'll just have to hope your secret's safe with Anna, Sybil replied, taking up the reins once more. She studied Gwen's expression, searching for clues about the interview's outcome. So, how did you get on? Gwen's face transformed, joy breaking through her exhaustion, like sunlight through clouds. Oh, milady, I think they liked me. I really do. With a grin, Sybil whipped up the horse, and they set off, the exhilaration of their shared conspiracy carrying them forward. Neither woman yet realized the challenges that awaited them on their journey home. The bedroom passage at Downton Abbey was empty, save for O'Brien, who emerged from Lady Grantham's bedroom, carrying freshly pressed garments. She paused upon noticing Thomas, staring pensively out of a window, his usual mask of indifference momentarily absent. "What's up with you?" she asked, adjusting her burden of clothing. "Nothing," Thomas replied too quickly. O'Brien moved closer, lowering her voice. His lordship's blaming Mr. Napier for spreading gossip about Lady Mary. But it was you, wasn't it? Why do you say that? Thomas's face betrayed nothing, but his shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. Because Napier wasn't in on it. Only 4 people know he was in her room that night, O'Brien reasoned. You, me, Lady Mary, and possibly Daisy, and I haven't said nothing to nobody. Thomas shifted his weight, discomfort flashing briefly across his features. I didn't tell about Pamuk. I just wrote that Lady Mary was no better than she ought to be. Who did you write it to? O'Brien pressed, her curiosity piqued. Only a friend of mine, valet to Lord Savidant. O'Brien's lips curved into a knowing smile. You know what they say about old Savidant. Not so much an open mind as an open mouth. No wonder it's all round London. Thomas glanced nervously up and down the corridor. You won't tell, will you? I'm in enough trouble as it is. Why? What's happened? O'Brien's tone sharpened with interest. I think Mr. Bates saw me nicking a bottle of wine, Thomas admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Has he told Mr. Carson? Not yet, but he will when he's feeling spiteful, Thomas said bitterly. I wish we could be shot of him. O'Brien's eyes narrowed in calculation. Then think of something quick. Turn the tables on him before he has the chance to nail you. The words hung in the air between them, a dangerous suggestion that planted itself in Thomas's mind like a seed awaiting the right conditions to grow. O'Brien raised an intrigued eyebrow. How do you mean? Bates, Thomas said darkly. We both want rid of him, if Carson thinks he took it. O'Brien's lips twisted into a sly smile. Yes, I see. But be careful. Carson's nobody's fool. Leave it to me, Thomas said quietly, confidence returning to his voice. He'll never suspect. In the staircase hall that evening, Robert spied Sybil about to ascend the grand staircase, her figure small against the imposing architecture. I thought you were in bed hours ago, he called to her, surprise coloring his tone. Sybil paused, turning toward her father with a carefully composed expression. I was writing a note for Lynch. I need the governess cart tomorrow. Oh. Robert's eyebrows rose slightly. I'm going into Malton, Sybil explained, her tone deliberately casual. Robert frowned, paternal concern surfacing. Don't risk the traffic in Malton. Not now, when every Tom, Dick, and Harry seems to have a motor. Hardly, Sybil replied with a slight laugh. Last time I was there were 5 parked in the marketplace, and another 3 drove past while I was waiting. Robert insisted. Horrid for the horses, Sybil agreed diplomatically. Get Branson to take you in the car, Robert suggested. Neither of us is using it. Sybil maintained her composure, though inwardly her mind raced to adapt her plans. I thought I'd pop in on old Mrs. Stewart. Will you tell Mama if I forget? She was not changing her plans, merely adjusting her explanation. She kissed him good night and continued up the staircase, the flickering candle in her hand casting dancing shadows on the walls. Robert watched her go, the faintest stirring of paternal unease in his heart. His daughters were growing up, becoming women with minds and lives of their own, and he was not entirely sure he was prepared for what that might mean. Chapter 5. Schemes Below Stairs. The kitchen passage was quiet in the early morning hours, the day's activities not yet begun in earnest. O'Brien moved with practiced efficiency, balancing a breakfast tray as she walked alongside Thomas. Their hushed conversation ceased abruptly as Daisy appeared around the corner, her cap slightly askew in her rush to begin her duties. You're late this morning, O'Brien observed, her tone sharp with disapproval. Daisy's cheeks flushed. The library grate needed a real going over. Are any of them down yet? Lady Sybil's in the dining room, Thomas replied, watching the kitchen maid with calculated interest. I'll start with her room then, Daisy said, turning to continue down the passage. Daisy? O'Brien called, halting the girl's progress. The maid turned back, wary apprehension visible in her posture. Yes, Miss O'Brien. You know when you were talking about the feeling of death in the house. O'Brien began, her tone deceptively casual. I was just being silly, Daisy insisted, her fingers twisting nervously in her apron. O'Brien took a step closer. I found myself wondering about the connection between the poor Turkish gentleman, Mr. Pamuk, and Lady Mary's room. The effect on Daisy was immediate and profound. Her face drained of color, and she stood transfixed like a small animal confronted by a predator. Her mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged as she struggled to find words. Only you were saying how you felt so uncomfortable in there, O'Brien continued, her mouth smiling pleasantly, while her eyes remained cold and calculating. Well, I've got to get on. I'm late enough as it is, Daisy stammered, backing away before turning to flee down the passage. As she scurried off, Thomas and O'Brien exchanged knowing glances. Their suspicions were confirmed. Daisy knew something about that night, something that might prove useful in their ongoing schemes. That should do it, he murmured softly to himself before slipping out as silently as he had entered. In Downton Village, Mary walked with unhurried grace, enjoying the crisp morning air and the simple pleasure of distance from the constraints of the house. Her solitude was interrupted by the sound of approaching wheels. Matthew came around the corner on his bicycle, his figure cutting a neat, professional silhouette against the village buildings. Hello, he called, slowing to a stop beside her. Matthew dismounted and began wheeling his bicycle alongside her. Mary prepared a sharp retort out of habit, but something, perhaps the genuine warmth in his greeting, made her reconsider. Is everything all right? He asked, studying her face with genuine concern. I am about to send a telegram, she replied, falling into step with him as he walked along. The formality of her tone did not deter him. They continued walking side by side, an unexpected companionship forming in the shared moment. Papa's sister is always nagging him to send supplies to London, and then we cable her, so her butler can be at King's Cross to meet them, Mary explained, her voice softening slightly. It's idiotic, really. Is this Lady Rosamond Painswick? Matthew asked. Mary glanced at him, surprised by his knowledge. You have done your homework. She wrote to welcome me into the family, which I thought pretty generous given the circumstances, he replied with a self-deprecating smile. It's easy to be generous when you have nothing to lose, Mary observed, though the edge in her voice had dulled considerably. Matthew gave her a sympathetic look that almost drew a smile from her usually guarded countenance. They continued walking in surprisingly comfortable silence for a few moments. So are you doing any more church visiting with Edith? Mary inquired, aiming for nonchalance but not quite achieving it. My mother's trying to set something up, Matthew admitted. Watch out, Mary warned, a hint of mischief entering her tone. I think she has big plans for you. Then she's in for an equally big disappointment, Matthew replied with quiet confidence. His directness earned a genuine laugh from Mary, the sound surprising them both with its frankness. For a brief moment, they were not adversaries or reluctant relations, but simply a man and woman enjoying each other's company on a pleasant morning walk. In Anna and Gwen's shared bedroom, a crisis was unfolding. Anna and Gwen worked with swift efficiency, Gwen's eyes frequently darting to the clock as anxiety tightened her features. Into this tense atmosphere came Daisy, her arms laden with kindling for the fire. "Is it all right to do the fire?" she asked, hovering in the doorway. "Why are you so late?" Anna inquired, smoothing the counterpane. Daisy's shoulders slumped with exhaustion. "I went back to my room after I'd woken everyone, and I just shut my eyes for a moment. I've been trying to catch up ever since." Anna's expression softened in sympathy. "Have you had any breakfast?" "Not a crumb," Daisy confessed. "Here." Anna retrieved a small tin from beside the bed, opening it to reveal biscuits. "You can't take her biscuits," Gwen protested, though her attention remained divided between the clock and the door. "She never eats them," Anna assured her with practical confidence. "None of them do. They're just thrown away and changed every evening." Daisy accepted the tin gratefully and began to munch on a biscuit while arranging the fire. "Thanks. She wouldn't mind anyway. She's nice, Lady Sybil." Gwen glanced at the clock once more, then sat heavily on the bed with a barely audible groan. "Oh." The unexpected sound of Carson's voice froze them all in place. "Gwen, may I ask why you are sitting on Lady Sybil's bed?" The butler stood in the doorway, his imposing figure filling the frame. Gwen rose quickly, her mind racing for a plausible explanation. "Well, you see, I had a turn, like a burst of sickness, just sudden-like. I had to sit down," she managed, her voice wavering slightly. "It's true," Anna interjected smoothly. She came over queasy. Carson's skeptical gaze moved between the two maids. "You'd better go and lie down. I'll tell Mrs. Hughes." "I don't need to interrupt her morning," Gwen insisted, panic fluttering beneath her composed exterior. "I'm sure I'll be fine if I can just put my feet up." Carson's expression remained dubious. "How many more bedrooms have you still got to do?" "Just one. Lady Edith's," Anna replied promptly. "And you can manage on your own?" "Well, she's no use to man or beast in that state," Anna said with convincing pragmatism. Gwen moved toward the door, casting a grateful glance back at Anna, who waved her away with a whispered, "Shoo." Carson surveyed the room with his customary thoroughness before his gaze landed on Daisy, who was still clutching the biscuit tin. "Daisy, may I ask why you are holding Lady Sybil's biscuit jar?" Daisy nearly choked on her mouthful, startled by the direct address. "I was just polishing it before I put it back," she improvised, crumbs still clinging to her lips. "See that you do," Carson instructed before departing, his footsteps receding down the corridor. Anna and Daisy exchanged relieved glances, the conspiracy of small transgressions binding them together in temporary alliance. Outside in the corridor, Gwen hurried toward the servants' stairs, her heart pounding with the double excitement of her impending adventure and the narrow escape from discovery. The day's drama had only just begun. In the library later that day, Edith sat at the writing desk, her pen moving across the paper with deliberate strokes as she composed her correspondence. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, casting long shadows across the rich carpet. Her concentration was broken by O'Brien's entrance. "Sorry to bother you, milady. But your mother wanted you to know that Lady Sybil's back, the lady's maid announced. She's changing now, so dinner won't be late after all. What happened to her? Edith inquired, setting down her pen. The horse went lame, O'Brien replied simply. Edith nodded her thanks, expecting the maid to withdraw. Instead, O'Brien lingered, her presence becoming increasingly conspicuous in the prolonged silence. Is there anything else? Edith finally asked, her curiosity piqued by the unusual behavior. There is something that's been troubling me. O'Brien began, her voice lowered confidentially. You remember that Turkish gentleman? Mr. Pamuk, the one who died. All sudden like... Edith straightened in her chair, fully attentive now. Of course I remember. Well, it's Daisy, milady, O'Brien continued, her expression carefully constructed to convey reluctant concern. The kitchen maid's name meant nothing to Edith, who merely waited for further explanation. The kitchen maid, O'Brien clarified, only she's been talking recently as if she had ideas about Mr. Pamuk's death. Edith's interest sharpened visibly. What sort of ideas? Well, I've no proof, and maybe I'm wrong, O'Brien hedged, playing her part to perfection. But I've a sense she knows something, but she won't say what. She paused for effect before delivering her coup de grace. Something involving Lady Mary. Edith's entire demeanor transformed, the possibility of information damaging to her sister acting like a lure she could not resist. How absurd! What could she know? That's just it. Whatever it is, she won't say, O'Brien replied, baiting the hook further. Not to us, anyway. Have you spoken to Lady Mary about this? Edith asked, her tone carefully neutral. I didn't like to, milady, O'Brien answered, the very picture of respectful discretion. It seemed impertinent somehow, but I thought someone in the family ought to know about it. Edith nodded slowly, her mind already calculating the potential value of this information. Quite right. Bring the girl to my room tomorrow, after breakfast. O'Brien, having achieved her objective, nodded and withdrew as Mary entered the room, also dressed for dinner. What did she want? Mary inquired casually. Nothing, Edith replied with practiced indifference. Just a message from Mama that Sybil's turned up alive. Poor darling, Mary said, settling into a chair. She had to walk for miles. I don't think I'd have got down, however lame the horse. No, Edith agreed, a new edge to her voice. I don't believe you would. She returned to her letter, but her thoughts were elsewhere now, circling the tantalizing possibility that she might finally gain an advantage over her elder sister. The prospect was too enticing to ignore, regardless of what propriety might dictate. Chapter 6. The Dinner for Sir Anthony. Edith settled into the chair in her bedroom, her posture deliberately authoritative as she faced Daisy and O'Brien. The kitchen maid stood trembling before her, face pale with apprehension. I couldn't say, milady, Daisy stammered, twisting her apron between nervous fingers. I don't know what Miss O'Brien means. I didn't see nuffin', well, not much. The two women exchanged a telling glance, O'Brien's satisfaction evident in the slight curve of her lips. O'Brien, I wonder if you might leave us, Edith requested, her tone politely commanding. O'Brien departed with visible reluctance, annoyed at being excluded from her own machination. As the door closed behind her, Edith turned her full attention to the frightened servant before her. Now, it's Daisy, isn't it? she began, her voice honeyed with false kindness. Yes, milady, Daisy confirmed, staring fixedly at the floor. I'm sure you see O'Brien acted as she did because she's concerned. Edith leaned forward slightly, studying the girl's face. She seems to think that you are in possession of some knowledge that is uncomfortable for you. Daisy remained silent, trapped between her inability to lie directly and her fear of speaking the truth. Her silence was more revealing than any words could have been. Because if that is the case, Edith continued, her voice softening further, then I don't think it's fair on you. Daisy looked up, surprised by this unexpected turn in the conversation. Why should you be burdened with Mary's secret? Edith pressed gently. When there's nothing in it for you but worry and grief. My dear, my heart goes out to you. It really does. The unexpected compassion broke through Daisy's defenses. Her shoulders began to shake as tears welled in her eyes. Edith seized the opportunity, rising to take the sobbing girl gently in her arms. There, she soothed, guiding Daisy toward a chair. Come and sit down. You've been carrying too heavy a load for too long. Just tell me, and I promise you'll feel better. In that moment, Daisy's resistance crumbled completely. The story poured out of her in halting fragments, the Turkish gentleman's body being carried through the night-darkened corridors, Lady Mary's face clearly illuminated in a shaft of candlelight, the terrible secret she had borne silently for weeks. Edith listened with growing satisfaction, each word a weapon being placed willingly in her hands. By the time Daisy had finished her tearful confession, Edith's mind was already calculating how this information might best be deployed against her sister. In Mary's bedroom that evening, preparations for dinner were underway with methodical precision. Mary stood before her mirror, assessing the placement of a delicate brooch against the fabric of her evening gown. I'm coming, she called, as her mother entered without knocking. Do you think this brooch works? I can't decide. It's charming, Cora replied, seating herself carefully on the edge of the bed. Mary caught her mother's reflection in the glass, noting the unusual seriousness in her expression. Oh dear, is it another scolding? Of course not, Cora assured her. You're too grown up to scold these days. Heavens, Mary responded with flippancy. Then it's really serious. Cora ignored the attempt at deflection. I'd like you to look after Sir Anthony Strallan tonight. He's a nice, decent man. His position may not be quite like Papa's, but it would still make you a force for good in the county. Mama, not again, Mary interrupted, turning to face her mother directly. How many times am I to be ordered to marry the man sitting next to me at dinner? As many times as it takes, Cora replied, her voice firmer than usual. Mary's eyes flashed with defiance. I turned down Matthew Crawley. Is it likely I'd marry Strallan when I wouldn't marry him? The implicit comparison between the two men, and the slight elevation of Matthew in her assessment, was not lost on Cora. I am glad you've come to think more highly of Cousin Matthew, she observed. That's not the point, Mary countered quickly. No, Cora agreed, her expression grave. The point is, when you refused Matthew, you were the daughter of an earl with an unsullied reputation. Now you are damaged goods. The blunt assessment struck Mary like a physical blow, momentarily robbing her of her customary poise. Mama, somehow I don't know how, Cora continued relentlessly, there is a rumor in London that you are not virtuous. Color drained from Mary's face. What? Does Papa know about this? He knows it, and he dismisses it, Cora informed her, because, unlike you and me, he doesn't know that it is true. Mary stood silent for a moment, absorbing the implications of her mother's words. When she spoke again, her voice was deliberately cold and controlled. Let's hope it's unkind gossip, because if anyone heard about Kamal, Mary stated flatly, dropping the pretense, my lover, Kamal Pamuk. Her words were a challenge, but Cora seemed merely relieved not to have to speak the name herself. Exactly, she said. If it gets around and you're not already married, every door in London will be slammed in your face. Mama, the world is changing, Mary began. Not that much, Cora interrupted sharply. And not fast enough for you. I know you mean to help, Mary said, her voice softening slightly. I know you love me, but I also know what I'm capable of, and 40 years of boredom and duty just isn't possible for me. I'm sorry. Cora's expression gentled. I do love you, and I want to help. I'm a lost cause, Mama, Mary insisted, turning back to the mirror. Leave me to manage my own affairs. Why not concentrate on Edith? She needs all the help she can get. You mustn't be unkind to Edith, Cora admonished. She has fewer advantages than you. Fewer? Mary's eyebrows rose. She has none at all. What neither woman realized was that Edith's reflection was visible in the glass of a picture on the wall. The door stood slightly ajar, and beyond it, Edith stood frozen, absorbing every damning word of their exchange. Her face hardened with vindictive satisfaction as the final pieces of information fell into place, confirming what she had learned from Daisy. The dining room glowed with soft light from the candelabra, silver and crystal gleaming against the pristine white tablecloth. William cleared the plates from the main course one by one, moving around the table with efficiency. Mary sat between Matthew and Sir Anthony, while Cora was positioned on Sir Anthony's left, with Edith directly opposite. There's no doubt about it, Sir Anthony was saying, his enthusiasm evident as he addressed his remarks to Mary. The next few years in farming are going to be about mechanization. That's the test, and we're going to have to meet it. Mary's thoughts were far away, her expression distant as she failed to respond to his observation. Don't you agree, Lady Mary? Sir Anthony prompted, drawing her attention back to the present. Yes, of course, Sir Anthony, she replied automatically. I'm sure I do. She leaned toward Matthew, who was engaged in conversation with the guest on his other side. Are we ever going to be allowed to turn? She whispered, her impatience evident. Across the table, Edith seized the opportunity created by her sister's disinterest. Sir Anthony, it must be so hard to meet the challenge of the future and yet be fair to your employees. Her comment effectively interrupted the conversation to Matthew's left, drawing Sir Anthony's attention away from Mary. This is the point, precisely, he replied with visible pleasure at her insight. We can't fight progress, but we must find ways to soften the blow. I should love to see one of the new harvesters, if you would ever let me, Edith continued, her interest appearing genuine. We don't have one here. I should be delighted, Sir Anthony assured her, clearly charmed by her attention. Throughout this exchange, Carson silently refilled their glasses while William supplied pudding plates before discreetly withdrawing. Mary, observing the interaction between her sister and Sir Anthony, felt a mixture of relief at being freed from tedious conversation and irritation at Edith's obvious maneuvering. As the dessert course progressed, Mary found herself drawn into conversation with Matthew, their initial awkwardness giving way to a more comfortable exchange. "Mama has released me, thank God," she remarked, helping herself to the meringue that had been placed before her. "Sir Anthony seems nice enough," Matthew observed diplomatically. "If you want to talk farming and foxes by the hour," Mary replied with a slight roll of her eyes. Matthew nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He seemed genuinely pleased by their improved relations. "I'm rather looking forward to the flower show tomorrow, where Mr. Molesley's roses will turn everybody's heads," Mary predicted, then added with conspiratorial warmth, "But if you tell Granny I said so, I'll denounce you as a liar." "I wouldn't dare," Matthew assured her. "I'll leave that to my fearless mother." Her laugh in response was genuine, the sound surprising them both with its warmth. The charged atmosphere between them shifted subtly, an undercurrent of attraction flowing beneath their verbal sparring. "How are the cottages?" Mary inquired, her interest appearing sincere. "They're coming along wonderfully," Matthew replied, his enthusiasm evident. "I'd love to show you." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a commotion from the other end of the table. Sir Anthony Strallan had taken a bite of his dessert and reacted with explosive dismay. "Good God!" he exclaimed, his shout silencing all conversation. "Ugh!" He lifted his napkin and spat his mouthful into it, his face contorted with disgust. "What on earth?" Robert demanded, half rising from his chair. Sir Anthony struggled to compose himself. "I do apologize, Lady Grantham, but I had a mouthful of salt." "What?" Cora's expression shifted from confusion to horror as she cautiously tasted her own dessert. "Everyone, put down your forks," she commanded, mortification evident in every syllable. "Carson, remove this and bring some fruit, bring cheese, bring anything to take this taste away. Sir Anthony, I am so sorry." Around the table, reactions varied from concern to barely concealed amusement. Robert shook his head sympathetically. "Pains I be Mrs. Patmore's kitchen maid when the news gets out." "Poor girl," Sybil added with genuine compassion. "We ought to send in a rescue party." Edith, still focused on her primary objective, leaned toward Sir Anthony with solicitous concern. "You must think us very disorganized." "Not at all," he assured her gallantly. "These things happen." The most unexpected response came from Mary and Matthew. Amidst the chaos, their eyes met across the table, and something in the absurdity of the moment overcame them both. They dissolved into helpless laughter, Mary clutching Matthew's arm as she struggled to regain her composure, stifling her mirth with her napkin. The spontaneous moment of shared humor created a bond between them more powerful than weeks of formal conversation might have achieved. In that instant of unguarded delight, barriers fell away, revealing a connection neither had fully anticipated. Chapter 7. The Cook's Secret. In stark contrast to the refined amusement in the dining room, the servants' hall below stairs had become a theater of despair. Mrs. Patmore sat slumped at the table, sobbing uncontrollably into a handkerchief, while the other servants watched in uncomfortable silence. Thomas and William were absent, likely still attending to the disastrous dinner service upstairs. "Come on," Anna urged gently. "It's not that bad. Nobody's died." I don't understand it, Mrs. Patmore wailed, her face flushed with distress. It must have been that Daisy. She's muddled everything up before now. But I never... Daisy began to protest, only to be silenced by a subtle gesture from Carson, who had entered the room with the quiet authority that characterized his presence. Don't worry, Daisy, Carson interjected. You're not in the line of fire here. Mrs. Patmore continued her lament, seemingly oblivious to the defense of her assistant. I know that pudding. I chose it 'cause I know it. Mrs. Hughes, standing at the edge of the gathering, fixed the cook with a knowing look. Which is why you wouldn't let her ladyship have the pudding she wanted, because you didn't know it. Exactly, Mrs. Patmore confirmed, before realizing she had inadvertently revealed a telling admission. Her sobs subsided momentarily as she recognized her tactical error. I don't see how it happened, she added weakly, dissolving into tears once more. Carson caught Bates's eye across the room and inclined his head slightly toward the door. Bates nodded in understanding and rose to his feet. Come on, everyone, Bates announced, with quiet authority. Let's give Mrs. Patmore some space to breathe. He began ushering the staff toward the door, pausing as he reached Anna, who remained seated. You too, he urged. I don't think I should leave her, Anna protested, concern evident in her expression. Yes, you should, Bates insisted gently. Leave her to Mr. Carson. He knows what he's doing. They departed, leaving the cook and butler alone. Carson moved to the fireplace, kneeling to add coal to the dying embers, despite his stiff joints. Don't do that, Mrs. Patmore objected, momentarily distracted from her misery. Get William or the hall boy to do it. It's beneath your dignity. It won't kill me, Carson replied mildly, settling into the chair opposite her. Now. He reached across the table to take her hand in his, patting it with paternal reassurance. All in your own good time. I think you've got something to tell me. Mrs. Patmore looked at him, the fight draining from her demeanor. The weight of her secret had become too heavy to bear alone, and in Carson's steady presence, she found the courage to confront it at last. In the kitchen passage, the other servants lingered, reluctant to disperse entirely. Anna made a subtle signal to Bates, and they stepped away from the group. I think I know where that snuff box is, she whispered, drawing closer to him. Where? He asked, brow furrowing. Hidden in your room. For a moment, Bates stood stunned, disappointment etching itself across his features. You don't think... Course I don't, you silly beggar, Anna interrupted, a fond exasperation coloring her tone. Then, Bates prompted, I bet Thomas'd like it, if they took you for a thief. Understanding dawned in Bates's eyes as the pieces fell into place. Yes, I expect he would. Go upstairs now and find it, Anna urged, and when you have, you can choose whether to put it in Thomas's room, or give it to me, and I'll slip it into Miss O'Brien's. You naughty girl, Bates admonished, though his eyes crinkled with suppressed amusement. Fight fire with fire, Anna replied with a shrug. That's what my mum says. The simplicity of her wisdom drew a smile from him, even as the gravity of his situation lingered. In Anna's practical loyalty, Bates found not just an ally, but something deeper, something that made his heart lighten despite the perils arrayed against him. As the ladies entered the drawing room, guided by Thomas, conversation turned inevitably to the dinner disaster. "Poor Mrs. Patmore," Sybil said with genuine sympathy. "Do you think you should go and see her?" "Tomorrow," Cora decided, settling onto a chaise longue. "She needs time to recover her nerves. I knew there was something going on. It seems hard that poor Sir Anthony had to pay the price," Edith remarked, her concern for him evident. "Good God!" Mary exclaimed, launching into an exaggerated imitation of Sir Anthony's reaction that set Sybil laughing despite herself. Edith's lips thinned with disapproval. "As for your giggling, like a ridiculous schoolgirl with Cousin Matthew, it was pathetic." "Poor Edith," Mary countered smoothly. "I am sorry Matthew's proved a disappointment to you." "Who says he has?" Edith challenged. "Matthew," Mary replied with deliberate casualness. "He told me. Oh, sorry. Wasn't I supposed to know?" The exchange was clearly infuriating to Edith, a fact that did not escape Cora's notice. "You were very helpful, Edith," Cora interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Looking after Sir Anthony like that. You saved the day." "I enjoyed it," Edith replied, her mood brightening. "We seem to have a lot to talk about." She cast a rather superior glance at Mary, who made a face and moved closer, their voices dropping to a heated whisper. "Spare me your boasting, please," Mary hissed. "Now who's jealous?" Edith replied, triumph flashing in her eyes. "Jealous?" Mary's eyebrows rose in mock astonishment. "Do you think I couldn't have that old booby if I wanted him?" "Even you can't take every prize," Edith countered. Mary's eyes narrowed. "Is that a challenge?" "If you like," Edith confirmed, her chin lifting in defiance. The sisters regarded each other with the electric hostility that had characterized their relationship since childhood. Neither was willing to yield, each determined to assert dominance over the other in this latest battlefield of their ongoing war. Back in the servants' hall, Carson sat listening to Mrs. Patmore's confession. Her tears had subsided, leaving behind a quiet desperation more affecting than her earlier outburst. "I've known it for a while now," she admitted, her voice thick with emotion. "At first, I thought it might pass, you know, like a headache or an earache, but I know it won't." "And it's getting worse?" Carson prompted gently. Mrs. Patmore nodded, her hands twisting in her lap. "Oh yes, I could almost manage for a long time, knowing the kitchen and where everything was kept, even with that fool girl." "I think you might owe Daisy an apology," Carson suggested, his tone firm but kind. The suggestion was clearly difficult for Mrs. Patmore to accept. "Maybe," she conceded reluctantly. "I've had a lot to put up with, I can tell you." Carson chose to let this pass without comment. "And you've not been to a doctor?" "I don't need a doctor to tell me I'm going blind," Mrs. Patmore replied, her blunt admission hanging heavily in the air between them. She looked at him, her eyes filling again with tears that she struggled to contain. "A blind cook, Mr. Carson. What a joke. Whoever heard of such a thing? A blind cook." She attempted a laugh at the absurdity of her situation, but the sound emerged broken and desolate. Carson's response was not in words, but in action. He simply took her hand in both of his and squeezed it, offering silent comfort through the warm strength of his grip. In that moment of shared understanding, no words were necessary. Mrs. Patmore had finally unburdened herself of the secret that had been tormenting her, and Carson had silently promised his support in whatever way he could provide it. The unspoken bond between them, forged through years of service side by side, provided more solace than any platitudes could have offered. In the grand hall, Robert led the men from the dining room, their after-dinner conversation still in progress. "I hope our salty pudding didn't spoil the evening for you," Robert remarked to Matthew with wry humor. "On the contrary," Matthew replied, his expression suggesting that the evening had offered unexpected pleasures, despite the culinary mishap. "I'm glad you and Mary are getting along," Robert observed, a cautious optimism in his tone. Matthew smiled but offered no direct comment on the observation. "There's no reason why you can't be friends," Robert continued, probing gently. "No," Matthew agreed. "No reason at all." Something in his tone encouraged Robert to venture further. "I don't suppose there's any chance that you could sort of start again?" "Life is full of surprises," Matthew replied, his non-committal answer nonetheless carrying a hint of possibility that Robert found encouraging. With a pleased laugh, Robert walked through the drawing-room doors, which Thomas had opened for them. Matthew followed more slowly, falling into step with Sir Anthony and the other male guests. As they entered the drawing-room, Mary and Edith both looked up, their competitive glances telegraphing their intentions clearly. From Matthew's perspective, he saw Mary approaching him with a warm smile that sparked a momentary hope in his chest. "I've been waiting for you," she began, her voice honey-sweet. "I've found a book on the table over here, and I think it's just the thing to catch your interest." "Really?" Matthew responded, taken aback by this unexpected attention. "I was only—" But she had already moved past him to join Sir Anthony Strallan, slipping her arm through his with charm as she led him toward the central table. "Well, I was looking in the library and Her voice faded as they moved away, leaving Matthew stranded and bewildered by the sudden shift. Edith, observing the scene with keen interest, initially approached the table to join Sir Anthony, only to find herself effectively blocked by Mary's expert maneuvering. "I was very taken by what you were saying over dinner about the way she began, only to find Sir Anthony completely absorbed in whatever Mary was sharing with him. "You're so right, Lady Mary," he enthused, his attention entirely captured. "How clever you are. This is exactly what we have to be aware of." As he spoke, Mary glanced triumphantly at her sister, the victory in her eyes unmistakable. Edith retreated, defeat written in the slump of her shoulders as she joined Matthew, who still stood motionless in the center of the room. "It seems we have both been thrown over for a bigger prize," she observed bitterly. Matthew did not respond immediately, but the chiming of the clock provided him with a timely excuse. "Heavens, is that the time?" he remarked, a hint of strain beneath his casual tone. "You're not going?" Edith asked, surprise evident in her voice. "The truth is, my head's splitting," Matthew explained, his discomfort palpable. "I don't want to spoil the party, so I'll slip away. Will you make my excuses to your parents?" He moved toward the door, signaling for William to assist him in his departure. Across the room, Mary looked up and saw Matthew leaving. A flicker of realization crossed her face as she comprehended the consequences of her impulsive actions. "Excuse me, Sir Anthony," she said quickly, abandoning her conquest to follow Matthew out of the room. Robert observed this sequence with knowing eyes, the dynamics between the young people unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Chapter 8. Confessions. Mary reached the main hall just as William shut the front door. The grand space seemed suddenly empty, her purpose in following Matthew evaporating like morning mist. "Has Mr. Crawley left?" she asked, though the answer was obvious. "Yes, milady," William confirmed with a slight bow. Mary glanced toward the door, confusion furrowing her brow. "But what about the car? Branson can't have brought it round so quickly." "He said he'd rather walk, milady." "It's very windy," Mary noted, the observation revealing more concern than she intended. William's expression remained professionally neutral. "He mentioned he had a headache, that the wind would blow it away." "Thank you," Mary replied, dismissing him with a nod. William gave a slight bow and returned to the drawing room, leaving Mary alone with her thoughts. She hovered for a moment, glancing out of the window at Matthew's receding figure. The truth was, she didn't know what she wanted. The game she had played with such skill had backfired, leaving her with a hollow victory and an unexpected sense of regret. In the drawing room, Robert had observed the entire sequence of events with a father's knowing eye. "Mary can be such a child," he remarked to Cora, who had joined him near the fireplace. "What do you mean, darling?" Cora inquired, her attention momentarily diverted from her hostess duties. "She thinks if you put a toy down, it'll still be sitting there when you want to play with it again," Robert explained, his tone mixing affection with exasperation. "What are you talking about?" Cora pressed, genuinely puzzled. "Never mind," Robert replied, reaching down to stroke her cheek affectionately. The gesture pleased her, a small moment of tenderness amidst the greater dramas unfolding around them. The search for the missing snuff box created its own drama below stairs. Carson had announced his intention to conduct a thorough investigation, prompting immediate discomfort in Thomas and O'Brien. "Well, I think we should have a search," Bates had suggested, with a calm assurance that unnerved his adversaries. "What?" Thomas's alarm was poorly concealed. "It doesn't do to leave these things too long," Bates continued, his expression unreadable. Anna quickly reinforced his suggestion. "Mr. Carson can search the men's rooms, and Mrs. Hughes the women's." The smiles had vanished from Thomas's and O'Brien's faces, replaced by panic-stricken glances. "And it should be right away, now we've talked of it," Anna added with deliberate emphasis. "So no one has a chance to hide the box. Don't you agree, Mr. Carson?" Carson considered the proposal. "Well, perhaps it's for the best, although I'm sure I won't find anything. I'll fetch Mrs. Hughes." As he departed, Thomas and O'Brien stood in unison, their movements betraying their anxiety. "I think I'll just—" Thomas began. "I'd better check it's tidy," O'Brien added hastily. They hurried from the room, leaving Bates and Anna sharing knowing smiles to the bewilderment of the remaining staff. Now, Mrs. Hughes emerged from Gwen's and Anna's room, the housemaid standing in the doorway as she progressed to O'Brien's quarters. "Miss O'Brien," she called, pushing open the door. The scene that greeted her was one of complete chaos. O'Brien stood in the middle of a stripped bed, surrounded by scattered belongings, boxes upturned, drawers emptied, clothes strewn across every surface. My, Mrs. Hughes remarked dryly, "You have been busy." At Crawley House, Matthew removed his coat with weary movements. The evening had begun with such promise and ended with such disappointment. Isabel appeared from an adjoining room, her expression curious. "I was expecting you later than this," she observed. "I'll tell Molesley to lock up." "Thanks," Matthew replied, offering a distracted kiss to her cheek before turning toward the stairs. "Good night, Mother." "How was the evening?" Isabel asked, unwilling to let him escape so easily. "Did you enjoy yourself?" "Quite," Matthew answered noncommittally. He paused on the stairs, gazing down at his mother with a rueful smile. "The thing is, for a moment I thought—" He stopped, shaking his head slightly. "Never mind what I thought. I was wrong. Good night." He vanished onto the landing, leaving Isabel to ponder the implications of his words and the subtle melancholy that shadowed them. The day of the flower show dawned bright and clear, the village hall transformed into a celebration of color and scent. Villagers and servants alike moved from stall to stall, examining the displays with appreciative murmurs. Violet, Cora, Robert, and the girls walked among the exhibits, their presence lending an air of occasion to the proceedings. Isabel and Matthew accompanied them, the previous evening's awkwardness lingering in subtle tensions. Mary glanced at Matthew several times, but while he acknowledged her with a polite nod, he offered no conversation. "How pretty," Sybil remarked, pausing at a display of handcrafted pottery. "What's it for?" "It's for salt, milady," the stallholder explained. "The wide mouth stops it getting damp." "Why should it get damp?" Sybil inquired, genuinely curious. "Because a great many cottages are damp, milady," came the response, delivered without accusation, but carrying an unavoidable reminder of the disparities between their worlds. "Yes, of course," Sybil acknowledged, embarrassment tingeing her cheeks. "How silly of me." The party continued to Bill Molesley's stall, where his roses drew immediate admiration from all who viewed them. "My word, Molesley," Robert exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. "Splendid roses as usual. Well done." "Thank you, your lordship," Bill Molesley replied, his weathered face brightening at the praise. "All the stalls are set out very well this year," Violet observed, her comment clearly intended to dilute the specific praise for Molesley's display. Robert and Cora, however, were genuinely impressed by the gardener's offerings. "This is enchanting," Cora remarked, bending to examine a particularly beautiful bloom. "Do we grow it?" "I doubt you've got that one, your ladyship," Bill Molesley responded with quiet pride. "I've only just found it myself." "Is it a secret, or could you tell Mr. Brockett?" Cora inquired, referring to their own gardener. "I'd be glad to, milady," Molesley assured her, with unassuming generosity. His son, Isabel's butler, beamed with undisguised pride as they moved on to the next display. "He should come and see the rose garden," Cora suggested to Robert. "He could give us some ideas." "Old Molesley's a champion," Robert agreed. "Or he would be, in a fairer world." He gave a meaningful smile to his mother, who stiffened perceptibly. "Don't you start," Violet warned. "I'm afraid I've been annoying Cousin Violet on that score," Isabel admitted with unapologetic frankness. "If Mr. Molesley deserves the first prize for his flowers, the judges will give it to him," Violet insisted, her tone brooking no argument. "They wouldn't dare," Robert muttered, exchanging a knowing glance with Cora. "Really, Robert?" Violet admonished, genuine irritation coloring her tone. You make me so annoyed. Isn't it possible that I should win the thing on merit? I think the appropriate answer to that, Mama, is yes, dear, Robert replied with affectionate irony. Violet turned away, but not before noticing Robert's conspiratorial wink to Isabel, who returned it with a smile. The interaction did nothing to improve her mood. Outside the village hall, the servants walked in small groups, enjoying their rare afternoon of relative freedom. O'Brien and Thomas strolled together, their earlier panic now replaced by cautious relief. I don't know why we're bothering, O'Brien complained. We'll have missed the speeches, as it is. Don't be such a grouch, Thomas retorted, his characteristic arrogance restored. A short distance behind them, Anna walked alongside Bates, their steps naturally falling into rhythm. You should have punished one of them at least, Anna remarked, referring to the snuff-box incident. They know that I know, and that's worth something, Bates replied, content with the moral victory. They continued in companionable silence for a moment before Anna spoke again. What do you think will happen to Mrs. Patmore? She'll muddle through with Daisy to help her, Bates answered thoughtfully. In the long term, we'll have to wait for the doctor to give his opinion. I hope there's something they can do, Anna said softly. I hope so too, Bates agreed. But if there isn't, I hope they tell her there isn't. Nothing is harder to live with than false hope. His words, laden with personal meaning, gave Anna the courage to address what had been in her heart for so long. I wish you'd come out with it, she said suddenly. With what? Bates asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. Whatever it is that you're keeping secret. I can't, he replied, the simplicity of his answer conveying volumes. You don't deny it, then? Anna pressed, stopping to face him directly. No, I don't deny it, Bates admitted. And I don't deny you've a right to ask, but I can't. I'm not a free man. Are you trying to tell me that you're married? Anna asked, her voice steady despite the cost. I have been married, yes, Bates acknowledged, but that isn't all of it. She held his gaze, knowing this might be her only opportunity to speak her truth. Because I love you, Mr. Bates. I know it's not ladylike to say it, but I'm not a lady, and I don't pretend to be. He stared at her, this good, honest woman who offered her heart so freely, and the weight of what he could not give her was evident in his pained expression. You are a lady to me, he said softly, and I never knew a finer one. The rattle of wheels interrupted the moment. A farmer drew up in a cart full of hay, offering transportation to one of the group. If you want a lift, I can take one of you, but no more, he called. One of the women, Bates suggested immediately. No, you must go, Anna insisted. Then we can all hurry and meet you there. He looked at her, speaking his next words for her ears only. Yes, you're right. I mustn't slow you down. There's been too much of that already. Before she could protest, he had climbed onto the seat beside the farmer, and the cart moved off. Thomas, observing the exchange, offered a snide remark as they continued walking. I might get myself a gammy leg. It seems to be the answer to every problem. Anna remained silent, her heart too full of unresolved emotions to respond to his cruel baiting. The confession she had harbored for so long had finally been spoken, but its reception had left her in a limbo of uncertainty, neither rejected nor fully accepted, but suspended in the space between hope and resignation. Chapter 9. The Grantham Cup. The flower show was in full swing, the village hall a tapestry of color and fragrance. Cora made her way through the crowd to find Violet, who stood with regal composure near the judge's table. "It's time for the prize-giving, Mama," Cora announced, holding out a folded paper. "Here's the list." "Perhaps you should do it," Violet suggested, though they both knew it was merely a formality. "You say that every year," Cora remarked with a patient smile. "Perhaps one year you'll take me up on it." "Perhaps I will." With a sidelong glance at her daughter-in-law, Violet unfolded the paper. Her eyes ran down the list of winners, lingering on the final entry, the Grantham Cup for Best Bloom in the Village. There, predictably, she found her own name. The expected outcome provided little satisfaction, but she kept her expression carefully neutral as she moved to the front of the hall to begin the ceremony. As Violet read out the names of winners and distributed prizes, Sybil noticed Gwen standing among the other servants. The housemaid's demeanor was downcast, a stark contrast to her earlier excitement. Seizing a moment when attention was focused elsewhere, Sybil made her way to Gwen's side. "Have you recovered from our ordeal?" she whispered, keeping her voice low to avoid drawing notice. Gwen attempted a smile, but it failed to reach her eyes. "I got a letter this morning," she confided. "They must have written it as soon as I left the office. They are pleased to have met me, but I do not quite fit their requirements. So it was all for nothing." Sybil reached for the maid's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "I don't agree." "You've been kind, milady, and I appreciate it," Gwen acknowledged, her voice tinged with defeat. "But only a fool doesn't know when they've been beaten." "Then I'm a fool," Sybil declared with quiet fervor, "for I'm a long way from being beaten yet." Her determination was absolute, brooking no argument. The conviction in her words kindled a small flicker of hope in Gwen's eyes, a fragile flame that might yet grow stronger with proper nurturing. Across the hall, Mary approached Matthew with deliberate casualness. The previous night's awkwardness hung between them, an invisible barrier she was determined to breach. "When you ran off last night, I hope you hadn't thought me rude," she began, her tone carefully calibrated between apology and nonchalance. "Certainly not," Matthew replied with polite distance. "I monopolized you at dinner. I'd no right to any more of your time." "But you see, Edith and I had this sort of bet," Mary explained, attempting to justify her behavior. "Please don't apologize," Matthew cut in, his manner courteous but firm. "I had a lovely evening, and I'm glad we're on speaking terms. Now I should look after my mother." He moved away through the crowd, leaving Mary standing alone with the uncomfortable realization that her thoughtless game might have cost her something of genuine value. Edith approached, malicious satisfaction evident in her expression. Why was Cousin Matthew in such a hurry to get away? She inquired with feigned innocence. "Don't be stupid," Mary snapped, her composure cracking momentarily. "I suppose you didn't want him when he wanted you, and now it's the other way round," Edith observed, relishing her sister's discomfort. "You have to admit, it's quite funny." Mary's eyes narrowed. "I'll admit that if I ever wanted to attract a man, I'd steer clear of those clothes and that hat." "You think yourself so superior, don't you?" Edith challenged, her voice low but venomous. "Why not?" Mary countered with a dismissive shrug. "I am." She turned away to join her parents near the stage, leaving Edith seething. As Mary departed, Edith became aware of O'Brien watching her intently from across the room. She acknowledged the lady's maid with a slight nod, whispering to herself, "Well, I think she who laughs last laughs longest." Her hand unconsciously touched her pocket, where the letter she had written to the Turkish ambassador rested like a loaded weapon, waiting to be deployed. As Mary rejoined her parents, Cora turned to her husband with a questioning look. "Did that missing box of yours ever turn up?" "It was a fuss about nothing," Robert admitted, somewhat sheepishly. "They must have put it back on the wrong shelf when they were dusting. Bates found it this morning. Next time, have a proper look before you start complaining," Cora admonished lightly. "I'm sure the servants were frightened half to death." "Mea culpa," Robert conceded with good grace. The attention of the room shifted to the stage, where Violet had reached the final, most anticipated award of the day. "And now, the Grantham Cup for the best bloom in the village," she announced, her voice carrying clearly through the hushed space. All eyes were upon her, but none more penetrating than Isabel's, who stood directly before the stage, her gaze unwavering and challenging. Violet glanced to one side and saw Bill Molesley with his son. The younger Molesley appeared stern, resolved not to expect justice, but the old gardener's face held a fragile hope that tugged unexpectedly at Violet's conscience. "The Grantham Cup is awarded to," she began, pausing to take a deep, steadying breath. Something shifted in her expression, a subtle softening around the eyes that few would notice, but those who knew her well. "To Mr. William Molesley for his Countess Cabarrus Rose," she concluded, her voice clear and decisive. Complete silence fell over the hall. The villagers were too stunned to applaud, and Bill Molesley stood frozen, as if unable to comprehend what he had just heard. "Bravo! Well done! Bravo!" Isabel broke the silence, her enthusiastic clapping initiating a cascade of response. The room erupted in cheers and applause, the sound swelling as Bill Molesley was urged toward the stage by well-wishers. Tears streamed down his weathered cheeks as he reached for the cup, his hands trembling with emotion. "Congratulations, Mr. Molesley," Violet said with quiet dignity. "Thank you, milady," he replied, his voice thick with gratitude. "Thank you for letting me have it." "It is the judge's decision, not mine," Violet corrected him gently. "But very well done." He departed the stage to be surrounded by friends and admirers, his moment of triumph complete. Violet rejoined her family, who regarded her with varying degrees of surprise and admiration. "Bravo, Mamma," Robert said warmly. "That must have been a real sacrifice." "And bravely borne," Cora added, her expression soft with approval. "I don't know what everyone is going on about," Violet insisted, her characteristic hauteur returning. "It's the judges who decide these things, not me." Cora looked puzzled. "But All is well, my dear," Violet interrupted firmly. "All is well." She crumpled the winner's list and secreted it in her reticule, preserving the fiction that the judges had made the decision independently. The celebrations continued around them, the atmosphere one of collective joy, in which even Violet, despite her protestations, seemed to take quiet satisfaction. The stillness of night had settled over Downton Abbey, the great house slumbering under a canopy of stars. In Edith's bedroom, a single lamp burned as she sat at her writing desk, an envelope before her. She had just completed addressing it. His Excellency the Turkish Ambassador, 43 Belgrave Square, London, SW. Her hand hovered over the envelope for a moment, a fleeting hesitation quickly overcome by the memory of countless slights and humiliations. With deliberate movements, she licked the envelope, pressed the flap securely closed, and placed it on her blotter. Tomorrow, her letter would begin its journey to London, carrying with it the power to shatter Mary's carefully constructed facade of propriety. The knowledge brought a cold satisfaction that Edith savored as she extinguished her lamp and prepared for bed. Outside her window, the moonlight cast long shadows across the manicured lawns, indifferent to the human dramas playing out within the stately walls. The great house stood as it had for centuries, a silent witness to the loves and betrayals, the triumphs and disappointments of those who called it home. In the servants' quarters below stairs, Anna lay awake, replaying her conversation with Bates in her mind, analyzing every word and gesture for hidden meaning. In the room she shared with Gwen, the rhythmic breathing of her sleeping companion provided a counterpoint to her restless thoughts. Elsewhere in the house, Mary stood at her bedroom window, gazing out at the same moon that illuminated the grounds. Her reflection in the glass was pensive, her mind troubled by the day's events and by a growing awareness that the game she had been playing, with Matthew, with her reputation, with her future, carried higher stakes than she had acknowledged. As the grandfather clock in the great hall struck midnight, these varied threads of emotion, ambition, and desire continued to weave themselves into the complex tapestry of life at Downton Abbey. The tensions that simmered beneath the surface of politeness and protocol would eventually find resolution, for better or worse. But for tonight, the house held its secrets close, waiting for the dawn of a new day and whatever it might bring. Chapter 10. Edith's Revenge. The following morning dawned with a crispness that hinted at autumn's approach. Edith rose early, the letter to the Turkish ambassador secure in her pocket, as she made her way downstairs. Her steps were purposeful, her mind focused on the task before her, dispatching the missive that would set in motion her long-awaited revenge against Mary. The great hall was quiet, the household not yet fully awakened. A footman acknowledged her with a respectful nod as she passed, giving no indication that he found her early appearance unusual. Outside, the air held a pleasant chill, the gardens still heavy with dew that sparkled in the morning light. Edith walked briskly toward the village, the sealed envelope a constant reminder of her purpose. At the village post office, she hesitated briefly before slipping the letter into the postbox. The soft thud as it fell inside seemed disproportionately loud in the quiet building. There could be no turning back now. Her words would soon be in the hands of the Turkish ambassador, revealing Mary's scandalous secret to the wider world. "Good morning, Lady Edith," the postmistress called cheerfully. "You're about early today." "Yes," Edith replied with a composed smile. "I wanted to catch the first collection." "Well, you've done that right enough," the woman assured her. "That'll be on its way to London before noon." Edith nodded her thanks and departed, a complex mixture of emotions swirling within her. The satisfaction she had anticipated was present, but it was tempered by an unexpected undercurrent of unease. She pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on the justice of her actions. Mary had always taken everything: attention, admiration, love, leaving Edith with nothing but the bitter dregs of family life. Now, finally, the scales would be balanced. As she walked back to Downton, Edith's thoughts turned to Sir Anthony Strallen. Despite Mary's cruel interference at dinner, she felt confident that she could re-establish the connection they had begun to forge. Mary's inevitable social downfall would only enhance Edith's prospects by comparison. For once, she would be the desirable sister, the safe choice, the one whose reputation remained untarnished. By the time she re-entered the house, breakfast was underway in the dining room. Mary sat at the table, elegantly attired as always, sipping tea with an air of entitled serenity that only strengthened Edith's resolve. If Mary noticed her sister's absence and subsequent arrival, she gave no sign, continuing her conversation with Sybil without pause. "There you are, Edith," Cora remarked. "Did you sleep well?" "Very well. Thank you, Mama," Edith replied, taking her seat. "I went for an early walk. The morning was too beautiful to waste." "How industrious," Mary commented with the faintest hint of mockery. "While some of us merely appreciate beauty, others must always be conquering it." The barb was typical Mary, subtle enough to pass as wit, sharp enough to draw blood. Edith merely smiled in response, secure in the knowledge that Mary's reign of casual cruelty would soon be coming to an end. "I thought I might call on Sir Anthony later this week," she announced, helping herself to toast. "He mentioned some agricultural journals he thought might interest me." "Did he?" Robert said absently, his attention primarily on his newspaper. "That was kind of him." "Very kind," Edith agreed, deliberately avoiding Mary's gaze. "He's an intelligent man with progressive ideas. I find him fascinating." "Then you must be easily fascinated," Mary remarked, setting down her teacup. "I found him rather like a mechanical lecturer. Wind him up, and he speaks at length on topics of interest to no one but himself." "Mary," Cora admonished gently, "I merely observe that different people have different tastes." Mary replied with deceptive innocence. "Edith clearly appreciates qualities in Sir Anthony that escaped my notice. I wish them both well." The double-edged compliment was delivered with such grace that only Edith recognized it for the insult it was. She maintained her composure, refusing to give Mary the satisfaction of a reaction. Soon enough, her sister would have far more pressing concerns than trading barbs across the breakfast table. In the servants' hall, word of Mrs. Patmore's condition had spread quickly. The cook herself had retreated to her room after breakfast preparations, the strain of maintaining her facade proving too exhausting to sustain through an entire day. "Poor woman," Anna remarked quietly to Bates as they sat side by side, attending to their morning tasks. "I can't imagine how frightening it must be." "Yes," Bates agreed, his nimble fingers continuing their work on a pair of his lordship's gloves. "To lose your livelihood and your independence in one blow, it's a hard thing." Their conversation halted as Thomas entered, casting a cold glance in their direction before taking a seat at the opposite end of the table. The footman had been unusually subdued since the snuff-box incident, his customary swagger diminished by the knowledge that Bates had outmaneuvered him. Carson appeared in the doorway, his expression grave. "Anna, could you spare a moment?" She set aside her mending and followed him to his pantry, where he closed the door before speaking. "Her ladyship has asked if we might arrange for Mrs. Patmore to see an eye specialist in London," he explained. "She's suggested that you might accompany her, as Mrs. Hughes cannot be spared." "Of course, Mr. Carson," Anna agreed immediately. "When would we go?" "Next week, most likely. Dr. Clarkson is arranging the appointment." Carson hesitated, then added with uncharacteristic emotion, It would be a kindness if you could make the journey as easy as possible for her. She's frightened, though she'd never admit it. I understand, Anna assured him. I'll do everything I can. Thank you, Carson replied, his formal facade briefly softening. Mrs. Patmore has been with this house for many years. She deserves our support in this difficult time. Anna returned to the servants' hall, where Bates looked up expectantly. She gave him a small nod, indicating they would speak later. Their ability to communicate without words had developed naturally over time, a silent language of shared understanding that set them apart from the others. That evening, as the ladies withdrew after dinner, leaving the men to their port and cigars, Mary found herself increasingly troubled by a sense of impending change. The comfortable certainties of her world seemed suddenly precarious, though she could not identify the specific source of her unease. "You're very quiet tonight," Sybil observed as they settled in the drawing room. "Am I?" Mary replied, making an effort to appear more animated. "I suppose I'm a little tired. The flower show was rather exhausting, especially when one exerts oneself to be particularly charming to Sir Anthony Strallan." Edith interjected sweetly. "Such efforts must be tremendously draining." Mary might have responded with her usual cutting wit, but something, perhaps fatigue, perhaps a growing weariness with their eternal rivalry, made her simply shrug. "You're welcome to Sir Anthony, Edith. In fact, I encourage you to pursue him with all possible vigor." "How generous," Edith remarked, surprise evident in her tone. "Though one wonders why you bothered to charm him in the first place, if your interest was so fleeting." "A momentary folly," Mary admitted, her candor unexpected. "I sometimes forget that other people have feelings that deserve consideration." The uncharacteristic self-criticism silenced Edith more effectively than any barbed retort might have done. Before she could formulate a response, the men joined them, bringing an end to the sisters' private exchange. Later that night, as Mary prepared for bed, she found herself revisiting her brief conversation with Matthew at the flower show. His polite but distant manner had affected her more deeply than she cared to acknowledge. The realization that she might have genuinely hurt him troubled her in a way that few things did. "Will there be anything else, milady?" Anna asked as she finished brushing Mary's hair. "No, thank you, Anna," Mary replied, then added on impulse, "Do you think people can change? Truly change, I mean." Anna considered the question with her customary thoughtfulness. "I believe we can, milady, though it's rarely easy." "No," Mary agreed softly. "I don't suppose it would be." Left alone, Mary moved to the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds of Downton. The vast estate, which had always represented permanence and continuity, now seemed to echo her internal uncertainties. Change was coming, to Downton, to society, to herself, ready or not. The comfortable certainties of her pre-war existence were beginning to shift beneath her feet, and she would need to adapt or risk being left behind. In her own room, Edith sat at her writing desk, penning a quick note to Sir Anthony, suggesting a time when she might call to borrow the agricultural journals they had discussed. As she sealed the envelope, her thoughts turned again to the letter now making its way to London. A small part of her wondered if she had gone too far, if the satisfaction of revenge would be worth the family scandal that would inevitably follow. She dismissed the doubt firmly. Mary had never shown her mercy. Why should she extend what had never been offered? The die was cast, the letter sent. Whatever came next, Edith had made her choice. Now she would live with the consequences, for better or worse. Throughout the great house, similar moments of reflection and decision played out in dozens of lives, from the grand bedrooms of the family to the sparse quarters of the servants. Each person caught in the web of Downton's complex social ecosystem faced their own private challenges, their own hopes and fears for the future. As the clock in the great hall chimed midnight, the house settled into silence, but the currents of change continued to flow beneath its seemingly tranquil surface. The Turkish diplomat's death had set in motion events that would ripple outward with consequences none could fully predict. Mary's indiscretion, Edith's revenge, Bates's secret, Mrs. Patmore's affliction, all these threads would continue to weave through the fabric of life at Downton Abbey, creating a pattern as yet unreadable to those caught within it. As dawn approached once more, the letter to the Turkish ambassador continued its journey to London, carrying with it the power to alter lives and reshape futures. In the coming days and weeks, the residents of Downton Abbey, both upstairs and down, would discover just how profoundly a single action could change the course of many lives. Chapter 1. The News from London. July 1914 brought rare English sunshine to Yorkshire, bathing the stone facade of Downton Abbey in golden light. The great house stood waiting, its windows gleaming, as servants scurried about inside preparing for the family's return from London. The season was over. Mrs. Hughes swept through the drawing room, her keys jangling at her waist, as she inspected the young maid's work with a critical eye. The room was immaculate, every surface polished to a mirror shine, every cushion plumped, every flower arrangement perfect, but perfection was merely the expected standard at Downton. Come on, she urged, glancing at the clock on the mantelpiece. They'll be back from the station any second now. The maids quickened their pace. One gave a final adjustment to the curtains, while another straightened an already straight painting frame. Gwen, a housemaid with dreams beyond service, carefully placed fresh flowers on a side table, her movements betraying a hint of reluctance that Mrs. Hughes pretended not to notice. The housekeeper made her way to the grand staircase, where she met Mr. Carson descending from the upper floors. Despite the July heat, the butler appeared cool and composed in his formal black attire, though a slight flush to his cheeks suggested he had been moving with uncharacteristic haste. "How was London?" Mrs. Hughes asked, falling into step beside him as they continued toward the servants' stairs. "Much as usual," Carson replied, his deep voice resonating in the hallway. His expression softened slightly, the nearest thing to a smile he generally permitted himself while on duty. Dirty, noisy, and quite enjoyable. Mrs. Hughes raised an eyebrow. "There was no need for you to come back a day early. I'm perfectly capable of getting the house ready." "Of course you are," Carson agreed, though both knew his early return had nothing to do with doubting her capabilities. "But I like to have the heavy luggage back and unpacked before they get here." As they descended the stairs into the basement, the temperature dropped noticeably. The kitchen was a hive of activity, pots bubbling, ovens radiating heat, kitchen maids darting between stations. Mrs. Patmore's voice could be heard above the din, calling instructions in a tone that brooked no argument. "Steady, William," Mrs. Hughes cautioned as the footman rushed past them with a tray of polished silver. "This isn't a race." The young man slowed reluctantly, his usually cheerful face drawn and pale. Mrs. Hughes watched him continue down the corridor with a sympathetic gaze. "Poor lad," she murmured. Carson's brow furrowed with concern. "But did he see her? I was worried when I took him to King's Cross." "Yes, he had time to say goodbye." "How is he now?" Mrs. Hughes sighed, her usually practical demeanor softening. "Well, you've only got one mother, haven't you?" Before Carson could respond, Gwen came rushing down the stairs, her cap slightly askew in her haste. "They're here, Mrs. Hughes," she announced breathlessly. The news sent a fresh wave of activity through the servants' hall. Footmen straightened their livery, maids smoothed their aprons, and Carson drew himself up to his full, imposing height. "Very well," he said, somehow managing to look both pleased and severe at once. "Places, everyone." Outside, gravel crunched under the wheels of the motor car as it came to a stop before the grand entrance. The chauffeur, Branson, stepped out first to open the doors for the family. Lord and Lady Grantham emerged, followed by their two younger daughters, Lady Edith and Lady Sybil. Bates, O'Brien, Thomas, and Anna stood at attention, having traveled back from London with the family. They wore their outdoor coats and hats, ready to supervise as the hall boys and a groom began unloading luggage. Carson and Mrs. Hughes stepped forward to greet the family, their postures perfect, their expressions appropriately welcoming. Lord Grantham's face relaxed into a smile as he approached the front door of his ancestral home. Pharaoh, his faithful Labrador, bounded across the gravel to greet him, tail wagging furiously. "Hello, William," Lord Grantham said kindly, noticing the footman standing at the entrance. "It's good to have you back." The young man nodded, his face momentarily crumpling before he regained his composure. Lady Grantham cast him a sympathetic glance as she passed. Inside the grand hall, with its soaring ceiling and ancient family portraits, Lord Grantham inhaled deeply, allowing his shoulders to drop. What a relief to be home. Lady Grantham smiled affectionately at her husband. "Don't listen when his lordship pretends not to enjoy the season," she said to Mrs. Hughes, her American accent still distinct after decades in England. "When in Rome," Lord Grantham replied with a slight shrug. Mrs. Hughes glanced around the assembled family. "Will Lady Mary be back soon?" "She's just staying on with my sister for a week or two," Lord Grantham answered. "So Grantham House is closed?" she inquired. Lady Grantham nodded, beginning to remove her gloves. "It will be by the end of this week." She turned to Mrs. Hughes with a warm smile. "Dear Mrs. Hughes, I hope you've had some time to yourself while we've been away." The housekeeper allowed herself a small smile. "I've tackled a few jobs that get forgotten when the house is full." "Any local news?" Lord Grantham asked, handing his hat to Carson. "The main topic here is the murder of the Austrian Archduke," Mrs. Hughes replied. "Here and everywhere else," Carson added gravely. Lord Grantham's expression turned somber. "I'm afraid we haven't heard the last of that." He glanced toward William, who stood rigidly at his post. "And how is William?" "Bearing up," Carson replied quietly. "Poor chap. He has our sympathies." As they spoke, Bates, O'Brien, and Anna emerged from the servants' staircase. They had divested themselves of their traveling clothes, and now approached to help the family with their coats and hats. "I think I'll wash the train off before dinner," Lord Grantham announced. "Very good, my lord," Bates replied. "I can unpack while you're bathing." I'll see you up there. Lord Grantham made his way toward the main staircase, while Bates headed for the servants' stairs, each man bound for the same destination by entirely different routes, a daily reminder of the invisible boundaries that divided their world. Lady Grantham touched Mrs. Hughes's arm lightly. "Oh, Mrs. Hughes, have you had any thoughts about the garden party for the hospital? We've scarcely a month, from soup to nuts." "I've started on it, but there are things we need to talk about," Mrs. Hughes replied, her tone suggesting complications. "Oh dear, that sounds like trouble." Lady Grantham handed her hat to O'Brien. "I'll take my hat off. Anna, can I have a bath too?" Lady Sybil asked, already halfway up the stairs. "Sybil," Lady Grantham called after her youngest daughter. The girl turned, her dark curls bouncing slightly as she paused on the landing. "You were a great success in London, darling. Well done." Lady Sybil beamed, her youth and vitality bringing warmth to the grand hall. "You never say that to me," Lady Edith remarked, a flash of hurt crossing her face. Lady Grantham blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Don't I, dear? You were very helpful. Thank you." As the family dispersed to their rooms, Mrs. Hughes and Carson exchanged a meaningful glance. The season might be over, but a new chapter at Downton was just beginning. In the housekeeper's sitting room, Carson settled his large frame into the visitor's chair, while Mrs. Hughes poured tea. "I hate to spoil her homecoming, but what are we going to do about Mrs. Patmore?" Mrs. Hughes asked, concern etching her features. "She's worse than when you left. Much worse." Carson raised his eyebrows in acknowledgement. Mrs. Patmore's failing eyesight had been causing incidents in the kitchen for months now. "Oh, and I meant to ask," Mrs. Hughes continued, "is there a decision about Mr. Bates leaving?" "Not yet. His lordship wants the facts, and Bates won't give them." Carson rose to leave, but paused at the door. "So, what are you going to say to her ladyship about Mrs. Patmore?" Mrs. Hughes sighed, cradling her teacup. "I don't want the poor woman sacked, but things cannot go on as they are." Outside, the summer day was fading into evening, casting long shadows across the manicured lawns. Inside, the lamps were being lit. Preparations for dinner were underway, and the rhythm of Downton Abbey continued its steady pulse, unchanged for generations. Yet beneath the surface, unseen currents were stirring that would soon change everything. Chapter 2. William's Grief. The servants' hall hummed with subdued conversation as the staff gathered for their evening meal. Mr. Carson sat at the head of the table, his presence commanding even in the familiar comfort of the downstairs domain. Mrs. Hughes occupied her place at the opposite end, her watchful gaze missing nothing. William Mason sat stiffly in his usual spot, the black armband encircling his sleeve a stark reminder of his recent loss. Though he attempted to participate in the conversation, his eyes remained distant, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. The other servants cast occasional sympathetic glances in his direction, but the unspoken rule at Downton prevailed. Life and work continued, regardless of personal sorrows. Anna, her blonde hair neatly tucked beneath her cap, noticed how William's hand trembled slightly as he reached for his tea. She remembered her own grief when her father had passed, the strange disconnection from everyday matters, the way simple tasks suddenly required immense concentration. She caught his eye and offered a gentle smile. "Anna's made me an armband, Mr. Carson," William said, his voice stronger than it had been in days. He held up his arm to display the neatly sewn band of black fabric. "For my mother. Can I wear it?" Carson regarded the young footman thoughtfully. Tradition and propriety were sacred principles to the butler, but even he recognized the need for compassion. "I dare say," Carson replied. "Not when we're entertaining, but otherwise." William nodded, clearly grateful for this small concession. The moment was interrupted by Thomas and Miss O'Brien slipping away from the table, their heads bent close in conversation. As they departed, William gave a derisive snort. "There they go, Guy Fawkes and his assistant." "Which is which?" Gwen asked, triggering a ripple of laughter around the table. In the kitchen passageway, Thomas lit a cigarette with practiced ease, cupping his hand around the flame. O'Brien stood beside him, her sharp features illuminated by the glow. They had served at Downton for years, each harboring their own resentments, each finding in the other a kindred spirit in dissatisfaction. "What are you reading?" Thomas nodded toward the letter O'Brien had tucked into her pocket. "Nothing important," she replied dismissively, though her eyes betrayed her interest. "Just some correspondence about a position." Thomas raised an eyebrow but didn't pursue the matter. He had his own secrets to keep. "Fancy a smoke?" O'Brien asked, already knowing his answer. "Don't mind if I do." As they slipped outside into the courtyard, the evening air cool against their skin, the conversation in the servants' hall continued without them. In the library, Lord Grantham had just returned from walking Faro when he encountered Dr. Clarkson coming down the stairs, medical bag in hand. "Hello, Doctor. I didn't know you were here," he said, surprise evident in his voice. "No, Lady Grantham sent a message," Clarkson replied, his professional demeanor giving away nothing. A flutter of concern passed across Lord Grantham's face. "Why? She's not ill, is she?" "Not ill, exactly." The doctor's careful choice of words did nothing to ease Robert's worry. "Would you mind waiting in the library?" Lord Grantham requested, already turning toward the staircase. Cora appeared at the top of the stairs, wrapped in her dressing gown. Even in such informal attire, she maintained the elegant composure that came naturally to her after years as the Countess of Grantham. "Robert, would you come up for a moment?" she called down. "Dr. Clarkson, can I ask you to wait in the library?" The doctor nodded and made his way to the library, while Robert ascended the stairs, his concern mounting with each step. "This is very mysterious," he remarked as he reached his wife. In their bedroom, Cora sat on the edge of their bed, her hands clasped in her lap. The evening light streaming through the windows cast a warm glow over the room, but did nothing to ease the tension Robert felt building within him. "Pregnant?" he repeated, thunderstruck by her announcement. He paced before her, running a hand through his hair. "You needn't be quite so shocked." "Give me a moment," he said, attempting to gather his thoughts. "You haven't been pregnant for 18 years. "And I'm pregnant now," Cora stated simply, her blue eyes watching him carefully. "I don't understand what we've done differently," Robert muttered, more to himself than to her. Cora held up her hand, stopping him mid-thought. "Stop right there. If you want to know more, go down and offer the doctor some whiskey." Robert stood still, his mind racing to adjust to this unexpected news. "I can't take it in." "But you're pleased?" Cora asked, a hint of vulnerability in her question. "Of course," Robert answered automatically. "Of course I'm pleased." But as he made his way back downstairs to join Dr. Clarkson, his expression betrayed a complex mixture of emotions, joy and concern, excitement and uncertainty. A child at their age was unexpected, almost biblical in its unlikelihood. And if it should be a boy, the implications of that possibility sent his thoughts immediately to Matthew Crawley, his third cousin once removed, who had reluctantly stepped into the role of heir presumptive after the tragic sinking of the Titanic had claimed the lives of Robert's cousin and his son. Matthew had adjusted to his new position with admirable grace, and had even developed a close relationship with the family, particularly with Mary, Robert's eldest daughter. A son of his own would change everything. While the family dined upstairs, the servants gathered again for their evening meal. William helped serve the family's dinner alongside Thomas, their movements synchronized, despite the tension between them. Now, back in the servants' hall, William took small, careful bites of his food, more out of obligation than hunger. Mrs. Patmore, the cook, bustled in from the kitchen, her face flushed from the heat of the stoves. She paused behind Daisy, the kitchen maid, and frowned at the girl's untouched plate. "You need to eat, girl," she admonished, though her tone lacked its usual sharpness. "Can't have you wasting away on us." Daisy nodded meekly, but continued to push her food around her plate. Her eyes darted occasionally to William, concern evident in her gaze. She had harbored a tender affection for the footman for months now, though he remained oblivious, his attentions often directed elsewhere. Across the table, Anna and Mr. Bates sat side by side, their shoulders nearly touching. Though they rarely engaged in obvious displays of affection, their quiet companionship spoke volumes. Anna had been watching Bates carefully since his return from London, trying to gauge his mood. The valet had been under scrutiny ever since Thomas and O'Brien had raised questions about his past, questions that threatened his position at Downton. "I finished the soup," Daisy announced to no one in particular, though her eyes lingered on William. "Well done," Mrs. Hughes replied with a small smile. "William, perhaps you might show Daisy how Diamond is coming along. I believe she expressed an interest in horses earlier." William glanced up, momentarily confused by the suggestion, but nodded. "Of course, Mrs. Hughes." The housekeeper's intervention didn't go unnoticed by Anna, who shared a knowing look with Mrs. Hughes. Sometimes a small distraction was the best remedy for grief. Outside in the stable yard, the evening air had cooled, bringing with it the scent of hay and horses. William led Daisy toward Diamond's stall, the familiar surroundings seeming to ease some of the tension from his shoulders. "He's much better now," William said, reaching out to stroke the horse's velvet nose. His leg was troubling him, but the poultice worked wonders. Daisy stood slightly back, both fascinated and intimidated by the large animal. "You're good with horses." "Grew up with them," William replied, a ghost of a smile crossing his face. "My father's farm had 6. I used to help with them before." He broke off, swallowing hard. "Before you came to Downton," Daisy finished for him, stepping closer, "your mother must have been very proud." William nodded, unable to speak for a moment. When he did, his voice was thick with emotion. "She was. Always told everyone her son worked at the big house. He attempted a laugh that came out more like a sob. Silly, really. It's not silly, Daisy insisted, surprising herself with her boldness. It's lovely. She loved you very much, William. Anyone could see that when she visited. William turned to Diamond, busying himself with checking the horse's leg to hide the tears that threatened to fall. I should have visited more, written more letters. You did what you could, Daisy said softly, and she knew that. He nodded, still not trusting himself to speak. In the quiet of the stable yard, with only Daisy and Diamond as witnesses, William allowed a single tear to track down his cheek. He wiped it away quickly, but not before Daisy had seen it. She surprised them both by reaching out to touch his arm, a brief contact that conveyed more comfort than words could have. I never knew my mother, she admitted quietly, so I can't say I understand exactly how you feel. But I'm sorry, William, truly. For the first time since receiving the news of his mother's death, William felt something other than grief, a small spark of connection, of being understood. He looked at Daisy, really looked at her, and managed a genuine, if watery, smile. Thank you, Daisy. As they made their way back to the house, walking side by side in the gathering darkness, the windows of Downton Abbey glowed with warm light, a beacon calling them home. Inside, the rhythms of the great house continued their steady pulse, silver being polished, rooms being turned down, tomorrow's meals being planned. Life moved forward, as it must, carrying them all along in its unstoppable current. Chapter 3, Cora's Secret. In the library at Downton Abbey, Robert Crawley sat across from Dr. Clarkson, a glass of amber whiskey in his hand. The fire crackled in the grate, its warm light at odds with the summer evening outside, but Lord Grantham had ordered it lit anyway. He needed its comfort now. It's unusual, obviously, Dr. Clarkson said, choosing his words with care. Unusual? Robert gave a short laugh. It's biblical. Not quite. Clarkson shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable discussing such intimate matters with the Earl. You understand, women go through a certain change. Thank you. I know quite as much as I need to about all that. Robert cut him off, taking a healthy swallow of whiskey. Well, sometimes it can result in a surge of fertility, for want of a better word, the doctor continued, undeterred. It might have been what happened with Saint Elizabeth. Robert stared into his glass, unmoved by the biblical comparison. His thoughts were far more practical. But the child will be healthy? Oh, there's no reason why not. How long has she? Robert couldn't quite finish the question. Hard to be precise. Things had become irregular, but... Please, Robert interrupted again, his discomfort evident. Dr. Clarkson cleared his throat. I'd say she's about 4 months gone. It'll begin to show soon. The silence that followed was heavy. Robert swirled the whiskey in his glass, watching the amber liquid catch the firelight. When he finally spoke, his voice was lower, almost a whisper. And I don't suppose there's any way of knowing if it's a knock at the door interrupted him. Mrs. Hughes stood in the doorway, her expression apologetic. I do beg your pardon, my lord. I thought you were alone. Please come in, Mrs. Hughes. I'm just leaving, Dr. Clarkson said, rising to his feet with evident relief. He gathered his medical bag and nodded to Lord Grantham. I'll see myself out. Well, thank you, doctor, Robert replied absently, I'd better start writing some letters. As Clarkson departed, Mrs. Hughes stepped further into the room. I didn't want to bother her ladyship if she's not well. She's resting, but tell me anyway, Robert said, grateful for the distraction. It's Mrs. Patmore, my lord. The time has come when we really have to make a decision. Robert nodded, forcing himself to focus on the housekeeper's concerns, though his mind remained preoccupied with the news of Cora's pregnancy and its far-reaching implications. Across the grounds at Crawley House, Cousin Isabel sat reading in the drawing-room. Though smaller and less grand than Downton Abbey, the house possessed a comfortable charm that suited her practical nature. Since moving to Downton Village with her son Matthew, following the revelation of his status as heir presumptive to the Earl of Grantham, she had made the place distinctly her own. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 9, and she glanced up, wondering when Matthew would return from his office in Ripon. As a solicitor, he often worked late, a habit that had not changed despite his altered circumstances. The sound of the front door opening and closing answered her question. Moments later, Matthew appeared in the doorway, his fair hair slightly disheveled from the evening breeze, his expression thoughtful. "You're late," Isabel observed, setting aside her book. "Busy day?" "The usual," Matthew replied, loosening his tie as he crossed to the sideboard. He poured himself a small whiskey, then paused, glass in hand. "I saw Mary today." Isabel raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And how was Lady Mary?" "The same as ever," he said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "Beautiful, challenging, impossible to read." "Have you given more thought to your situation?" Isabel asked carefully. Matthew took a sip of his drink before answering. "I think of little else, if I'm honest." Their situation, as Isabel delicately put it, had become increasingly complex. What had begun as a tentative courtship between Matthew and Lady Mary had blossomed into something deeper during the London season. The family had returned to Yorkshire with the general expectation that an engagement would soon be announced. "And have you reached any conclusions?" Isabel pressed. Matthew sank into an armchair by the fire. "I love her, Mother. I didn't expect to, not when we first came here. She seemed so—" he searched for the right word— superficial, concerned only with position and privilege. "And now—" a smile touched his lips. "Now I see that's only part of who she is. There's so much more to Mary, intelligence, wit, a kind of fierceness that I admire." "Then what's holding you back?" Isabel asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. Matthew stared into his glass. "She hasn't given me an answer yet. She promised she would when she returned from London, but now she's extended her stay with Lady Rosamond. Perhaps she needs more time." "Perhaps," Matthew agreed, though doubt shadowed his features. "Or perhaps she's reconsidering the wisdom of tying herself to a middle-class solicitor, heir or not." Isabel regarded her son with a mixture of sympathy and exasperation. "Matthew, I've never known you to lack confidence." "This isn't about confidence," he replied. "It's about understanding the world Mary comes from. A world where marriage is as much about alliance and security as it is about affection." "You think she doesn't care for you?" "No, I believe she does." Matthew finished his drink and set the glass aside. "But caring may not be enough when weighed against the practical considerations." Isabel leaned forward, her expression earnest. "Matthew, If Mary Crawley can't see your worth beyond your position as heir, then perhaps she doesn't deserve you. Matthew smiled ruefully at his mother's fierce loyalty. It's not that simple. I can't blame Mary for being practical. If our positions were reversed, wouldn't you want me to consider all aspects of such a decision? Before Isabel could respond, Molesley appeared in the doorway. Excuse me, sir, madam. Mrs. Crawley, Lady Grantham has telephoned. She's asked if you would be so kind as to call on her tomorrow morning. She said it was a matter of some importance. Did she say what it was about? Isabel asked, intrigued. No, madam. Only that she would appreciate your counsel on a delicate matter. After Molesley had withdrawn, Matthew looked at his mother questioningly. What do you suppose that's about? I have no idea, Isabel replied, equally puzzled. But I shall find out tomorrow. The next morning dawned clear and bright, a perfect summer day. At Downton Abbey, the usual morning routine unfolded. Upstairs, the family gathered for breakfast in the dining room, while downstairs, the servants took their own meal in the servants' hall before dispersing to their various duties. In her bedroom, Cora lay propped against her pillows, a breakfast tray across her lap. O'Brien moved silently about the room, laying out clothes for the day and tidying away items from the night before. Her ladyship not joining you for breakfast, milady? O'Brien inquired, adjusting the curtains to let in more light. Not this morning, Cora replied. I've asked her to meet with Mrs. Hughes about the garden party arrangements. I thought I might rest a little longer. O'Brien nodded, her face impassive, though her mind worked rapidly behind her composed features. She had served as Lady Grantham's lady's maid for 10 years, and prided herself on anticipating her mistress's needs before they were expressed. Lately, however, something had shifted in their relationship, subtle yet unmistakable. Will there be anything else, milady? She asked, folding a nightgown. No, thank you, O'Brien. Cora's smile was warm. You've thought of everything, as usual. The maid nodded and withdrew, closing the door silently behind her. In the corridor, her composed expression faltered. The letter she had glimpsed the previous day, a response to an advertisement for a lady's maid, burned in her memory. Was her position truly so insecure? After all she had done for Lady Grantham? Downstairs, Anna was gathering clean linens from the laundry room when she encountered Mrs. Hughes. Is her ladyship feeling any better this morning? Anna asked. Mrs. Hughes glanced around before answering, lowering her voice. She's resting. Dr. Clarkson has advised her to take things easy for a few days. It's nothing serious, I hope. No, not serious, Mrs. Hughes replied carefully, but it requires care. That's all I can say. Anna nodded, understanding the housekeeper's discretion. Secrets were currency at Downton, and the household staff were expected to be vaults, particularly regarding the family's private matters. As Anna continued toward the stairs with her stack of linens, she passed Thomas and O'Brien in hushed conversation. They fell silent as she approached, their expressions guarded. Since Thomas's accusations against Mr. Bates, Anna had been even more wary of the footman and lady's maid than usual. Good morning, she said coolly, continuing past without waiting for a response. Someone's got a bee in her bonnet, Thomas remarked once she was out of earshot. Never mind her, O'Brien replied. Have you heard the latest? Her ladyship's looking to replace me. Thomas raised his eyebrows. Are you certain? As certain as I'm standing here. I saw the letters myself. responses to an advertisement placed in the Lady. Perhaps it's for the Dowager Countess, Thomas suggested. I heard her maid's leaving to get married. O'Brien's eyes narrowed. Number it was Lady Grantham who placed the advertisement. I heard her discussing it with the old bat yesterday. Well, well, Thomas murmured, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Seems none of us are safe. 10 years, O'Brien hissed, her composure slipping. 10 years I've served her, looked after her, catered to her every whim. And this is my reward? Thomas watched her carefully, recognizing the dangerous glint in her eye. What will you do? O'Brien straightened her back. I'm not sure yet, but I won't be discarded like an old shoe, I can tell you that. In the village, Isabel Crawley made her way up the drive to Downton Abbey. She had telephoned ahead to confirm her visit, curious about the unexpected summons. Though relations between herself and the Crawleys had sometimes been strained, particularly with the Dowager Countess, she had developed a genuine fondness for the family, especially Cora. Carson greeted her at the door with his usual dignified formality. Good morning, Mrs. Crawley. Her ladyship is expecting you. She's in the morning room. Thank you, Carson, Isabel replied, handing him her hat and gloves. As she followed the butler through the grand hall, Isabel couldn't help but admire the house itself. Though she would never admit it to Cousin Violet, she had come to appreciate the beauty and history of Downton Abbey. It represented a way of life rapidly fading in the modern world, a fact that Matthew, with his progressive views, sometimes failed to recognize. In the morning room, Cora sat by the window, a shaft of sunlight illuminating her still beautiful face. She rose as Isabel entered, extending her hands in greeting. Cousin Isabel, how kind of you to come. Please, sit down. Once they were settled, with tea served and Carson withdrawn, Cora fixed Isabel with a direct gaze. I asked you here because I need your counsel as a nurse, and perhaps as a mother, too. Isabel's medical training immediately came to the fore. Are you unwell, Cora? Not unwell, no. A small smile played at the corners of Cora's mouth. I'm pregnant. Isabel couldn't conceal her surprise. Pregnant? But that's unexpected. To say the least, Cora agreed, a hint of amusement in her voice despite the seriousness of the situation. I'm 43 years old, Isabel. I haven't been with child since Sybil was born. And how is Robert taking the news? As well as can be expected. He's pleased, of course, but also concerned. At my age, there are risks. Isabel nodded thoughtfully. Yes, there are. But many women have healthy babies in their 40s, Cora. With proper care and rest, there's no reason to anticipate complications. That's reassuring to hear. Cora paused, turning her teacup slowly in its saucer. But there's another concern, of course, one that affects your son directly. The implication hung in the air between them. If Cora's child was a boy, Matthew would no longer be heir to the earldom of Grantham. I see, Isabel said, keeping her voice neutral. And have you discussed this with Matthew? Not yet. Robert plans to speak with him soon. Cora's expression was troubled. I worry about how this will affect him, and Mary too. They seemed so close to an understanding before we left London. Isabel considered her response carefully. Though fiercely protective of her son, she recognized the genuine concern in Cora's voice. Matthew is resilient, she said at last. He never expected to be heir to Downton in the first place. If circumstances change again, he will adjust. And what of his feelings for Mary? Cora pressed. Will those adjust as well? It was a question Isabel couldn't easily answer. That depends on Mary as much as on Matthew, she said diplomatically. If their attachment is genuine, it will withstand this test. If not... She left the sentence unfinished, but Cora understood. The Countess sighed, resting a hand lightly on her still flat stomach. I never imagined having another child at this stage of my life, she admitted, and while I'm grateful, truly, I can't help but regret the complications it creates. Life is rarely tidy, Cora, Isabel replied with a gentle smile. We make our plans, and fate intervenes. All we can do is adapt as gracefully as possible. Cora returned the smile. You sound like Cousin Violet, though I don't think she'd appreciate the comparison. Heaven forbid, Isabel laughed. Then, more seriously, you can count on my discretion, of course, until you're ready to make the news public. Thank you, Cora said, her relief evident. Robert wants to wait a bit longer, to be certain all is well, and to give him time to speak with Matthew. As Isabel took her leave a short while later, her mind was filled with concern for her son. Matthew had adapted admirably to his unexpected role as heir to Downton, gradually winning the respect of the family and the local community. Now, just as he was finding his place in this new world, everything might change again. And what of his feelings for Mary? Isabel had watched their relationship develop with mixed emotions. She admired Mary's spirit and intelligence, but worried about her occasional coldness and evident preoccupation with position. Would Mary's interest in Matthew cool if he was no longer the heir? As she walked back to Crawley House, Isabel resolved to prepare her son for the possibility of another significant change in their lives, while hoping, for his sake, that his heart would remain intact, regardless of the outcome. Chapter 4. Schemes Below Stairs. In Mr. Carson's pantry, the light of a single lamp cast long shadows across the polished surfaces. The butler sat at his desk, a letter spread before him, his expression grave. Thomas and O'Brien stood opposite, watching him with carefully composed faces that betrayed nothing of their inner satisfaction. "Now do you believe me?" Thomas asked, barely containing the note of triumph in his voice. Carson's bushy eyebrows drew together. "Careful, Thomas. Your position is not a strong one." "Don't punish us, Mr. Carson," O'Brien interjected. "It's Mr. Bates who's wanting here." Thomas leaned forward slightly, pressing his advantage. "Tell me, Mr. Carson, do you think it right a man like that should live and work at Downton?" The butler did not immediately respond. As keeper of the household standards, he was deeply troubled by the allegations against Bates, yet something about the situation and the eagerness with which Thomas and O'Brien pursued it gave him pause. "I will take this matter under consideration," he said at last, his deep voice measured. "You may go." As they left the pantry, Thomas and O'Brien exchanged a brief, satisfied glance. Their plan was progressing nicely. In the dim corridor, O'Brien glanced around to ensure they were alone before speaking. "He's wavering, I can tell." "Maybe," Thomas replied, less convinced. "But his lordship's fond of Bates. Won't sack him without good reason." "Then we'll give him good reason," O'Brien hissed, her sharp features hardening in the shadowy light. I'm tired of watching that man limp around like he owns the place, with everyone making allowances for him. It's time he was gone. Thomas nodded in agreement, though his motivations were perhaps less personal than O'Brien's. Unlike the lady's maid, whose resentment toward Bates stemmed from his close relationship with Anna, thereby threatening her influence over Lady Grantham, Thomas's grievance was more calculated. With Bates gone, the position of Lord Grantham's valet would be vacant, and Thomas had long coveted that role with its increased status and privileges. Their plotting was interrupted by the approach of footsteps. Mrs. Hughes rounded the corner, keys jangling at her waist, and fixed them with a knowing look. "Don't you two have work to be getting on with?" she asked pointedly. "Just on my way, Mrs. Hughes," Thomas replied smoothly, while O'Brien simply nodded before they both continued down the corridor. The housekeeper watched them go, her lips pressed into a thin line. Those two were trouble, always had been. She'd need to warn Mr. Carson to be cautious in whatever they were trying to draw him into. In the small courtyard behind the kitchen, Anna sat on a wooden bench, darning one of Lady Mary's silk stockings. The afternoon sun warmed the flagstones, and the secluded spot offered a rare moment of peace in her busy day. The sound of Bates's uneven gait on the stones made her look up, a smile automatically brightening her face. He approached slowly, leaning on his cane, his own expression lightening at the sight of her. "Taking advantage of the sunshine?" he asked, settling beside her on the bench with a slight grimace. "While it lasts," Anna replied. She set aside her darning. "Your leg's troubling you today?" It wasn't a question, but Bates nodded nonetheless. "Change in the weather coming, I think." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, a luxury rarely afforded to servants whose days were measured in tasks completed and bells answered. Anna studied his profile, noting the tension around his eyes, the slight downward turn of his mouth. "Something's worrying you," she said quietly. Bates turned to look at her, a rueful smile touching his lips. "Am I so transparent?" "Only to me," Anna replied, her voice gentle. "Is it Thomas and O'Brien again?" He sighed, gazing out across the courtyard. "They've been busy. Carson called me in this morning, asking about a letter they've obtained from a maid who worked in my former regiment." Anna's brow furrowed with concern. "What did it say?" "Enough," Bates replied cryptically. "Old accusations. Nothing I didn't expect might surface eventually." "But nothing true," Anna insisted, her loyalty unwavering. Bates didn't immediately respond, and his silence sent a chill through Anna despite the warm sunshine. "Mr. Bates," she prompted, her voice smaller than before. He turned to her, his eyes troubled. "The truth is rarely simple, Anna. What I told Carson, what I told all of you when I first came, wasn't the whole story." "Then tell me now," she urged. "Whatever it is, it can't change how I feel." Bates studied her face, seeming to weigh his words carefully. "I was in prison, Anna. I served time for theft." The revelation hung in the air between them. Anna's eyes widened slightly, but the shock she felt was not accompanied by the revulsion or disappointment Bates clearly feared. "Did you do it?" she asked simply. "Did you steal?" "I confess to it," he replied, his gaze steady. Anna's chin lifted, a familiar gesture of determination. That's not what I asked. Before Bates could respond, the back door opened, and Mrs. Patmore emerged, squinting in the bright sunlight. Anna, her ladyship's ringing for you, the cook called out. And Mr. Carson wants you in his pantry, Mr. Bates. Right away. Their private moment shattered. Anna and Bates rose from the bench. As they turned to go inside, Anna laid a light hand on his arm, stopping him briefly. This isn't finished, she said softly, her eyes meeting his. Whatever happened, whatever you did or didn't do, I won't see you driven out by Thomas and his schemes. Bates covered her hand with his own for the briefest moment. Thank you, Anna. But some battles can't be won, no matter how brave the fighter. In the servants' hall that evening, the atmosphere was tense. Word had spread quickly about Bates being summoned to Carson's pantry, and though no one knew exactly what had transpired, the whispered conversations and sidelong glances told their own story. Thomas sat at the table, polishing silver with ease, while watching the others from beneath lowered lashes. O'Brien occupied her usual chair by the fire, her knitting needles clicking steadily, her expression inscrutable. William entered, carrying a tray of cups and saucers from upstairs. He set it down on the sideboard with more force than necessary, earning a raised eyebrow from Mrs. Hughes. Careful, William, she cautioned. Those are the Wedgwood. Sorry, Mrs. Hughes, he muttered, arranging the cups for washing. Thomas smirked. Still in a temper, are we? Thought you'd have got over that by now. William's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond, continuing with his task in pointed silence. Thomas, never one to let an opportunity pass, pressed on. Must be hard, knowing you're stuck down here while your dad struggles on alone. Can't even help with the harvest this year, can you? That's enough, Thomas, Mrs. Hughes said sharply. But William had already straightened, turning to face Thomas with clenched fists. My father's managing just fine, and at least he's proud of the work I do, which is more than your parents can say, I'd wager. Thomas's eyes narrowed dangerously. Watch yourself. No, you watch yourself, William retorted, his grief-fueled anger finally finding an outlet. Always sneaking about, making trouble for others. Mr. Bates has done nothing to you, yet you're determined to see him gone. William, Carson's deep voice cut through the building tension as the butler appeared in the doorway. That will do. The young footman subsided, though his eyes still flashed with anger. Carson surveyed the room, his forbidding expression silencing any remaining whispers. I will not have discord among the staff, he pronounced. The reputation of this house depends on the proper behavior of all who serve in it. Is that understood? Yes, Mr. Carson, came the chorus of subdued responses. Good. Now we have work to do before the dressing gong. Mrs. Patmore has prepared dinner for her ladyship to take upstairs, and his lordship will be dining at the Dower House this evening. Anna, Lady Mary has telephoned. She'll be returning from London the day after tomorrow. As the staff dispersed to their various duties, Bates emerged from the boot room. Anna, waiting in the corridor, fell into step beside him. Well, she asked quietly. His lordship wants to speak with me himself, Bates replied, his voice low. Carson's told him about the letter. Anna's face paled slightly. When? Tonight, after he returns from the Dower House. Bates attempted a reassuring smile that didn't reach his eyes. Don't worry, Anna. Whatever happens, I've had more time at Downton than I ever expected. Don't talk like that, she insisted. His lordship values you. He won't be swayed by Thomas's manipulations. Bates wished he could share her confidence, but experience had taught him that even the most loyal employers had their limits. And if Lord Grantham learned the full truth about his past, not just the theft, but the drinking, the violence, the utter wreckage he had made of his life before coming to Downton, even his lordship's generous nature might not be enough to save him. After dinner that evening, Thomas joined O'Brien in her customary spot in the yard for a cigarette. The air had cooled considerably as night approached, and O'Brien pulled her shawl tighter around her thin shoulders. Carson's told his lordship about Bates, Thomas reported, lighting his cigarette. He'll be speaking with him tonight. And? O'Brien prompted, impatient for details. Thomas exhaled a stream of smoke, and nothing yet, but his lordship's hardly going to keep a convicted thief in his employ, is he? Not once he knows the truth. Don't be so sure, O'Brien cautioned, her skepticism born of long service in the house. His lordship can be sentimental about these things. Remember how he kept on old Simmons as under-gardener, even when the man could barely tell a weed from a rose bush. This is different, Thomas insisted. This isn't about capability, it's about character. No gentleman wants a man of questionable honor handling his valuables, dressing him, being privy to his private affairs. O'Brien considered this. Her sharp eyes narrowed against the cigarette smoke. You may be right, but if not, we'll need another plan. Such as? A calculating smile curved O'Brien's thin lips. The only sure way to get rid of a servant is to have him or her suspected of stealing. Thomas snorted. Aren't you forgetting we've tried that, and it didn't work? But last time we invented a theft, O'Brien pointed out. What we need is to make him a suspect when something's really been stolen. How do we know anything's been stolen? O'Brien gave him a pointed look. Because you stole it, you noodle. Understanding dawned on Thomas's face. Oh, you mean the wine? Yes, the wine. Thomas frowned, flicking ash from his cigarette. But that's the whole point. Bates knows I took it. He was threatening to tell Mr. Carson. Well, he can't, can he? O'Brien's eyes glittered in the darkness. Not if we get to him first. Their scheme was clever in its simplicity. Thomas had indeed pilfered wine from the cellar, a long-standing practice that Carson had never managed to completely eradicate. Bates had discovered this some weeks ago, and had warned Thomas that he risked dismissal if the thefts continued. It had been an unexpected mercy from the valet, who could easily have reported Thomas immediately. Now, O'Brien proposed to turn that mercy against Bates. By suggesting that he had been seen taking the key to the wine cellar, they would cast doubt on his integrity, and with his history of theft already revealed, the accusation would carry additional weight. As they finished their cigarettes, a sliver of moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting the courtyard in silvery light. From inside came the faint sound of the piano. Lady Edith practicing in the drawing room, her music floating through the partly open window. Be careful, O'Brien warned as they prepared to go back inside. Carson may be sympathetic to our cause, but he's not a fool. We need to tread carefully. Thomas nodded. grinding out his cigarette beneath his heel. "Don't worry. I know how to play this game." They re-entered the house, returning to the warmth and light of the servants' hall, leaving behind them only the faint scent of tobacco lingering in the night air. In Lord Grantham's dressing room, Bates laid out evening clothes with meticulous care. Each item was placed precisely, each crease smoothed away, each button polished to a soft gleam. If this was to be one of his final acts as valet to Lord Grantham, he was determined it would be executed perfectly. The door opened, and Lord Grantham entered, still in his dinner jacket, from his visit to the Dower House. His expression was troubled, his movements less assured than usual. "Ah, Bates, there you are." "Good evening, my lord." Bates stood straight, his hands clasped before him, his face carefully composed. "I've laid out your things for the morning." "Thank you." Lord Grantham hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the conversation ahead. "Bates, I've received some concerning information about your past." "Yes, my lord. Mr. Carson informed me." "I want to give you an opportunity to explain," Lord Grantham continued, his tone measured, "before I make any decisions." Bates nodded, his expression betraying nothing of the turmoil within. "What would you like to know, my lord?" "The truth, Bates, about the theft, about the prison sentence." Lord Grantham's eyes held no condemnation, only a deep, troubled curiosity. "We've known each other a long time. I'd like to understand what happened." For a moment, Bates considered telling him everything. The drinking that had begun after his war injury, the bitter arguments with Vera, the slow disintegration of his marriage and his self-respect. He considered explaining how he had taken the blame for his wife's theft of regimental silver, believing that his confession might somehow redeem his failures as a husband. But the habits of a lifetime, the private nature that had been both his shield and his isolation, prevailed. "I regret that I cannot discuss it, my lord," he said quietly, "but I will understand if you feel you can no longer retain my services." Lord Grantham studied him for a long moment. "How could you not have realized they'd discover the loss at once, and to keep them in your house? But you only served 2 years." "That's right, my lord." So clearly the judge thought there was some mitigating factor. Bates remained silent, his expression giving nothing away as he helped Lord Grantham out of his dinner jacket and into his dressing gown. Lord Grantham sighed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Bates, we've come a long way together. I owe you a great deal. Some might say everything." "Please, your lordship," Bates interrupted, uncomfortable with the gratitude. "Whatever debt you think you owe me is long since paid in full. I just want to know the truth." Bates met his employer's gaze steadily. "I cannot speak of it, my lord. You must decide whether I stay or go on the basis of the evidence before you. I will respect that." The two men regarded each other in silence, years of shared history hanging in the air between them. Lord Grantham was the first to look away, his expression a complex mixture of disappointment and reluctant acceptance. "Very well, Bates. I'll consider the matter further, but I won't make a hasty decision, regardless of pressure from certain quarters. Thank you, my lord." As Bates withdrew, closing the dressing room door softly behind him, he felt the weight of inevitability settling on his shoulders. Despite Lord Grantham's evident desire to be fair, Bates harbored few illusions about his future at Downton. Thomas and O'Brien had outmaneuvered him, and the past he had tried so hard to leave behind had finally caught up with him. In the darkened corridor, he paused, leaning more heavily on his cane than usual. The prospect of leaving Downton, leaving Anna, twisted in his chest like a physical pain. For the first time in years, he had found a place where he belonged, people who valued him, and a woman who saw beyond his limp and his reserved nature to the man beneath. Losing all of that would be punishment indeed. Perhaps, he reflected with grim acceptance, the punishment he had long deserved, but somehow managed to avoid until now. Chapter 5. Mary's Dilemma. London gleamed in the afternoon sunshine as Lady Mary Crawley strolled through Hyde Park beside her aunt, Lady Rosamond Painswick. Despite the pleasant weather and the fashionable crowd that filled the park's pathways, Mary's thoughts were miles away in Yorkshire. "There's nothing like an English summer, is there?" Rosamond remarked, twirling her parasol lazily. "Except an English winter," Mary replied dryly. Rosamond cast a shrewd glance at her niece. Unlike her brother, Robert, she possessed a sharper edge, a worldliness born of years navigating London society as both a married woman and now a wealthy widow. Mary had always appreciated her aunt's directness. It was one of the reasons she had extended her London stay, seeking the older woman's counsel. "I'm sorry you haven't received more invitations," Rosamond said, as they passed a group of elegantly dressed young women, who nodded politely in their direction. But then, after 4 seasons, one is less a debutante than a survivor. "My dear, is there anything you're not telling me?" "No," Mary answered too quickly. "Only one hears stories." Mary kept her expression neutral, though inwardly she bristled at the reminder of the persistent rumors that had followed her since the Turkish diplomat's death at Downton. "There's nothing, Aunt Rosamond." Rosamond seemed to accept this, changing tack smoothly. "So, have you decided whether or not to marry Cousin Matthew?" Mary glanced at her aunt in surprise. "How did you know about that?" "Oh, there's no secret that Cora can keep for more than a month," Rosamond replied with a knowing smile. "You'd be surprised," Mary murmured, thinking of the one devastating secret her mother had indeed kept. Then, more clearly, "I've told him I'll give him my answer the day I get back." "Well, it would be very tidy, at least we can say that." The lukewarm assessment hung in the air between them. Mary studied her aunt's profile, trying to gauge her true opinion. "You don't think I should accept him?" Rosamond paused on the path, turning to face her niece directly. "My dear, the question is not what I think, but what you think. Do you love him?" It was a startlingly direct question, one that caught Mary off guard. She looked away, watching a pair of swans glide across the Serpentine. I believe I do," she admitted finally. "But is that enough?" "For some, perhaps, but you are not some, Mary. You are the daughter of an earl, raised to certain expectations." Rosamond resumed walking, her pace measured. "And while Matthew is a perfectly respectable young man, he remains a solicitor from Manchester, the grandson of a doctor, hardly the match your parents envisioned for you. But he's also Papa's heir," Mary pointed out, falling into step beside her. "One day he'll be Earl of Grantham." "Indeed, which is precisely why you must be careful." Rosamond's voice dropped slightly. "A match with Matthew makes perfect sense while he remains the heir. But what if that changes?" Mary's heart quickened What do you mean? Only that life is unpredictable, my dear. What if your father were to have a son? The possibility, so remote as to seem absurd just weeks ago, now loomed large in Mary's mind. She had not shared the news of her mother's pregnancy with her aunt. It was not her secret to tell. But Rosamond's words struck uncomfortably close to the dilemma that had been plaguing her since learning of her mother's condition. That seems unlikely at their age, Mary said carefully. Perhaps, but it's not impossible. Rosamond patted her niece's hand. All I'm suggesting is that you consider all possibilities before you commit yourself. Marriage is, after all, for life. They continued their walk in thoughtful silence. Around them, the park bustled with life. Nursemaids pushing perambulators, gentlemen tipping their hats to passing ladies, children running and laughing in the sunshine. A world of order and predictability that contrasted sharply with the tumult of Mary's thoughts. Later that afternoon, Mary sat alone in the morning room of her aunt's elegant Eaton Square house. A half-written letter to Matthew lay before her, abandoned after multiple attempts to articulate her feelings. Each draft had felt either too cold or too revealing, neither capturing the complex tangle of emotions she experienced when thinking of him. The sound of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts. A few moments later, the butler appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Evelyn Napier, my lady." Mary rose in surprise as Evelyn entered the room. Tall and well-dressed, he carried himself with the easy confidence of his class. They had not spoken since the ill-fated visit to Downton that had brought the Turkish diplomat, Kemal Pamuk, into her life, and to his death in her bed. "What a surprise," Mary said, composing herself quickly. "I'm afraid you've just missed my aunt." "I know," Evelyn replied, his expression serious. "I watched her leave." Mary gestured for him to sit, intrigued by his uncharacteristically direct manner. "How are your wedding plans going?" "Not very well. In fact, we've decided to call it off." "Really?" It seemed quite fixed at Sybil's ball. Mary kept her tone light, though inwardly she wondered at the purpose of his visit. What a shame. Please. He sat down, placing his hat carefully on the floor beside his chair. "It'll be better in the long run." "Perhaps. I know what high hopes you have of the institution." Her cool tone did not go unnoticed. Evelyn leaned forward slightly, his expression earnest. "The thing is, Lady Mary, I am here today because I needed to tell you something, face to face, before you went to the country." "Face to face? Gracious me. I've recently heard gossip about the time when I came to Downton with Kemal Pamuk, gossip that I believe has made life difficult for you." Evelyn paused, his discomfort evident. "I've also heard it said that I am the source of these stories. It is very important to me that you should know I am not. From that day to this, I have never spoken one word on the matter." Mary regarded him steadily, her heart racing even as she maintained her outward composure. "Then who did?" "It seems to come from the Turkish embassy, from the ambassador himself, in fact, and his wife." "But who told them, if not you?" Mary pressed, dreading the answer. Evelyn hesitated. "This is the hard part. When I discovered the answer, I debated whether I should relay it, but in the end I feel you ought to know. The suspense is killing me. It was your sister, Lady Edith, who wrote to the ambassador." Evelyn's voice was gentle, as if trying to soften the blow. That is why people accept the story. Edith? The betrayal struck Mary like a physical blow, though she allowed only the slightest widening of her eyes to betray her shock. It's very hard to believe. Harder for you than for me, Mary replied, her voice steady despite the maelstrom of emotions within. After Evelyn had gone, Mary remained in the morning room, staring out at the elegant square with unseeing eyes. The revelation of Edith's betrayal burned within her, a cold, hard anger that pushed aside even her concerns about Matthew. So it had been Edith all along. Her own sister, driven by jealousy and spite, had deliberately set out to ruin her reputation. The scandal that had haunted her this season, the whispers, the withdrawn invitations, the careful distance kept by former friends, all could be laid at Edith's door. And yet, beneath the anger lay a deeper pain. For the scandal to exist at all, she had to have committed the original transgression. She had allowed Pamuk into her bed, a moment of madness that continued to haunt her. No matter how much she might blame Edith for spreading the tale, the root of it lay in her own actions. The sound of her aunt's return roused Mary from her dark thoughts. Rosamond appeared in the doorway, removing her gloves as she studied her niece's face. "You look positively thunderous, my dear. What's happened?" Mary related Evelyn's visit in clipped tones, watching as her aunt's expression shifted from surprise to calculation. "Well," Rosamond said finally, settling into a chair. "This is unfortunate, but perhaps not entirely surprising. Edith has always envied you." "Envy is one thing, deliberate sabotage is quite another." Mary paced the room, her composure slipping. How am I to face her? To live under the same roof, knowing what she's done? "With dignity, of course," Rosamond replied smoothly. "Let her see that her petty schemes have not broken you. That would be the greatest revenge." Mary paused by the window, looking out at the gathering dusk. "I've half a mind not to return to Downton at all." "Don't be absurd. Of course you must return." Rosamond's tone brooked no argument. "You have Matthew to consider, after all." At the mention of Matthew, Mary's thoughts circled back to her original dilemma. Accepting him now, in the wake of the scandal, might seem like grasping at a lifeline, a desperate attempt to secure her position before her reputation was irreparably damaged. And what if her mother's child was a boy? Would Matthew still want her if he lost his position as heir? Would she still want him? "I don't know what to do about Matthew," she admitted, sinking into a chair opposite her aunt. "I care for him deeply. I believe I even love him. But everything seems so uncertain now." Rosamond considered her niece thoughtfully. "Then perhaps you should delay your answer. Wait to see how things develop." "You mean, wait to see if Mama has a boy or a girl?" Mary's tone was dry. "I mean wait until you're certain of your own mind," Rosamond corrected. "Marriage is not to be entered into lightly, particularly for someone in your position. Once made, such decisions cannot be unmade without considerable scandal." Mary gave a hollow laugh. "I believe I've had quite enough scandal for one lifetime." "Precisely my point." Rosamond rose, crossing to a small escritoire in the corner of the room. "Now, shall we put aside these gloomy thoughts and consider your wardrobe for tomorrow's luncheon at Lady Harrington's? I hear Lord Gillingham might be in attendance, and he's recently come into his title." Mary recognized the change of subject for what it was, a temporary respite from difficult decisions. She allowed her aunt to guide the conversation to safer topics, but inwardly, her thoughts remained tangled in a web of love, ambition, scandal, and betrayal. At Downton, Matthew walked alongside Robert on the grounds of the estate. The morning was fine, the air fresh with the scent of summer flowers. In the distance, the great house gleamed in the sunlight, its centuries-old stones a testament to permanence in a changing world. "I want to say I'll make provision for you, if it's a boy and you're pushed out," Robert began, his discomfort evident in his stilted phrasing. "Don't worry," Matthew interrupted, sparing the older man further awkwardness. "I know you can't. If any man living understands the strength of the entail, it's me. I can give you Crawley House for life, if it's a help." Matthew nodded, appreciating the gesture even as he recognized its inadequacy. Crawley House, while comfortable, was a poor substitute for the inheritance he had reluctantly come to accept as his future. "Have you heard from Mary?" he asked, changing the subject. "No. Have you?" Matthew shook his head, the admission more painful than he cared to acknowledge. Mary's extended stay in London, without so much as a letter, spoke volumes about her uncertainty. They walked on in silence for a few moments, each man lost in his own thoughts. For Matthew, the past year had been a journey of unexpected turns. From his quiet life as a solicitor in Manchester to his new role as heir to the earldom of Grantham, he had adjusted with a mixture of reluctance and duty. And somewhere along the way, against all expectations, he had fallen in love with Lady Mary Crawley. "By the way, I want to ask a favor," Robert said, breaking into his thoughts. "What's the name of your cook? The one you brought with you from Manchester?" "Mrs. Bird," Matthew replied, momentarily puzzled by the question. "Ah, yes, Mrs. Bird. Might we borrow her for a time? It seems Mrs. Patmore is in need of an operation for her cataracts, and will need someone to manage the kitchen in her absence." "Of course," Matthew agreed readily. "Mother and I can certainly manage without her for a while. I'll speak to her this afternoon." As they turned back toward the house, Matthew found himself contemplating the uncertainty of his position once more. If Cora's child was a boy, he would return to being simply Mr. Matthew Crawley, solicitor. His brief interlude as heir to Downton would end, and with it, perhaps, Mary's interest in him. The thought stung more than he wanted to admit. He had come to love Mary for herself, not for her position or what she could bring to a marriage. But did she feel the same? Her hesitation in accepting his proposal, followed by her extended absence in London, suggested otherwise. Later that day, Matthew sat in the library at Crawley House, legal documents spread before him, though his mind was far from the details of the contract he was supposed to be reviewing. His mother entered, carrying a tea tray. "You've been staring at the same page for 20 minutes, she observed, setting the tray down on a side table. "What's troubling you?" Matthew smiled ruefully. Nothing escaped his mother's notice. "I was thinking about Mary." "Ah." Isabel poured tea. "Has she written?" "No." The single word contained a wealth of disappointment. "Perhaps she needs more time. Or perhaps she's already made her decision and lacks the courage to tell me directly." Matthew accepted the cup his mother offered, though he had little appetite for tea. "I'm beginning to think I misunderstood her feelings entirely." Isabel settled into a chair opposite him, her expression thoughtful. "I don't believe you did. I saw how she looked at you at Sybil's ball. There was genuine affection there. Affection, yes. But love? I'm not so sure. Matthew set his cup down with a decisive click. And then there's the matter of Cousin Cora's pregnancy. If she has a son, you return to the life you had before, Isabel finished for him. Would that be so terrible? Matthew considered the question seriously. No, he admitted finally. I never wanted to be an earl. I was content with my life in Manchester, my work, my independence. But now, Isabel prompted gently. Now I've come to care for Downton, he replied. Not just the estate, but the responsibility it represents, the people who depend on it for their livelihoods, the traditions it maintains. He gave a self-deprecating smile. I sound like Cousin Robert. You sound like someone who has found purpose in an unexpected place, Isabel corrected. There's no shame in that. Matthew rose, moving to the window that overlooked the garden. In the distance, the silhouette of Downton Abbey was visible through the trees. And what of Mary? He asked quietly, more to himself than to his mother. If she only sees me as a future earl, what does that say about her feelings for me as a man? I think you do her an injustice, Isabel replied, surprising him with her defense of Mary. Lady Mary has many faults, but I believe her feelings for you are genuine. Perhaps she's simply struggling with the uncertainty of it all, just as you are. Matthew turned from the window, struck by his mother's insight. You may be right, but if so, why hasn't she returned to Downton? Why extend her stay in London when she knows I'm waiting for her answer? Isabel sighed, setting aside her teacup. The heart is rarely rational, Matthew, and Lady Mary, for all her sophistication, is young and inexperienced in matters of real feeling. Give her time. Time, Matthew reflected, as his mother left him to his thoughts, was the one thing in abundant supply at Downton. The great house had stood for centuries, witnessing the passing of generations, the rise and fall of fortunes. What were a few weeks of uncertainty in the face of such permanence? And yet, for a man in love, waiting for an answer that might never come, each day stretched into an eternity. At Downton, Lady Edith sat at her dressing table, studying her reflection with critical eyes. The London season had been kinder to her than to Mary, though she took little satisfaction in that knowledge. Her sister's diminished social success had not translated into greater opportunities for herself, as she had once naively hoped. Anna moved quietly around the room, laying out Edith's dress for dinner. Though Mary's lady's maid by primary assignment, Anna assisted all three sisters when needed, an arrangement that sometimes chafed at Edith's sense of her own importance. Have you heard from Lady Mary? Edith asked, affecting casual interest as she adjusted a loose pin in her hair. She's expected back the day after tomorrow, my lady, Anna replied, smoothing a wrinkle from the evening gown. According to Mr. Carson. Edith nodded, a mixture of anticipation and dread pooling in her stomach. Mary's return would disrupt the peaceful rhythm that had settled over Downton in her absence. Once again, Edith would find herself in her elder sister's shadow, overlooked and undervalued. The memory of the letter she had written to the Turkish ambassador rose unbidden in her mind. It had been an impulse, born of bitter resentment after overhearing Mary mock her to their grandmother. The words had flowed easily. The shocking tale of the handsome diplomat found dead in Lady Mary Crawley's bed, the scandal hushed up by a powerful family. She had posted it without allowing herself to reconsider, a momentary satisfaction that had quickly given way to a gnawing guilt she still carried. Not regret, exactly. Mary had earned her comeuppance, but a disquieting sense that she had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. "Will that be all, my lady?" Anna's voice broke into her thoughts. "Yes, thank you, Anna." Edith turned from the mirror. "Actually, no. What do you think of the green evening gown with the cream lace? Might it suit me for the garden party?" Anna considered the question seriously, her natural kindness evident in her thoughtful response. "It's a lovely gown, my lady, though perhaps the blue would be even more becoming. It brings out the warmth in your coloring." Edith nodded, pleased by the suggestion. "The blue, then." "Thank you, Anna." As the maid withdrew, Edith returned to her reflections, both literal and figurative. Despite her complicated feelings about Mary's return, recent days had brought an unexpected brightness to her outlook. Sir Anthony Strallan had called twice since the family's return from London, his interest in her evident, despite their age difference. At 30, Edith had begun to fear that marriage might pass her by entirely, especially with her parents' attention focused on launching Sybil and securing Mary's future. Sir Anthony's attention, while not the passionate romance she had once dreamed of, represented a chance at a life of her own, away from the constant comparison to her sisters. The thought sustained her as she prepared for dinner, where conversation would inevitably turn to Mary's imminent return and the upcoming garden party. For once, Edith had someone of her own to think about, and if Mary returned to find her middle sister being courted by a respectable, if middle-aged baronet, so much the better. Let Mary have Matthew if she still wanted him. Edith had her own prospects now, and if those prospects were somewhat less grand than being Countess of Grantham, they at least belonged entirely to her, uncontested by her more glamorous sister. It was, Edith decided as she made her final adjustments before dinner, enough. It had to be. Chapter 6. Mrs. Patmore's Journey. The library at Downton Abbey was bathed in morning sunlight as Mrs. Patmore stood before Lord Grantham, twisting her apron between nervous fingers. Anna stood quietly beside her, a reassuring presence as the cook faced her employer. The prospect of being called to the library, territory usually forbidden to kitchen staff, had left Mrs. Patmore in a state of near panic. "Your lordship, I know things haven't been quite right for a while, but I can assure you," she began, her voice wavering. "Come in, Mrs. Patmore," Lord Grantham interrupted gently. "I promise you, my lord, if I could just be allowed a bit more time—" "Mrs. Patmore, I have not asked you here to give you your notice." The cook blinked in surprise. "Haven't you—" "No. Now, I understand you've had trouble with your sight." "That's just it. I know I could manage better if only—" "Please, Mrs. Patmore." Lord Grantham raised his voice slightly, then softened his tone as he saw the fear in the cook's eyes. "Let him speak," Anna interjected, then immediately added, "Beg pardon, my lord." "Don't apologize," he replied with a small smile. "Now, on Dr. Clarkson's recommendation, I'm sending you up to London to see an eye specialist at Moorfields. Anna will go with you, and you'll stay with my sister, Lady Rosamond Painswick, in Eaton Square." The news struck Mrs. Patmore like a physical blow. She swayed slightly, her hand reaching blindly for support. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to sit in your presence, my lord." "Of course." Anna quickly guided the older woman to a nearby chair, concerned by her sudden pallor. "But how will you get on here? Mrs. Patmore asked once she had recovered somewhat, her practical nature reasserting itself. Well, Mrs. Crawley is lending us her cook, Mrs. Bird. She's coming over tomorrow. You'll be good enough to show her how things work. And are the Crawleys to starve while I'm away? A hint of amusement crossed Lord Grantham's face. They'll eat here every evening. Now my sister's butler will look after you. He's very nice. He turned to Anna. Anna, you won't mind a visit to London? No, my lord. It'll be an adventure. One with a happy ending, I hope, Lord Grantham replied, his kind tone conveying genuine concern for the cook's welfare. As they left the library, Mrs. Patmore clutched Anna's arm, her expression dazed. An operation in London, at Moorfields itself. It's a great opportunity, Anna assured her. Dr. Clarkson says they're the best in the country for eye ailments. But the expense? His lordship has arranged everything. All you need to worry about is getting better. Mrs. Patmore shook her head in wonder. I thought he was going to sack me. After all the mistakes I've been making. The family values you, Mrs. Patmore. We all do. Anna guided her toward the servants' stairs. And just think, in a few weeks, you'll be back in your kitchen with new eyes. If the operation works. A hint of fear crept back into the cook's voice. It will, Anna said firmly, refusing to acknowledge any other possibility. Now, let's go downstairs and share your news, and then we'd better start packing. In the kitchen, the news of Mrs. Patmore's impending departure for London was met with mixed reactions. Daisy seemed genuinely distressed, hovering anxiously around the cook as she attempted to organize her domain for Mrs. Bird's arrival. But who will make the sauce for the chicken, she fretted, and the special pastry for his lordship's favorite pie? Mrs. Bird will manage the sauces, Mrs. Patmore replied, a hint of stiffness in her tone. And I'll write down the pastry recipe for you, step by step. It won't be the same, Daisy insisted. Nothing ever is, Mrs. Patmore said, with unexpected gentleness. Then, reverting to her usual brisk manner, but the world keeps turning, doesn't it? Now fetch me those recipe cards from the drawer, and mind you don't smudge them with your grubby fingers. Meanwhile, in the boot room, Anna sorted through her modest wardrobe, selecting what to pack for London. She'd never been to the capital before, and despite the serious purpose of their trip, she couldn't help feeling a flutter of excitement at the prospect. Bates appeared in the doorway, watching her with a mixture of affection and concern. Quite the adventure you're embarking on. Anna looked up with a smile. It's only London, not the wilds of Africa. It might as well be the moon for the distance it puts between us, he replied softly, glancing down the corridor to ensure they were alone. The sentiment warmed Anna even as she tried to maintain her practical demeanor. It's only for a week, Mr. Bates. I'll be back before you know it. And will you spend all your time at Moorfields? Something in his tone made Anna pause in her folding. She studied his face, noting the careful neutrality of his expression. What are you asking? Bates hesitated, then stepped further into the room, closing the distance between them. I was wondering if you might find time to visit an address in London. My mother's address. Your mother? Anna repeated, surprised. Yes, she's lived in the same house in Bloomsbury for 30 years. He removed a small folded paper from his waistcoat pocket. If you could spare an hour to call on her, I'd be grateful. Anna took the paper, a surge of curiosity mingling with concern. "Does this have something to do with what Thomas and O'Brien are saying about you?" Bates's expression remained impassive, but Anna sensed the tension beneath his calm exterior. "My mother knows the truth of what happened," he said simply. "She might be willing to share it with you, though I've never had the courage to speak of it myself." "Mr. Bates, I understand if you'd rather not involve yourself further in my troubles," he interrupted. "You've been kinder than I deserve already." "Don't say that." Anna's voice was firm. "I'll visit her, gladly, and I'll listen to whatever she has to tell me." Relief flickered across Bates's face, quickly replaced by concern. "It may not be a pleasant tale, Anna. I don't expect it to be. But I believe in you, Mr. Bates. Nothing your mother could tell me would change that." Their eyes met, a moment of perfect understanding passing between them. Then footsteps in the corridor broke the spell, and they resumed their previous positions, Bates at the doorway, Anna at her packing, as Mrs. Hughes appeared. "Anna, have you seen the small traveling case? Mrs. Patmore will need it for her personal items." "It's in the linen cupboard, Mrs. Hughes. I'll fetch it directly." As Anna passed Bates on her way out, their hands brushed briefly. A touch so light, it might have been accidental, yet carrying the weight of a promise between them. The journey to London proved more arduous than Anna had anticipated. Mrs. Patmore, rarely having left Yorkshire in her life, was a nervous traveler, startling at every lurch of the train and peering anxiously out the window whenever they slowed at a station. "Are we there yet?" she asked for the 12th time, squinting at the passing landscape. "Not quite," Anna replied patiently, "but not long now." In truth, Anna was nearly as awed as Mrs. Patmore when they finally arrived at King's Cross Station. The vast iron and glass structure, teeming with travelers, porters, and vendors, was unlike anything in their experience. The noise and bustle of London engulfed them as they emerged onto the street, where Lady Rosamond's chauffeur awaited with a motor car. Eaton Square, when they reached it, presented another marvel, a parade of elegant townhouses arranged around a central garden, each more imposing than the last. Lady Rosamond's home, while not the largest, exuded tasteful prosperity with its gleaming brass fixtures and pristine white facade. The butler, Mr. Meade, greeted them with professional courtesy, showing them to their quarters in the servants' wing of the house. To Anna's relief, they were given separate rooms, small but comfortable, and assured that Lady Rosamond had been most particular about their comfort during their stay. "Her ladyship is currently at Downton Abbey, visiting with the family," Mr. Meade informed them, "but she has left instructions that you are to make yourselves at home. The housekeeper, Mrs. Ridley, will see to your needs." Mrs. Patmore, overwhelmed by the journey and the grandeur of their surroundings, retired early to her room. Anna, after ensuring the cook was comfortably settled, found herself at loose ends in a strange house, in a city she had never visited before. "Is there anything you require, Miss Smith?" Mrs. Ridley asked, appearing in the servants' hall, where Anna had retreated with her sewing. "No, thank you. I'm quite comfortable." The housekeeper hesitated, studying Anna with a shrewd eye. "It's your first time in London, isn't it?" "Is it that obvious?" Anna asked with a self-deprecating smile. "Only to someone who's seen that look before." Mrs. Ridley's severe expression softened slightly. "If you've no duties this evening, you might take a short walk around the square. The gardens are pleasant at this time of day, and it's quite safe. The unexpected suggestion brightened Anna's spirits. Thank you, Mrs. Ridley. I might do just that. The evening air was warm as Anna stepped out into Eaton Square. The central garden, enclosed by wrought iron railings, offered a serene contrast to the bustling streets beyond. Well-dressed couples strolled along the pathways, while children, under the watchful eyes of nannies, played on the lawns. Anna walked slowly, absorbing the unfamiliar sights and sounds of London. So this was the world that Lady Mary and her sisters entered each season, a world of wealth and privilege so far removed from her own experience in service. Yet, as she observed the people around her, she noted the same human emotions she witnessed daily at Downton: a mother's pride in her child, a young couple's shy affection, an old man's contentment as he fed the birds. Different circumstances, she reflected, but perhaps not so different at heart. As she completed her circuit of the garden, Anna's thoughts turned to the task ahead. Tomorrow, after accompanying Mrs. Patmore to Moorfields for her initial consultation, she would make her way to Bloomsbury to call on Mrs. Bates. What would the older woman tell her about her son's past? And would it help or harm Mr. Bates's position at Downton? Anna had no illusions about Thomas and O'Brien's determination to see Bates gone. They had been plotting against him since his arrival, resentful of the favor he enjoyed with Lord Grantham. If there was anything in his past that could be used against him, they would exploit it without mercy. Yet Anna's faith in Bates remained unshaken. Whatever mistakes he might have made, whatever darkness shadowed his past, she knew the essential goodness of the man. She had seen it in countless small kindnesses, in his quiet dignity, in the way he bore Thomas's taunts without retaliation. As she returned to Lady Rosamond's house, Anna resolved to approach Mrs. Bates with an open mind but a loyal heart. Whatever the truth might be, she would use it to protect Bates, not to condemn him. The following morning dawned clear and bright. Anna helped Mrs. Patmore dress with extra care, sensing the cook's growing anxiety about the hospital visit ahead. "What if they can't help me?" Mrs. Patmore asked as Anna fastened the buttons on her best dress, a somber navy blue that had rarely seen daylight at Downton. "What if I'm beyond fixing?" "Doctor, Clarkson wouldn't have suggested Moorfields if he didn't believe they could help," Anna reassured her, "and his lordship wouldn't have gone to the expense if there wasn't hope." Mrs. Patmore nodded, though she didn't appear entirely convinced. "I never thought I'd be in London at my age, let alone under these circumstances. Fancy sending us to stay with Lady Rosamond herself." "It's very generous," Anna agreed, adjusting Mrs. Patmore's hat to a more flattering angle. "And a sign of how much you're valued at Downton." The knowledge seemed to fortify Mrs. Patmore as they set out for the hospital. The impressive facade of Moorfields, with its columned entrance and air of medical authority, momentarily dampened her spirits again, but Anna's steady presence at her side carried her through the initial examination and consultation. "The doctor seems confident," Anna observed afterward as they sat in a small tea room near the hospital. "Cataracts are exactly what they specialize in treating here." "A simple operation," he called it, Mrs. Patmore said, stirring her tea absently. "But there's nothing simple about someone cutting into your eyes, is there?" "It sounds worse than it is, from what the doctor explained. And think how wonderful it will be to see clearly again." Mrs. Patmore's expression brightened at the prospect. No more mistaking salt for sugar. No more squinting at recipe cards until my head aches. She took a fortifying sip of tea. Well, I suppose I'll have to be brave, won't I? For Daisy's sake, if nothing else. The girl would be lost without me. Anna smiled, recognizing the return of the cook's fighting spirit. That's right. And just think how it will feel to walk back into that kitchen with sharp eyes, ready to put Mrs. Bird in her place. The mention of Mrs. Bird, who would be overseeing the Downton kitchen in Mrs. Patmore's absence, provoked a predictable reaction. That woman better not be rearranging my spice jars or changing my methods. I've run that kitchen for 15 years, and I won't have some outsider thinking she can improve on my system. I'm sure she's only there to help, Anna soothed, though privately she suspected the two strong-willed cooks might clash from the start. After seeing Mrs. Patmore safely back to Lady Rosamond's house for an afternoon rest, Anna set out for her second mission of the day. The address Bates had given her was in Bloomsbury, a journey that required both an omnibus and a brisk walk through unfamiliar streets. Bloomsbury presented yet another face of London, less grandiose than Mayfair or Belgravia, but with an intellectual air suggested by bookshops and the presence of students from nearby University College. Mrs. Bates's house, when Anna found it, was a modest brick building on a quiet street, well maintained, but far from ostentatious. Her knock was answered by a woman in her 70s, straight-backed and keen-eyed, with a strong resemblance to her son in the set of her jaw and the direct gaze that assessed Anna from the doorstep. "Mrs. Bates?" Anna asked, suddenly nervous. "Yes, and you are?" "Anna Smith, ma'am. I work with your son at Downton Abbey." A flicker of recognition passed across the older woman's face. "John's Anna? Come in, come in. I've been hoping you might call someday." The simple words, "John's Anna," sent a flush of warmth through her as she followed Mrs. Bates into a small but comfortable sitting room. The house had the tidy, well-ordered appearance of a place where everything served a purpose and nothing was for mere show. "So, you're not trying to find John, Miss Smith?" Mrs. Bates asked as they settled with tea. "No, I work with him at Downton." "You're not by any chance Anna?" "I am. Yes." Anna was puzzled by the question. "Why? Has he mentioned me in his letters?" Mrs. Bates smiled in reply, a knowing look that suggested John Bates had indeed written about her at some length. The thought both pleased and discomfited Anna, who was unaccustomed to being the subject of personal correspondence. "So what is it you want to know?" Mrs. Bates asked, pouring tea with a steady hand. Anna gathered her courage. "I want to know the truth about the case against him. I want to know why the sergeant thought it was odd. I want to know what Mr. Bates isn't saying." "Because you don't believe him to be guilty?" "No, I don't. I know he's not." This seemed to please Mrs. Bates, who nodded approvingly. "Well, you're right, of course." "Then, who was it? Who was the thief?" Mrs. Bates set down her teacup, her expression hardening. "His wife, Vera." The revelation hung in the air between them, confirming Anna's suspicions while opening a world of new questions. She had known, or at least strongly suspected, that Bates was concealing the truth to protect someone. But his wife? The woman who had supposedly left him years ago? She worked at the barracks sometimes, helping at big dinners and so on, Mrs. Bates continued. That night her opportunity came. and she took it. They knew it was her. Someone even saw her with a big carry-all. The one that was in his quarters, Anna said, understanding dawning. Sitting right there. I knew he'd put it out to take back in the morning, but he never said. Why not? Anna leaned forward, her tea forgotten. But why did he confess? Mrs. Bates sighed, her expression troubled. Well, John wasn't the same man in those days. The African war had shaken him up and made him angry. He'd been wounded, and he drank a lot, more than was good for him. Was he violent? Anna asked softly, needing to know, yet dreading the answer. No, not violent, Mrs. Bates reassured her. But he could be hard at times, with a tongue like a razor. He felt he'd ruined Vera's life, Miss Smith, that she'd never have gone wrong but for his treatment of her. Do you agree with him? No. Mrs. Bates's response was immediate and firm. I thought she was a nasty piece of work, and her behavior since has proved me right. But that's why he took the blame. Surely if everyone knew he was innocent. But he confessed. It wasn't their fault. There was nothing anybody could do once he'd confessed. Anna sat back, absorbing the revelation. John Bates, the man she had come to respect and love, had sacrificed his freedom and reputation to protect a woman who had betrayed him. It was both noble and foolish, and somehow entirely in character. Where is she now, Vera? Anna asked. I couldn't say. Mrs. Bates's tone suggested she had little interest in her former daughter-in-law's whereabouts. Last I heard, she was in London, but that was years ago. And does she know where Mr. Bates is? That he's at Downton? I've never told her, and I doubt John has been in touch. But Vera has ways of finding things out when it suits her. The hint of warning in Mrs. Bates's voice troubled Anna. Do you think she might try to contact him? To cause trouble? Vera lives to cause trouble, my dear. It's her nature. Mrs. Bates studied Anna with shrewd eyes. You care for my son, don't you? The direct question caught Anna off guard. Yes, I do. Then you should know what you might be taking on. John is a good man, the best, in my opinion, but he carries burdens from his past that won't easily be shed. I don't care about his past, Anna said firmly. I care about who he is now. Mrs. Bates nodded, seeming satisfied with her answer. Then I'll tell you this. John Bates has known more sorrow than joy in his life. He was a merry boy, full of laughter, before the army and the war and Vera got hold of him. If you can bring some of that laughter back, you'll have my eternal gratitude. The conversation shifted to lighter topics after that. Stories of Bates's childhood, descriptions of life at Downton, shared observations about London. By the time Anna rose to leave, she felt she had gained not only valuable information, but also an ally in her determination to help John Bates. At the door, Mrs. Bates pressed a small, worn book into Anna's hands. Give him this. Tell him his old mother doesn't blame him for keeping quiet all these years, but it's time the truth was known. He deserves that much. Anna tucked the book, a collection of poetry that had clearly been read many times, into her bag, touched by the gesture. Thank you for trusting me with this, with all of it. He trusts you, Mrs. Bates replied simply. And that's recommendation enough for me. As Anna made her way back through the London streets, her mind was filled with the revelations of the day. She finally understood the sadness that sometimes shadowed Bates's eyes. the burden of guilt he carried for crimes not his own. But she also felt a renewed determination. Armed with the truth, or at least more of it than she had known before, she could better defend him against the schemes of Thomas and O'Brien. And perhaps, in time, she could help him find the happiness that had eluded him for so long. The prospect warmed her heart as she boarded the omnibus back to Eaton Square, clutching Mrs. Bates's precious gift and the even more precious knowledge she had gained. Chapter 7. A Question of Honor. The morning sun cast long shadows across the servants' hall as Bates sat alone at the table, polishing a pair of Lord Grantham's riding boots. The rhythmic movement of cloth against leather was soothing, allowing his mind to wander as his hands worked. It had been 3 days since Anna's departure for London, 3 days that had stretched interminably. He had never considered himself a man who depended on the company of others. Yet her absence left a void that neither work nor solitude could fill. His thoughts were interrupted by O'Brien's entrance. The lady's maid paused in the doorway, regarding him with thinly veiled contempt. "Mr. Carson wants you in his pantry," she announced. "Seems important." Something in her tone, a hint of satisfaction, perhaps, put Bates immediately on guard. "Thank you, Miss O'Brien. I'll go directly." He set aside the boots and rose, reaching for his cane. O'Brien watched him, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "I wouldn't keep him waiting if I were you," she added, a note of false concern in her voice. He seemed quite determined. Bates acknowledged her words with a curt nod before making his way to Carson's pantry. The butler was seated at his desk, his imposing figure somehow larger in the confines of his private domain. He looked up as Bates knocked on the open door. "Ah, Mr. Bates, come in." Bates entered, closing the door behind him. Carson's expression was grave, his bushy eyebrows drawn together in what might have been concern or disapproval. "You wanted to see me, Mr. Carson?" "Yes." The butler indicated the chair opposite his desk. "Please sit down." Bates complied, noting the formal tone of the conversation. Something significant was afoot, something beyond the usual household matters. Carson cleared his throat. "Mr. Bates, it's about your somewhat startling confession. As you'll have surmised, his lordship has yet to come to a decision." "His delay is generous," Bates replied, keeping his voice steady despite the churning in his stomach. "However," Carson continued, "it will be no surprise to you that Miss O'Brien has been unwilling to let things drop. It seems that, when we were in London, she made a new friend, a lady's maid in the house of a colonel of your former regiment. He handed over a letter, the same one Bates had glimpsed days earlier. Bates took it, his eyes scanning the neat handwriting that detailed his disgrace in unsparing terms. "Please tell me that this account is false, at least in part," Carson said, a note of something almost like pleading in his voice. Bates looked up from the letter, meeting the butler's gaze directly. "I wish I could." Carson's shoulders slumped slightly, the most visible sign of disappointment he would allow himself. "I'll have to show it to his lordship." "Of course you will." "I do not like to play the part of Pontius Pilate, but I'm afraid I must. Lord Grantham will decide what's to be done." As Carson rose to indicate the conversation was at an end, Bates remained seated. "Mr. Carson, I hope you don't feel I have treated you unjustly." The question seemed to surprise the butler. His expression softened marginally. "On the contrary, Mr. Bates, I am astonished at your kindness." The response warmed Bates more than he had expected. Carson's good opinion mattered to him, he realized, one of many things he would miss about Downton when he was inevitably forced to leave. Later that afternoon, Bates sat in the servants' courtyard, momentarily free from duties. The peaceful spot had become a refuge of sorts, a place where he could escape the watchful eyes and whispered judgments that followed him through the house. The sound of approaching footsteps disrupted his solitude. He looked up to see William, a bundle of letters in his hand. "Post's arrived, Mr. Bates. There's one for you." "Thank you, William." The young footman hesitated, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Any news from Anna?" "About Mrs. Patmore?" "Not yet," Bates replied, "but I imagine we'll hear something soon." William nodded, seeming about to say more before thinking better of it. With a brief nod, he continued on his rounds, leaving Bates to examine the envelope that bore his mother's familiar handwriting. He opened it carefully, unfolding the single sheet of paper inside. "My dear John, I write with news that may not be welcome. Your Anna called on me yesterday, a lovely girl with spirit and loyalty that do you credit. She asked about the circumstances of your imprisonment, and I told her the truth. Forgive an old woman's interference, but it's time the burden was lifted from your shoulders. The past cannot be changed, but it need not define your future. Your Anna understands this, I think. She sees the man you are, not the man you were, and in this she shows wisdom beyond her years. Trust her judgment, John. Trust her heart. With all my love, Mother." Bates refolded the letter, a complex mixture of emotions washing over him. So Anna knew the truth, or at least part of it. His mother would have spoken kindly, painting his actions in the most favorable light, glossing over the darker aspects of his past. But even the sanitized version was enough to make most women recoil. Not Anna, though. If he knew her at all, the revelation would only strengthen her determination to stand by him. The thought both comforted and troubled him. Did he have the right to accept such devotion, knowing what he was, what he had been? Honor dictated that he should release her from any obligation she might feel. A clean break would be kinder in the long run, a chance for her to find someone worthy of her goodness, unburdened by a disgraced past and an uncertain future. And yet, selfishly, he couldn't bring himself to sever the fragile connection between them. Anna had become his anchor in a world that had long seemed adrift. Without her quiet faith in him, he wasn't sure what would remain. In London, Anna sat beside Mrs. Patmore in the hospital waiting room, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The cook had undergone preliminary examinations over the past 2 days, and today they would learn whether an operation was possible. "It's taking an awfully long time," Mrs. Patmore fretted, twisting her handkerchief between nervous fingers. "That can't be a good sign, can it?" "It just means they're being thorough," Anna reassured her, though privately she shared the cook's anxiety. The specialists at Moorfields had been kind but non-committal, their medical terminology often beyond the comprehension of either woman. The door opened, and a nurse appeared. "Mrs. Patmore, the doctor will see you now." They followed her down a corridor to a consultation room where a middle-aged doctor with kind eyes and a serious expression awaited them. "Mrs. Patmore, Miss Smith, please sit down." He consulted the notes before him. "Well, I've reviewed all the examinations, and I'm pleased to say that we can indeed operate on your cataracts." Mrs. Patmore's hand found Anna's, gripping it tightly, An actual operation? Yes, it's a relatively straightforward procedure, though not without risks. But in your case, I believe the potential benefits far outweigh the concerns. What sort of risks? Anna asked, sensing Mrs. Patmore was too overwhelmed to form the question. With any eye surgery, there's a slight risk of infection or bleeding. In rare cases, the vision may not improve as much as we hope. The doctor's tone was measured, neither alarmist nor dismissive. But Mrs. Patmore's cataracts are quite advanced, and without intervention, her sight will continue to deteriorate. And after the operation? Mrs. Patmore found her voice at last. What then? You'll need to rest here at the hospital for about a week. No strenuous activity, no bending or lifting. Then, with proper care, you should notice a significant improvement in your vision within a month or so. The prospect of a week in the hospital, a foreign environment filled with strangers, clearly intimidated Mrs. Patmore. Anna squeezed her hand reassuringly. I'll visit every day, she promised, and we'll write to Daisy and the others at Downton. The time will pass before you know it. Mrs. Patmore nodded, drawing a deep breath to steady herself. Well then, I suppose we'd best get on with it. When would this operation take place? I've scheduled it for the day after tomorrow, the doctor replied. That will give you time to prepare and rest beforehand. As they left the hospital, Mrs. Patmore was uncharacteristically subdued. The bustling London streets, normally a source of fascination and alarm for the cook, barely registered as they made their way back to Lady Rosamond's house. Are you all right, Mrs. Patmore? Anna asked as they settled in the carriage Lady Rosamond had arranged for their transportation. Just thinking, the cook replied, gazing out at the passing scenery. Never thought I'd be having an operation at my age. Funny how life turns out, isn't it? Anna nodded, understanding the mixture of fear and resignation in the older woman's voice. But think how wonderful it will be to see clearly again, to read your recipes without squinting, to move about the kitchen without fear of mistakes. If it works, Mrs. Patmore said softly. Then, with more of her usual spirit, of course it'll work. Those doctors at Moorfields know what they're about, or his lordship wouldn't have sent me there. Her confidence growing visibly, she turned to Anna with a determined expression. Now, you must write to Mr. Carson today, and let him know when the operation is to take place, and tell Daisy, well, tell her I expect her to keep that kitchen in order until I return. Can't have Mrs. Bird thinking she can rearrange everything to suit herself. Anna smiled, relieved to see the familiar spark returning to Mrs. Patmore's manner. I'll write this afternoon, and I'm sure they're all managing beautifully, though missing you terribly. At Lady Rosamond's house, they were greeted by Mrs. Ridley, who informed them that Lady Mary had telephoned to say she would be returning to Downton the following day, and wished to know if Anna would accompany her. Oh, I had expected her to stay another week at least, Anna said, surprised by the news. Apparently her plans have changed, Mrs. Ridley replied. She asked if you could call at Eaton Square tomorrow morning to help her with the packing. The development presented Anna with a dilemma. She had promised to remain in London with Mrs. Patmore, yet her primary duty was to Lady Mary. She glanced at the cook, uncertain how to proceed. Well, don't look at me like that, Mrs. Patmore said briskly. If Lady Mary needs you, then of course you must go. I'm perfectly capable of managing on my own. But the operation is 2 days away, and I'll have plenty of nurses fussing over me afterward. You've done your duty by bringing me here and seeing me settled. Now you must do your duty by her ladyship." Anna hesitated, touched by Mrs. Patmore's understanding, but still reluctant to leave her. "Are you certain?" "I promised his lordship I'd look after you." "And you have," Mrs. Patmore assured her. "But we both know where our first loyalties lie. Lady Mary needs her lady's maid, especially if she's cutting her London visit short. There must be a reason for it, and she'll need you by her side." In the end, Anna accepted the inevitable. She spent the evening writing letters, one to Mr. Carson explaining the situation, one to Daisy with reassurances about Mrs. Patmore's prognosis, and a third, more personal note to Mr. Bates. The last she sealed with particular care, entrusting it to Mrs. Ridley to be posted first thing in the morning. The following day dawned clear and bright. Anna rose early, packing her few belongings before making her way to Eaton Square. Lady Mary's unexpected return to Downton intrigued her. Something must have happened to cut short her stay with Lady Rosamond. The imposing townhouse where Lady Mary was staying seemed quieter than usual when Anna arrived. The butler showed her upstairs to Lady Mary's bedroom, where trunks and valises stood open, waiting to be filled. "Good morning, my lady," Anna said as she entered. "I understand we're returning to Downton today." Lady Mary turned from the window where she had been standing, lost in thought. There was a tension about her that Anna had not seen before, a brittleness beneath her usual composed exterior. "Yes, Anna. I find I've had quite enough of London for one season." She gestured to the wardrobe. "We'll need to pack everything, I'm afraid. I don't anticipate returning before next year." As Anna began carefully folding and packing Lady Mary's clothes, she sensed her mistress had something more on her mind. Long experience had taught her when to wait for Lady Mary to speak in her own time. "Have you been to Downton recently?" Lady Mary asked eventually, watching as Anna wrapped a delicate evening gown in tissue paper. "Not for several days, my lady. I've been in London with Mrs. Patmore." "Ah, yes. Mamma mentioned something about an operation for her eyes." Lady Mary moved restlessly about the room. "Did you happen to see Cousin Matthew before you left?" The casual tone didn't disguise the importance of the question. Anna chose her words carefully. "Yes, my lady. He seemed well, though perhaps a bit preoccupied." "I see." Lady Mary turned back to the window, her profile etched against the morning light. "And did he speak of me?" "Not directly, my lady. But Mr. Bates mentioned that he had been asking after you." This seemed to please Lady Mary, though she merely nodded. "I've written to him, you know, to say I'm returning. But I sent the letter only yesterday, so he won't have received it yet." Anna continued with her packing, allowing Lady Mary her thoughts. Whatever had transpired in London, whatever had prompted this sudden departure, would reveal itself in time. For now, her duty was to ensure her ladyship's comfort, and to ease her return to Downton in whatever way she could. Bates made his way down to the servants' hall, his uneven gait more pronounced than usual, as weariness settled in his bones. The hall was empty, save for William, who sat at the far end of the table, writing what appeared to be a letter. The young footman looked up as Bates entered. "Evening, Mr. Bates." "Evening, William." Bates settled himself at the table, noticing the black armband that encircled the footman's sleeve. "How are you getting on?" William shrugged, his youthful face solemn. "Some days are better than others. I keep thinking I'll wake up and find it was all a bad dream." Bates nodded, understanding the sentiment all too well. Grief takes its own time. There's no rushing it. Did you lose your mother, Mr. Bates? No, she's still living in London. Bates hesitated, then added, but I lost my father when I was about your age. Felt like the ground had disappeared from under my feet. William nodded, grateful for the shared experience. That's it exactly, like nothing solid anymore. He folded his letter carefully. I'm writing to my dad. Trying to, anyway. Hard to find the right words. Just write from the heart, Bates advised. He'll understand. They sat in companionable silence for a few moments before William spoke again. Can I ask you something, Mr. Bates? Something personal? Bates tensed slightly but nodded. You can ask. Is it true what they're saying? About you being in prison? The directness of the question caught Bates off guard. He had expected whispers and sidelong glances, not this forthright inquiry, yet there was no judgment in William's expression, only honest curiosity. Yes, Bates answered simply. It's true. William absorbed this, his brow furrowed in thought. But you're not, you seem like a criminal. And what does a criminal seem like? Bates asked, a hint of wry amusement in his voice. Not like you, William insisted. Not someone who's kind to others, who does his job well, who helps people when they need it. The young footman's earnest defense touched Bates more deeply than he would have expected. People are rarely all one thing or another, William. We're all capable of mistakes, of poor judgments, of actions we later regret. I suppose, William conceded. But Thomas and O'Brien, they're saying you stole from the army. Is that true as well? Bates hesitated, weighing his response carefully. The army believes I did, he said finally. That's what matters in the end. William seemed about to press further when the door opened and Carson appeared, his imposing figure filling the doorway. William, I need you to take these telegrams to the village first thing tomorrow morning, the butler announced, placing several envelopes on the table. And Mr. Bates, his lordship wishes to speak with you before he retires. Bates's heart sank at the words. Had Lord Grantham already reached his decision? It seemed unusually swift, particularly for a man known for his careful consideration of all matters concerning the household. Very good, Mr. Carson, he replied, rising from his seat. I'll go up directly. As he made his way back upstairs, Bates steeled himself for what was to come. If this was to be his dismissal, he would accept it with dignity. Lord Grantham owed him nothing. Indeed, it was Bates who owed a debt of gratitude for the chance he had been given at Downton. He knocked on the library door, entering at Lord Grantham's invitation. The Earl was standing by the fireplace, a glass of whiskey in his hand, his expression thoughtful. Ah, Bates, thank you for coming. He gestured to the chair opposite his own. Please, sit. Bates complied, waiting in silence as Lord Grantham gathered his thoughts. I've been thinking about our conversation earlier, Lord Grantham began, and I find myself troubled, not by what you said, but by what you didn't say. Bates remained silent, unsure where this was leading. You see, I know you, Bates. I've known you for many years, through circumstances far more trying than domestic service, and the man I know is not a thief. Lord Grantham set down his glass, leaning forward with intensity. So, I must ask myself why such a man would confess to a crime he didn't commit. The directness of the observation startled Bates. He had underestimated Lord Grantham's insight, his ability to see beyond the surface of things. "Sometimes, my lord," he said carefully, "a man might believe he deserves punishment, even if not for the specific crime he's accused of." Lord Grantham nodded slowly. Guilt, in other words. Not for theft, perhaps, but for something else. Perhaps. And would this alternative guilt have anything to do with your wife? Bates tensed, wondering how much Lord Grantham had deduced, or been told. "My wife, my lord?" "Come now, Bates. I know you were married, though you've rarely spoken of it. And I know the marriage ended badly, around the same time as this supposed theft." Lord Grantham's gaze was penetrating. Was she involved in some way? The moment stretched between them, weighted with unspoken truths. Bates considered his options carefully. Complete honesty would mean betraying Vera, even after all these years. Yet continued silence would mean betraying Lord Grantham's trust, a trust he valued more than he had realized. "My lord," he began slowly, "there are some aspects of my past that I find difficult to discuss, not out of deception, but out of a desire to leave certain things behind." "I understand that, Bates, better than you might think." Lord Grantham's voice softened. "But I cannot help you if you won't help yourself." The words hung in the air between them, an appeal Bates found increasingly difficult to resist. Before he could respond, however, there was a knock at the door, and Carson entered. "Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Lady Mary has telephoned. She will be returning from London tomorrow." The news clearly surprised Lord Grantham. "Tomorrow? But I thought she was staying with Rosamond until next week, at least." "It seems her plans have changed, my lord. The train arrives at 11:30. "I see. Thank you, Carson." As the butler withdrew, Lord Grantham turned back to Bates with a sigh. "It seems we must continue this conversation another time. For now, know that no decision has been made about your position here. I value your service, Bates, and I will not act hastily in this matter." "Thank you, my lord. Your consideration is more than I deserve." "That," Lord Grantham said with a hint of his usual good humor, "is for me to decide." As Bates left the library, a complex mixture of emotions swirled within him. Relief that his dismissal was not imminent, warred with anxiety about the questions Lord Grantham had raised, questions that struck uncomfortably close to the truth he had guarded for so long. And beneath it all lay a deeper concern. What would Anna's return bring? She knew the truth now, or at least part of it. What would she think of him, knowing he had been imprisoned? What would she say when they came face to face again? The uncertainty of it all weighed heavily on him as he made his way back to his small room in the servants' quarters. Tomorrow would bring Lady Mary's return, and with her, Anna. Tomorrow he would face the consequences of his past, for better or worse. Sleep proved elusive that night, his thoughts churning with memories of Africa, of Vera, of the mistakes and misjudgments that had led him to this point. But in the darkness, a single thought provided comfort. In Anna's eyes, he had found not judgment but understanding, not condemnation but compassion. If she could still look at him that way, knowing what she now knew, perhaps there was hope for him yet. Not redemption exactly, He doubted such a thing was possible for a man with his history, but a chance at something better than he had known before. A chance at something true. Chapter 8. Political Awakenings. Lady Sybil Crawley stood before her bedroom window, gazing out at the vast, manicured grounds of Downton Abbey. The London season had been enlightening in ways her parents could never have anticipated. While her mother and sisters had been preoccupied with balls and dinner parties, Sybil had discovered a world beyond the narrow confines of aristocratic society, a world of ideas, of principles, of passionate conviction. Her cousin Isabel had introduced her to several like-minded women in London, suffragists who spoke with eloquence and determination about women's rights. Their words had ignited something in Sybil, a spark of purpose that continued to burn even after her return to Yorkshire. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called, turning from the window. Anna entered, carrying a freshly pressed dress. "Good morning, my lady. I've brought the blue walking dress you asked for." "Thank you, Anna." Sybil smiled warmly at the lady's maid, genuinely pleased to see her. Unlike many of her peers, who viewed servants as little more than furniture, Sybil had always treated the household staff with respect and kindness. "How was London? I hear Mrs. Patmore is to have an operation." "Yes, my lady." Anna laid the dress carefully on the bed. "At Moorfields Eye Hospital. The doctors are very hopeful." "I'm so glad. And Lady Mary returns today, I understand." "Yes, my lady. Her train arrives at 11:30. A flicker of curiosity crossed Sybil's face. Mary's abrupt decision to cut short her stay with Aunt Rosamond was unexpected, especially given her tendency to linger in London as long as possible. "Do you know why she's coming back early?" "I couldn't say, my lady." Anna's diplomatic response spoke volumes. If she knew the reason, she was too discreet to share it. As Anna helped her dress, Sybil's thoughts turned to her planned excursion for the day. "Anna, could you ask Branson to bring the car around at 10? I need to go into Ripon." "Of course, my lady." Anna fastened the last button on Sybil's dress. "Will anyone be accompanying you?" "No, I'll be going alone." Seeing Anna's barely concealed concern, Sybil added reassuringly, "I'm only visiting the bookshop. I've ordered some material on nursing that I'm eager to collect." This wasn't entirely untrue. Sybil had indeed ordered books on nursing, a subject that fascinated her increasingly as tensions mounted across Europe. But her primary purpose in Ripon today was to collect pamphlets from the local women's suffrage society, an errand she preferred to keep private. After Anna departed, Sybil gathered her hat and gloves, checking her reflection briefly in the mirror. At 18, she was the youngest of the Crawley sisters, often dismissed as the baby of the family, despite her increasing maturity. Unlike Mary with her sharp tongue, and Edith with her quiet resentments, Sybil had always been regarded as the kind one, the sweet one, classifications that chafed more with each passing day. She was more than those simple labels, more than a debutante awaiting a suitable match. She had opinions on politics, on social justice, on women's rights. Opinions that would shock her father if expressed openly. London had opened her eyes to possibilities beyond the predestined path of marriage and motherhood, and she was determined to explore them, regardless of convention. Downstairs, she found her mother in the morning room, reviewing correspondence with a cup of tea at her elbow. Cora looked up as Sybil entered, her face lighting with a warm smile. "Good morning, darling. You look lovely today." "Thank you, Mama." Sybil kissed her mother's cheek before taking a seat opposite. "I thought I'd go into Ripon this morning. I've ordered some books that should have arrived by now." Cora's expression remained pleasant, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. "More nursing manuals?" "Darling, while I admire your interest, you mustn't forget that the season isn't quite over. There's Lady Merton's garden party next week, and the Russells' dinner on Thursday." "I haven't forgotten," Sybil assured her. "I'll be at both events, properly attired, and on my best behavior." "It's not a question of behavior, Sybil." Cora set down her pen with a sigh. "But you know your father worries about these interests of yours. Politics and nursing and women's rights. They're not typical concerns for a girl of your age and position." "Perhaps they should be," Sybil replied, more sharply than intended. Moderating her tone, she added, "I'm not neglecting my duties, Mama. I'm simply expanding my horizons a little." Cora regarded her youngest daughter thoughtfully. Of her 3 girls, Sybil had always been the easiest to manage, the least demanding of attention. But lately, something had changed. A quiet determination had emerged, a sense of purpose that both intrigued and concerned her mother. "Just be careful, darling," Cora said finally. "The world is not always as fair or as open-minded as you are." "That's precisely why things need to change," Sybil replied, rising from her chair. "I won't be long in Ripon. I'll be back in time for luncheon." As she left the morning room, Sybil felt a familiar tension between duty and desire, between the expectations of her family and the calling of her own conscience. Soon, she knew, she would have to make choices that might disappoint those she loved. But for now, this small act of independence, a trip to Ripon, alone with her thoughts, would suffice. Outside, the Renault was waiting, its polished surface gleaming in the morning sunlight. Branson stood beside it, cap in hand, his posture straightening as Sybil approached. "Good morning, my lady," he greeted her, opening the car door. "To Ripon, I understand?" "Yes, please, Branson." Sybil settled into the back seat, arranging her skirts around her. "To the bookshop on Market Street first, if you don't mind." "Very good, my lady." As the car pulled away from Downton, Sybil watched the familiar landscape roll past her window. The carefully tended gardens gave way to open parkland, then to the smaller farms and cottages that dotted the countryside. Lives so different from her own, yet interconnected in ways her father rarely acknowledged. Branson, too, represented a world beyond her experience. Irish, Catholic, and unashamedly political, the chauffeur seemed to embody the changing times that both thrilled and frightened the aristocratic community. "Beautiful morning, isn't it, my lady?" Branson's voice broke into her thoughts as they drove through a particularly scenic stretch of countryside. "Yes, indeed." Sybil leaned forward slightly, encouraged by his attempt at conversation. "Branson, may I ask you something?" "Of course, my lady." "I've been reading about the suffrage movement, the efforts to gain voting rights for women." She hesitated, then pressed on. "What do you think about it? About women having the vote?" Branson glanced at her briefly in the rearview mirror, surprise evident in his expression. It wasn't usual for the family to seek his political opinions. In fact, quite the opposite. "I think it's long overdue, my lady," he replied after a moment's consideration. Women should have the same right as men to decide who governs them. Exactly. Sybil's enthusiasm bubbled over. That's precisely what I've been thinking. It seems so obvious, yet so many people, my father included, act as if it's a radical notion that would bring about the downfall of civilization. Branson chuckled, a warm sound that encouraged her to continue. In London, I met women who have dedicated their lives to this cause. They're so passionate, so articulate. They made me realize how sheltered my existence has been, how little I've questioned the world around me. It's never too late to start questioning, my lady, Branson observed. And with respect, you strike me as someone who's been questioning things for quite some time. The perceptiveness of his comment startled Sybil. She had always felt like an outsider within her own family, viewing their traditions and expectations with a critical eye that her sisters didn't seem to share. But she hadn't realized this internal rebellion was visible to others. Perhaps I have, she admitted, though I haven't been very brave about expressing my doubts. Courage comes in different forms, my lady. Sometimes just allowing yourself to think differently is an act of bravery. They lapsed into thoughtful silence as the car continued toward Ripon, each lost in private reflections. For Sybil, the conversation had reinforced what she had begun to suspect. In Branson, she might find an unexpected ally in her quest for a broader understanding of the world. In Ripon, Branson parked the car near the bookshop on Market Street. Shall I wait here, my lady, or would you prefer me to return at a specific time? I shouldn't be more than an hour, Sybil replied, gathering her purse. But there's no need for you to wait in the car. Perhaps you'd like to stretch your legs. I'll find you when I'm ready to return. Branson's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners, a hint of a smile that didn't quite reach his lips. Thank you, my lady. I'll be nearby. The bookshop was quiet when Sybil entered, the bell above the door announcing her arrival. Mr. Elton, the proprietor, looked up from his ledger, his expression brightening at the sight of her. Lady Sybil, good morning. Your books have arrived as promised. He disappeared briefly into the back room, returning with a small parcel wrapped in brown paper. 3 of the finest nursing manuals available. Quite comprehensive, if I may say so. Thank you, Mr. Elton. I'm most grateful. Sybil took the parcel, tucking it under her arm, and the other items I inquired about. Mr. Elton glanced around the empty shop before reaching beneath the counter. I have these, he said in a lowered voice, producing a bundle of pamphlets tied with string. Though I must advise caution, my lady. Not everyone in Ripon shares your progressive interests. Sybil nodded, understanding his concern. The women's suffrage movement had divided opinion across the country, with supporters labeled as radicals and troublemakers in many circles. I appreciate your discretion, she said, slipping the pamphlets into her handbag, and your willingness to obtain these materials for me. Knowledge should be available to all who seek it, Mr. Elton replied simply, regardless of their station or gender. Outside the bookshop, Sybil paused, considering how to spend the remainder of her hour in Ripon. The market square was bustling with mid-morning activity, shoppers haggling over fresh produce, children running errands for their mothers, laborers taking a brief respite from their work. Among them, she spotted Branson, deep in conversation with a man selling newspapers. Their discussion appeared animated, with much gesturing and nodding. As she approached, she caught fragments of their conversation, something about Ireland, home rule, and the likelihood of war? Branson noticed her approach and immediately straightened, touching his cap in deference. "My lady, have you completed your errands?" "Yes, thank you, Branson." Sybil glanced at the newspaper vendor, curious. "I hope I'm not interrupting an important discussion." "Not at all, my lady," the vendor assured her, though his wary expression suggested otherwise. "Just passing the time of day with an interested countryman." Branson cleared his throat. "Mr. O'Leary and I were discussing the situation in Europe, my lady, the tensions following the Archduke's assassination." "A troubling development," Sybil agreed, sensing the vendor's discomfort at her presence. "Though I hope cooler heads will prevail." Mr. O'Leary touched his cap respectfully. "Let's hope so, my lady, though history suggests otherwise when the great powers start rattling their sabers." As they walked back toward the car, Sybil found herself curious about Branson's perspective. "Do you think there will be war, Branson?" He hesitated, weighing his words carefully. "I fear so, my lady. Austria won't let the assassination go unanswered, and Russia won't stand by if Serbia is threatened. Once those dominoes begin to fall. And what of England? Do you think we'll be drawn in?" "England has treaties with France and Russia," Branson replied, his tone measured. "If they go to war, I don't see how England can stay out of it." The gravity of his assessment sobered Sybil. The prospect of war had been discussed in drawing rooms and at dinner parties across London during the season, but always in abstract terms, as a diplomatic puzzle rather than a human catastrophe. "It would be terrible," she said softly. "So many lives lost, so much destruction. Surely there must be better ways to resolve differences between nations." "There are, my lady," Branson agreed, opening the car door for her. "But they require a kind of courage that's rarer than the battlefield variety. The courage to compromise, to admit when one is wrong, to see beyond narrow self-interest." As they drove back toward Downton, Sybil found herself reflecting on Branson's words. How different his worldview was from that of her father and his friends, with their unquestioning patriotism and faith in the rightness of England's position in any conflict. "Branson," she said suddenly, "would you fight if war came?" The question clearly startled him. "That's a complex question, my lady." "I'm asking for your honest opinion," Sybil pressed, "not what you think I want to hear." Branson was silent for a long moment, his hands steady on the steering wheel. "I believe in fighting for what's right," he said finally, "for justice, for freedom, for the protection of the innocent. But I'm not convinced that every war serves those causes, no matter what the politicians might claim." It was a diplomatic answer, yet Sybil sensed the deeper conviction beneath it, a principled reluctance to embrace violence as a solution, even in the face of aggression. "Thank you for being honest," she said quietly. "I value that more than platitudes, even patriotic ones." "You're unusual in that respect, my lady," Branson observed. "Most people prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths." The remainder of the journey passed in companionable silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. As they approached Downton, Sybil found herself reluctant for the journey to end. These conversations with Branson, brief though they were, offered a perspective she rarely encountered within the walls of her home. "Thank you, Branson," she said, as he helped her from the car. "For the drive." and for the conversation. My pleasure, my lady. His eyes met hers briefly, conveying an understanding that transcended their respective positions. If I might be so bold, I hope you find what you're looking for in those books. Sybil smiled, touched by his perception. As do I. Good day, Branson. Inside, Downton was abuzz with preparation for Lady Mary's imminent arrival. Carson directed footmen with military precision, ensuring every surface gleamed and every flower arrangement was perfect for the eldest daughter's return. Sybil made her way upstairs, intending to hide her suffragist pamphlets before joining the family for luncheon. As she passed the gallery, she encountered her father emerging from the library. "Ah, Sybil, back from your expedition to Ripon, I see." Lord Grantham's tone was affable, though his eyes flickered to the parcel under her arm with mild curiosity. "More nursing books?" "Yes, Papa." Sybil held up the brown paper package as evidence. "Dr. Clarkson recommended them. He says they're excellent references for basic medical care." "Dr. Clarkson is very kind to indulge your interest." Her father's smile was indulgent but dismissive, as if her studies were a charming hobby rather than a serious pursuit. "Though I hope you won't neglect your other responsibilities. Your mother tells me Lady Meryton's garden party is next week, an excellent opportunity for you to meet some of the county families you missed during the season." Sybil suppressed a sigh, recognizing the familiar pattern of their conversations. Any mention of her interests was invariably redirected toward what her parents considered appropriate concerns for a young lady of her station, namely social engagements and potential suitors. "I won't forget, Papa," she assured him, "but I do find nursing fascinating and potentially useful, given the current situation in Europe." Lord Grantham's expression clouded. "Let's not borrow trouble, my dear. This business with the Archduke is regrettable, but I doubt it will amount to anything serious. These diplomatic crises have a way of resolving themselves, given time." Sybil bit her tongue, resisting the urge to point out that Branson, a mere chauffeur in her father's eyes, had offered a far more insightful analysis of the international situation. Instead, she kissed her father's cheek dutifully. "Let's hope you're right, Papa. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should change before luncheon." In her room, Sybil carefully concealed her suffragist literature at the bottom of her desk drawer, beneath a stack of innocuous correspondence. Then she sat on the edge of her bed, gazing out at the familiar landscape of Downton with newly critical eyes. How insulated they were here, how protected from the realities that shaped most people's lives. While her father and his peers discussed politics as an abstract game of alliances and interests, people like Branson understood that these decisions had real consequences for ordinary men and women. The season had awakened something in Sybil, a hunger for a more meaningful existence, a life defined by purpose rather than privilege. She wasn't quite sure what form this purpose might take, but she knew with increasing certainty that she could not be satisfied with the traditional path laid out for women of her class. Nursing interested her, yes, the practical skills, the direct service to those in need, but so too did politics, particularly women's rights and the labor movement. These causes spoke to her sense of justice, her belief that all people deserved dignity and fair treatment, regardless of their birth or circumstances. As she changed for luncheon, Sybil resolved to continue her education in these matters, discreetly if necessary. And in Branson, She sensed a potential ally, someone who could help her understand the world beyond Downton's sheltered confines. Later that afternoon, the family gathered to welcome Lady Mary home from London. The eldest Crawley daughter appeared tired from her journey, but composed as ever, offering no explanation for her premature return beyond a casual remark about having seen quite enough of London for one season. In the flurry of greetings and questions, Sybil observed her sister carefully, noting the slight tension around Mary's mouth, the careful way she deflected inquiries about her time with Lady Rosamond. Something had happened in London, something Mary preferred not to discuss in the open forum of the family drawing room. After dinner that evening, Sybil sought out her sister in the privacy of her bedroom. Mary was seated at her vanity, Anna gently removing the pins from her hair, when Sybil knocked and entered. "I thought you might like some company," Sybil offered, sitting on the edge of the bed. "The house feels different with you back." Mary smiled at her reflection in the mirror. "Different in a good way, I hope." "Of course." Sybil watched as Anna's hands worked through Mary's dark hair. "Though I am curious about your sudden return. When you left, you were determined to stay in London until the bitter end of the season." Mary's eyes met Sybil's in the mirror, a silent warning in their depths. "Plans change, dear. Even mine." Understanding the implicit request for discretion, Sybil waited until Anna had finished her tasks and bid them both good night before pursuing the subject further. "Now," she said, moving to sit beside Mary at the vanity, "will you tell me what really happened? You're not yourself, Mary. I can see it, even if the others pretend not to." Mary sighed, the composed mask slipping slightly to reveal the turmoil beneath. "It's Edith," she said finally, her voice tight with controlled anger. "She wrote to the Turkish ambassador about Mr. Pamuk." "What?" Sybil's shock was genuine. "But how could she know?" "Precisely," Mary interrupted. "She couldn't possibly know what happened that night, unless someone told her. And since Mama and Anna would never breathe a word—" "Papa?" Sybil suggested, then immediately dismissed the idea. No, he would never discuss such a thing, especially not with Edith. "Exactly." Mary's expression was grim. "It doesn't matter how she found out. What matters is that she deliberately set out to ruin me, to destroy any chance I had of making a respectable match." Sybil absorbed this revelation, troubled by the depth of animosity it revealed between her sisters. She had always known that Mary and Edith were not close, that they competed for attention and approval in ways that sometimes turned spiteful. But this level of deliberate sabotage was shocking. "What will you do?" she asked finally. "What can I do?" Mary replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. "The damage is done. The story is out, circulating through London society like wildfire. I can only hope it doesn't reach Yorkshire before I've secured my future." "You mean with Cousin Matthew?" Mary's gaze sharpened. "What makes you say that?" "It's obvious he's in love with you," Sybil said simply. "And I think you care for him too, in your way." For a moment, Mary seemed about to deny it. Then her shoulders slumped slightly, a rare display of vulnerability. "Yes, I care for him, more than I expected to, if I'm honest. He proposed before we left for London, you know." "And?" Sybil prompted when Mary didn't continue. "And I told him I would give him my answer when I returned." Mary stood, moving to the window to gaze out at the darkened grounds. But now everything's changed. Mama's pregnancy, the scandal in London, Edith's betrayal. I don't know what to do, Sybil. For the first time in my life, I truly don't know what to do. The vulnerability in her sister's voice moved Sybil deeply. Mary had always been the strong one, the decisive one, navigating social complexities with cool confidence. To see her so uncertain was both touching and alarming. "Do you love him?" Sybil asked quietly. Mary continued to stare out the window, her profile etched against the moonlight. "I believe I do," she admitted finally. "But is love enough when weighed against practical considerations?" "What could be more practical than happiness?" Sybil countered, rising to join her sister at the window. "Matthew is kind, intelligent, and honorable. He loves you for yourself, not for your position or your dowry. Isn't that worth more than some grand match with a title?" Mary turned to her with a sad smile. "When did my little sister become so wise in matters of the heart?" "I'm not wise," Sybil demurred, "but I do believe in following one's heart, even when convention dictates otherwise. Even if following your heart means giving up everything you've been raised to value," Mary challenged gently. "The position, the security, the respect of your peers." Sybil considered the question seriously, understanding that for Mary, raised to be the future mistress of a great estate, these considerations carried genuine weight. "I think," she said slowly, "that we're living in a time of great change. The old certainties about class, about women's roles, about what constitutes a respectable life, they're all being questioned. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you to question them too, to decide what truly matters to you, beyond what we've been taught to value." Mary studied her sister with newfound respect. "When did you become so radical, Sybil?" "I'm not radical," Sybil protested with a smile. "I'm just awake. And I want you to be happy, Mary. Truly happy, not just properly settled." As they embraced before parting for the night, Sybil reflected on the parallels between her own emerging convictions and Mary's dilemma. They were both, in their different ways, confronting the limitations of the world they had been born into. Mary through her complicated feelings for Matthew, Sybil through her growing political consciousness. Perhaps, Sybil thought as she returned to her own room, they would both find the courage to forge their own paths, even if those paths diverged from the carefully mapped routes their parents had envisioned for them. Chapter 9. The Garden Party. The morning of Downton's annual garden party dawned bright and clear, the sky a perfect English blue unmarred by clouds. The great house gleamed in the sunlight, its honey-colored stone warm against the verdant backdrop of lawns and gardens, meticulously prepared for the occasion. In the kitchen, Mrs. Patmore had returned from London 2 days earlier, her eyes bandaged, but her spirit undimmed. She stood in the midst of the controlled chaos, directing operations with customary vigor despite her temporary blindness. "Mind those pastries, Daisy. They need another 2 minutes, no more." She turned her head toward the sound of clattering pans. "And what are you doing to those poor salmon, Mrs. Bird? They should be poached gently, not tortured to death." Mrs. Bird, who had managed the kitchen competently in Mrs. Patmore's absence, pressed her lips together in a thin line of annoyance. "The salmon are perfectly fine, Mrs. Patmore. I've been poaching fish since before you were in leading strings." "Then you should have mastered it by now," Mrs. Patmore retorted. "I can't see them, but I can hear them thrashing about in that pot like they're still swimming upstream. They've been dead for 3 days, Mrs. Bird muttered, though she did reduce the heat beneath the poaching liquid. From her position at the pastry table, Daisy watched the jousting between the two cooks with a mixture of amusement and anxiety. Mrs. Patmore's return had restored a familiar dynamic to the kitchen, but tensions between the strong-willed women had been evident from the first moment. Only the sheer volume of work required for the garden party had prevented outright warfare. "They're ready now," Daisy announced, opening the oven door to reveal trays of golden pastry shells. The heavenly aroma filled the kitchen, momentarily distracting both cooks from their skirmish. "Bring one here," Mrs. Patmore demanded, holding out her hand. She felt the pastry carefully, testing its texture and temperature. "Not bad. Now fill them with the raspberry cream, and mind you don't overfill. We want elegance, not excess." As Daisy hurried to comply, Carson appeared in the doorway, his commanding presence immediately drawing all eyes. "Mrs. Patmore, Mrs. Bird, how are preparations progressing?" His deep voice resonated with the authority of his position. "Her ladyship is most anxious that everything should be perfect today." "Everything is under control, Mr. Carson," Mrs. Patmore assured him, straightening her posture despite her disability. "The cold collation is prepared, the pastries are being finished now, and the desserts are setting in the cool room." Carson surveyed the bustling kitchen with a critical eye. "Very good. The first guests are expected at 2:00. Service will begin at past. "We'll be ready," Mrs. Bird promised. "The footman can begin carrying out the tables and linens whenever you give the word." With a nod of approval, Carson withdrew, continuing his rounds of inspection. The garden party represented Downton Abbey at its finest, a showcase of the estate's abundance and the family's generosity. As butler, he took personal responsibility for ensuring its success. Upstairs, the Crawley family was making their own preparations for the day ahead. In Lady Mary's bedroom, Anna was arranging her mistress's hair, weaving fresh flowers into the dark locks. "I still think the pink would have been better," Lady Edith remarked from the doorway, her tone carefully neutral, though her intent was clearly barbed. "The blue makes you look rather severe." Mary didn't bother to turn, meeting her sister's gaze in the mirror instead. "Severe is appropriate when one is forced to endure tedious company," she replied coolly. "But thank you for your concern, dear sister." The tension between them had escalated since Mary's return from London, though neither had openly acknowledged the source of the conflict. Instead, they circled each other like duelists, exchanging verbal thrusts that were all the more cutting for their superficial politeness. "Mama sent me to tell you that Cousin Matthew and Cousin Isabel have arrived early," Edith continued, seemingly unperturbed by Mary's sharpness. "She thought you might like to know." This information had its intended effect. Mary's fingers tightened imperceptibly on the edge of her dressing table, though her expression remained impassive. "How thoughtful of you to deliver the message personally." "Think nothing of it." Edith's smile didn't reach her eyes. "After all, what are sisters for?" As she departed, Anna continued her work in silence, her quick fingers completing the arrangement of flowers in Mary's hair. She had served the sisters long enough to recognize the dangerous undercurrents between them, though the specific cause of the latest hostilities remained a mystery to her. "There, my lady," she said finally, stepping back to assess her work. "The blue forget-me-nots complement your dress beautifully." Mary studied her reflection, momentarily distracted from thoughts of Edith and Matthew. "Thank you, Anna. It's perfect." She rose from the dressing table, smoothing the skirt of her pale blue gown. "I'd better go down. Are you helping with the garden party preparations?" "Yes, my lady. Mrs. Hughes has assigned me to oversee the drinks tent with Thomas." "Rather you than me," Mary observed with a hint of humor. "Thomas isn't the most congenial of companions." "He has his moments, my lady," Anna replied diplomatically, though her expression suggested otherwise. Mary paused at the door, glancing back at the lady's maid who had served her so faithfully over the years. "Anna, thank you for everything." The simple words carried a weight of meaning that transcended their mistress-servant relationship. Anna inclined her head slightly, understanding without need for elaboration. "You're welcome, my lady." Downstairs, Matthew and Isabel Crawley were being greeted by Lady Grantham in the drawing room. Despite the earliness of their arrival, Cora was the perfect hostess, offering refreshment and conversation. "You must forgive us for descending on you before the appointed hour," Isabel apologized. "Matthew insisted we should come and offer our assistance with any last-minute arrangements." "That's very kind, but I assure you everything is well in hand," Cora replied, though her smile was genuine. In the months since their arrival in the village, she had developed a grudging respect for Isabel's practicality and direct manner, so different from her own carefully cultivated social graces. Matthew stood by the window, his posture betraying a tension that had nothing to do with their early arrival. Since Mary's return from London, he had maintained a polite distance, waiting for the answer she had promised. Each day that passed without word from her increased his uncertainty, though he maintained an outward composure that impressed even Violet. "I understand Lady Mary has returned from London," Isabel observed, her tone carefully casual. "I hope she had an enjoyable stay with Lady Rosamond." "Yes, most enjoyable," Cora replied, equally careful. The delicate dance of conversation around Mary and Matthew's situation had become a familiar ritual among the family. Though she was pleased to return to Downton, London can be exhausting during the season, especially for a young woman with as many social obligations as Mary. The subtle implication that Mary was much sought after in London society was not lost on either Matthew or Isabel. Before either could respond, the door opened to admit Robert, his expression brightening at the sight of his guests. "Matthew, cousin Isabel, how good of you to come early." He crossed the room to shake Matthew's hand warmly. "I was hoping for a chance to speak with you before the hordes descend upon us." "Nothing serious, I hope?" Matthew inquired, noting the slight furrow between Robert's brows. No, just some estate matters that might benefit from your legal expertise. Perhaps we could step into the library for a moment." As the men withdrew, Cora and Isabel were left to continue their careful conversation, each navigating around the unspoken topics that hung in the air between them. Mary and Matthew's uncertain relationship, Cora's advancing pregnancy, and the shifting dynamics of inheritance that resulted from it. In the library, Robert closed the door behind them, his manner becoming less formal once they were private. "The estate matters are merely a pretext, I'm afraid," he admitted. "I wanted a moment to speak with you, man to man, without the ladies present." Matthew nodded, unsurprised. "About Mary, I presume?" "Partly." Robert moved to the window, his gaze fixed on the activity outside, as servants erected tents and arranged tables on the lawn. I won't pry into matters between you and my daughter. That's for the two of you to resolve. But I want you to know that whatever happens, your position in this family is secure. The reassurance, while kindly meant, struck Matthew as ominous. Has something changed, Robert? Robert turned back to face him, his expression troubled. Not changed exactly, but the international situation grows more concerning by the day. The Austrian ultimatum to Serbia, Russia's mobilization. I fear we're on the brink of something terrible. War, you mean? Matthew's tone was somber. Precisely. And if war comes, it will change everything, for all of us. Robert hesitated, then pressed on. I wanted to assure you that, should you feel compelled to serve, your place at Downton will await your return. The implication was clear. Robert expected that Matthew, like many men of his age and class, would volunteer for military service if war was declared. The thought had already occurred to Matthew himself, though he had not yet discussed it with his mother. That's very generous, he replied carefully, though let's hope such measures prove unnecessary. Indeed. Robert clasped his shoulder briefly. But I've lived long enough to know that hope is an unreliable defense against reality. Now, we should return to the ladies before they send a search party. Outside, the garden party preparations were reaching their final stages. Footmen in their full livery carried tables and chairs to their designated positions, while housemaids spread pristine white tablecloths and arranged flowers in crystal vases. Mrs. Hughes oversaw it all with eagle-eyed attention to detail, consulting periodically with Carson to ensure their visions aligned. On the periphery of this activity, Branson was engaged in polishing the family's cars, which had been positioned near the main entrance for the admiration of guests. The Renault gleamed in the sunlight, its brass fittings reflecting the warm glow of the summer day. He straightened as Lady Sybil approached, her simple white dress a contrast to the elaborate gowns she would wear later. "Good morning, Branson." Her smile was warm, unguarded in a way it rarely was in company. "The cars look splendid." "Thank you, my lady." He touched his cap respectfully, though his eyes held a hint of the easy camaraderie they had developed during their recent conversations. "Fine day for a garden party." "Perfect," she agreed, glancing up at the cloudless sky. "Though I confess I'm more interested in the evening papers than the weather. The situation in Europe seems to be deteriorating by the hour." Branson nodded, dropping his voice slightly, though there was no one within earshot. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia yesterday. It's only a matter of time before Russia enters the fray. And then Germany and France. Sybil continued the grim progression, and eventually England. It seems inevitable now. Branson's expression was somber, though few will admit it openly, especially on a day like today. "That's what frustrates me," Sybil confessed, moving closer to the car as if inspecting it, though her attention remained on the chauffeur. Everyone talks around the subject, as if acknowledging the danger might somehow make it more real. Even Papa, who reads every newspaper and telegram, insists on maintaining a facade of normality. "It's the English way, my lady." There was no mockery in Branson's tone, only a gentle observation. Keep calm and carry on, even as the world burns around you. "It seems terribly misguided," Sybil sighed. "If war is coming, shouldn't we be preparing? Not just militarily, but in all ways, medically, economically, emotionally. Perhaps the garden party is a form of preparation, Branson suggested. A last moment of peace before the storm. There's value in that too, my lady. Sybil considered this perspective, struck once again by Branson's ability to offer insights that challenged her thinking without dismissing her concerns. I hadn't thought of it that way, she admitted, though I still believe we should be more open about what's coming. The time for openness will come soon enough, Branson assured her, his voice tinged with regret. Probably sooner than any of us would wish. Their conversation was interrupted by Carson's approach, his expression suggesting mild disapproval at finding Lady Sybil in extended conversation with the chauffeur. Lady Sybil, your mother has been asking for you, he announced. The family will be assembling for a light luncheon before the guests arrive. Thank you, Carson. I'll go to her directly. Sybil turned back to Branson with a smile that contained a hint of conspiracy. Thank you for your insights on the motor cars, Branson. They're most educational. My pleasure, my lady. His tone was appropriately deferential, though his eyes conveyed understanding of their shared subterfuge. As Sybil departed, Carson lingered, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the chauffeur. Branson, while the family appreciates your attention to the vehicles, they do not require extensive technical explanations, particularly from Lady Sybil. Understood, Mr. Carson. Branson's expression remained neutral, though a hint of defiance flickered in his eyes. I was merely answering her questions. See that you don't provide answers beyond what is asked, Carson advised, his meaning clear. Lady Sybil is young and naturally curious about many subjects. It is not your place to educate her beyond the operation of the motor car. With that parting caution, Carson continued his rounds, leaving Branson to reflect on the butler's perceptiveness. The older man had clearly sensed something in their interaction, a level of ease, perhaps, or an exchange of ideas that transcended the usual barriers between the family and their servants. By mid-afternoon, the garden party was in full swing. The grounds of Downton Abbey had been transformed into a scene of elegant festivity, with white tents dotting the lawns, tables laden with refreshments, and a string quartet playing light classical music beneath the ancient cedar tree. The county's most prominent families were in attendance, along with the professional class from the surrounding towns, doctors, solicitors, bankers, and their wives. The women's summer dresses created a palette of pastels against the verdant backdrop, while the men's light suits and boaters completed the tableau of Edwardian leisure. Lord and Lady Grantham circulated among their guests, their conversation touching on local matters, London gossip, and carefully neutral observations about the international situation. Beneath their social smiles, however, both harbored concerns that extended beyond the success of the garden party. For Robert, the morning's newspapers had brought disturbing reports of German mobilization and French preparations for war. The possibility that England would soon be drawn into the conflict seemed increasingly inevitable, casting a shadow over the peaceful scene before him. Cora, meanwhile, felt the first stirrings of discomfort as her pregnancy advanced, a reminder of the unexpected changes that lay ahead for their family. At 43, the prospect of motherhood again was both daunting and miraculous, complicated by the implications for Mary and Matthew should the child be a boy. The three Crawley daughters each navigated the social gathering in their distinct ways. Mary maintained a poised distance, exchanging pleasantries with familiar faces while carefully avoiding prolonged encounters with Matthew. Her elegant blue gown and perfect posture created an impression of cool self-possession that revealed nothing of her inner turmoil. Edith, in contrast, actively sought the company of Sir Anthony Strallan, a kindly widower whose interest in her had been increasingly evident in recent weeks. Though significantly older than Edith, Sir Anthony's gentle manner and genuine appreciation of her conversation had awakened hope in the middle Crawley daughter, hope that she too might find happiness in marriage, despite living perpetually in Mary's shadow. Sybil, the youngest and most naturally sociable of the sisters, moved easily between groups, her sincere interest in others making her a favorite among guests of all ages. Yet her gaze frequently drifted to the edges of the gathering, where the servants worked to maintain the illusion of effortless hospitality. More than once, her eyes met Branson's as he stood at respectful attention near the house, ready to assist elderly or infirm guests who might require transportation. Below stairs, the garden party represented the culmination of weeks of preparation. Footmen in pristine livery circulated with trays of champagne and refreshments, while housemaids discreetly replenished tables and removed empty plates. In the servants' tent, Mrs. Patmore and Mrs. Bird maintained an uneasy truce as they supervised the final preparations of elaborate desserts and savories. Anna found herself assigned to the drinks tent alongside Thomas, whose sullen demeanor suggested he found the duty beneath his dignity. Though technically equals in the servants' hierarchy, Thomas had always considered himself superior to the female staff, a pretension that Anna ignored. "Lady Mary seems in fine form today," Thomas observed as he prepared a tray of champagne glasses, "though I noticed she's keeping her distance from Mr. Crawley. Trouble in paradise?" "I couldn't say," Anna replied neutrally, arranging delicate crystal glasses with careful precision, "and neither should you, if you don't mind my saying so." Thomas smirked, undeterred by her rebuke. "No need to be defensive. I was merely making conversation, though it does seem the bloom is off the rose, so to speak." "That's hardly our concern, is it?" Anna met his gaze directly, her usual gentle manner hardening slightly. "Unless you're planning to offer yourself as an alternative suitor." The barb hit its mark, Thomas's expression darkening momentarily before he recovered his composure. "Touché, Miss Smith. I'd forgotten how sharp your tongue can be when you choose to use it." Further conversation was forestalled by the arrival of Mr. Carson, who surveyed their work with critical eyes. "Thomas, you're needed to help with the tea service. Anna, please ensure the lemonade is replenished. Several of the older guests have requested it, in preference to champagne." As they moved to comply with these instructions, Anna caught sight of Mr. Bates standing near the house, overseeing the activities with his characteristic quiet dignity. Since her return from London, their interactions had been limited by the whirlwind of preparations for the garden party. Though she had managed to convey the essence of her conversation with his mother, they had not had opportunity for the deeper discussion both knew was necessary. Now, as their eyes met across the crowded lawn, a moment of understanding passed between them, an acknowledgement of unfinished business, of truths still to be confronted, and decisions yet to be made. Bates nodded slightly, a gesture that carried more meaning than casual observers could comprehend. As the afternoon progressed, the garden party achieved the perfect balance of elegance and conviviality that was Downton's hallmark. Guests strolled the grounds, admired the gardens, and partook of the lavish refreshments with appreciative murmurs. The string quartet played selections from Schubert and Mendelssohn, their music floating on the summer air like a reminder of civilization's enduring refinements. Yet beneath this polished surface, various dramas continued to unfold. Mary, having successfully avoided direct conversation with Matthew for most of the afternoon, found herself cornered near the rose garden by her grandmother. "You cannot avoid him forever, my dear," Violet observed without preamble, her acute gaze missing nothing. "It's becoming obvious to everyone, which is both undignified and unkind." Mary sighed, recognizing the futility of denial. "I'm not avoiding him, Granny. I'm simply giving us both space to think." "Nonsense. You're hiding from a decision you're afraid to make." Violet's tone was sharp, but not unkind. "If you love the boy, tell him so. If you don't, release him from his expectations. But this limbo serves neither of you well." "It's not that simple," Mary protested, though she knew her grandmother's assessment was essentially correct. "There are complications." "Life is complications, my dear. The question is whether you face them together or alone." Violet adjusted her parasol, shielding her face from the afternoon sun. "Now, I suggest you speak with him before the day ends. These opportunities have a way of passing more quickly than one expects." Before Mary could formulate a response, their attention was drawn to a commotion near Sir Anthony Strallen, who appeared to be making a hasty departure, despite Edith's obvious dismay. The middle Crawley sister's face betrayed a mixture of confusion and hurt as the baronet offered a hurried bow to her parents before making his way toward the driveway. "Oh dear," Violet murmured. "It appears your sister's prospects are diminishing before our eyes. How unfortunate." Mary followed her grandmother's gaze, a complex emotion stirring within her. Though she had long maintained a competitive rivalry with Edith, seeing her sister's evident disappointment awakened an unexpected sympathy. She knew all too well the pain of thwarted expectations, the public humiliation of rejection. "Excuse me, Granny," she said suddenly. "I need to speak with Edith." Violet raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by this impulse toward sisterly support. "By all means, though I warn you, she may not welcome your consolation." Mary made her way through the crowd toward Edith, who stood alone near a flowering shrub, her posture rigid with the effort of maintaining composure. As Mary approached, Edith's expression hardened, anticipating mockery rather than sympathy. "Come to gloat?" she asked, her voice low but bitter. "How perfect! My humiliation wouldn't be complete without your witness." "I haven't come to gloat," Mary replied, keeping her own voice equally low. "I came to see if you were all right." Edith's laugh was hollow. "Since when do you care about my feelings, or has the novelty of your own romantic troubles made you suddenly sympathetic to mine?" The barb hit its mark, but Mary refused to be provoked. "What happened with Sir Anthony?" "He seemed quite taken with you until today." A flicker of genuine pain crossed Edith's face before she could mask it. "Apparently someone told him I was only interested in him as a joke, that I found him ridiculous and had been mocking him behind his back." Understanding dawned immediately. "Someone told him? Or you think I told him?" Who else would be so cruel? Edith's eyes flashed with accusation. Who else would take pleasure in destroying any chance of happiness I might find? The irony of the accusation coming from the sister who had deliberately exposed her scandal to the Turkish ambassador, was not lost on Mary. For a moment, she was tempted to confront Edith with this knowledge, to lay bare the hypocrisy of her indignation. Instead, she chose a different path. "I didn't speak to Sir Anthony, Edith. Whatever he heard, it didn't come from me." Edith's certainty wavered, doubt creeping into her expression. "Then who?" "I don't know, but I do know that if he believes such rumors without giving you a chance to explain, he doesn't deserve your affection." Mary's tone was firm, surprising even herself with its sincerity. "You deserve better than that, Edith." Before Edith could respond to this unexpected declaration, their attention was drawn to a disturbance near the house. Carson had appeared on the terrace, his imposing figure drawing all eyes as he conferred urgently with Lord Grantham. Something in their manner, the gravity of Carson's expression, the sudden tension in Robert's posture, suggested news of significance. Conversation throughout the garden gradually quieted as guests became aware of the butler's presence and the telegram he had delivered to his lordship. Robert read the message, his face paling visibly before he straightened his shoulders and moved to address the assembled company. "My lords, ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent lawn. "Can I ask for silence?" As the string quartet ceased playing, a hush fell over the gathering. The Crawley family, Cora, Mary, Edith, Sybil, Violet, Isabel, and Matthew, instinctively drew closer, forming a tableau of aristocratic composure, even as anxiety flickered in their expressions. "Because I very much regret to announce," Robert paused, the weight of history evident in his grave demeanor, "that we are at war with Germany." The words hung in the summer air, transforming the idyllic scene into something altogether different, a moment suspended between two eras, the peaceful certainties of the past giving way to the unknown terrors of the future. Faces throughout the gathering registered shock, dismay, resignation, and in some cases, a grim determination. For the Crawley family, as for families across England and Europe, life would never be the same again. The garden party, that quintessential expression of Edwardian elegance and security, had become the backdrop for an announcement that would reshape their world in ways they could scarcely imagine. As the implications of Robert's words rippled through the assembly, Mary found her gaze drawn inevitably to Matthew. Their eyes met across the crowd, a moment of perfect understanding passing between them. Whatever personal dramas had occupied their thoughts moments before now seemed trivial in the face of this larger reality. The garden party continued, guests speaking in hushed tones about the momentous news, but the earlier festive atmosphere had evaporated. One by one, families began to make their excuses and depart, returning to homes where difficult conversations and decisions awaited. By evening, the grounds of Downton Abbey had been restored to their usual tranquility, the tents dismantled, the tables removed, only the lingering scent of flowers and crushed grass testifying to the day's events. Yet for those who lived and worked there, nothing remained the same. In the servants' hall, speculation about the war's impact dominated conversation. Young men like William and Thomas discussed enlistment with a mixture of bravado and genuine patriotism, while older staff members remembered previous conflicts with solemn caution. Upstairs, the family gathered in the library, the usual formality of their evening routine set aside in favor of urgent discussion. Matthew, who had remained at Robert's request, stood by the fireplace, his expression thoughtful as talk turned inevitably to military service. "I shall speak to the War Office about a commission," Robert announced, his manner suggesting the decision had already been made. "My experience in the Boer conflict should count for something, even at my age." "Robert, surely you're not considering active service?" Cora's alarm was evident. "You have responsibilities here, to the estate and the county, and with the baby coming." "I'm perfectly aware of my responsibilities," Robert replied, though his tone was gentle. "But I have a duty to my country as well. Every man who can serve must do so, in whatever capacity he can." Matthew cleared his throat, drawing all eyes to him. "I've been thinking along similar lines. I'll inquire about a commission as well." Mary, who had been uncharacteristically silent throughout the discussion, looked up sharply at this declaration. "Matthew, it's the right thing to do," he said simply, meeting her gaze with quiet resolve. "I couldn't live with myself if I remained safe at home while others fought and died." The moments stretched between them, laden with unspoken emotions and the weight of decisions still to be made. Whatever happened next, between Mary and Matthew, between England and Germany, between the dying world of aristocratic certainty and the uncertain future that awaited, would be shaped by forces larger than any of them had imagined possible just hours before. As night fell over Downton Abbey, the household settled into an uneasy quiet, each person processing the day's momentous news in their own way. For some, like Sybil, thoughts turned to practical considerations, how she might contribute to the war effort, what skills she might acquire to be of use in the coming crisis. For others, like Mary, the declaration of war had clarified priorities and illuminated truths that had been obscured by lesser concerns. In the darkness of her bedroom, Mary stood at the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds where the garden party had unfolded just hours earlier. The telegram announcing war had transformed everything, casting her personal dilemmas in a new and clarifying light. She had avoided Matthew throughout the garden party, uncertain of her feelings, hesitant to commit to a future that might be altered by her mother's pregnancy. But as she watched her father announce the coming war, as she saw the solemn determination in Matthew's eyes, her own hesitations had suddenly seemed petty and self-absorbed. Love, she realized, was not a luxury to be indulged or withheld based on practical considerations. It was perhaps the only thing of value in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. And she did love Matthew, not for his position as heir, not for what he could provide, but for the man he was, honorable, intelligent, and kind. Tomorrow, she would tell him so, before commissions were secured, before uniforms were donned, before the machinery of war separated them as it would separate countless lovers across Europe. Tomorrow, she would embrace the future with courage rather than calculation. As Mary turned from the window, her decision made, dawn was still hours away. Yet already, the world that would greet the new day had been irrevocably altered. For Downton Abbey and its inhabitants, for England, for Europe, the long Edwardian summer had ended. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: nothing would ever be the same again.